Hello everyone, this is your favorite Murtid live once again, and this is the part 2 of our religion of Muhammad. You guys have already watched part 1. If you have not watched part 1, you gotta go and watch part 1. Every Friday we are going to do this, and we are probably going to make approximately 5 parts of this video. For that, we have Brother Lloyd with us. And if you look at the title of my video, Brother Lloyd's channel is with @, which means you can simply click that Brother Lloyd. As soon as you click it, you will be able to see his channel. That's the beauty of @. So that is why I put Brother Lloyd with @. And let me just show you. This is Brother Lloyd's channel as it is on the screen. Lloyd Dijon. I can't even pronounce his name right, so please excuse me for that. And one thing that I would like to tell each and every subscriber of ours, no matter whether it is my channel or Brother Lloyd's channel, I have intentionally clicked the bell icon in a different way to show you. When you click on this bell icon after you subscribe, it is by default is on personalized. So you do not want it to be on personalized. Our channels are usually shadow banned, which means you will not get the notification. So you have to click it to all. If you click it to all, your bell icon will become black. All means that YouTube should ideally send you a, a notification every time Brother Lloyd's goes live. So if you go back, you'll be able to see this, the part 2, and you click on Lloyd Dijon, click here, and you will be on his channel. Once you are on his channel, after subscribing, click this icon and click on all. So by this, every time Brother Lloyd go live or he post a video, you will get a notification. I'm showing this to you especially so that you guys could subscribe to Brother Lloyd's channel and appreciate his work because he has done a marvelous work. At the same time, I saw a few comments where certain people did not want to hear what I say or add on. And that's fine. It's absolutely fine. Certain people likes to get a particular relevant information without any interruption. And that is perfectly fine with me. I have no issues with these guys. That is why they need to go and subscribe to Brother Lloyd's channel as well. Because when Brother Lloyd goes live, he goes live all alone, solo, and I am not there to disturb him in any way or form. But when Brother Lloyd is here, if I see some relevant information, I will definitely go to the Sunnah or the Sirah or the Hadiths to connect the dots, right? But this major information is what brought up by Brother Lloyd, and that is why his link is there. And I am saying with Brother Lloyd, and he is the one who's speaking. So I welcome all of you. Thank you so very much for being here. Welcome. Please do not forget to share and like the video. Share is very important because the amount of time you share it, the better it is. Part 1 has been watched for over 4,500 times, which is nothing, which is nothing. This videos needs to go viral. So please share the video and like the video. And after the video ends, please do not forget to comment on it. Whether you like the video or you do not like the video, you must comment on it. With that being said, let me invite our brother Lloyd. Welcome, brother. How are you?
Adam, good to be with you. Thank you for plugging me. And hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us on the stream.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Whenever you come, brother Lloyd, you bring up such deep information. It is so hard to get it without you. So I appreciate you coming here and sharing this nice in-depth study that you always share, brother. And I can see a lot of people just like you speaking. and they do not like me speaking. That's and there are certain people who are the reverse as well. Let me just say that. But I will not appreciate what do you call it? Admire me over here at all. I'll admire you because man, seriously, certain people are saying, Adam, just do not speak. Let Lloyd speak. It means people like you, brother.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad they like what I have to say. And today we'll be, well, obviously building on the last show. This thing picks up in part three. Today we're going to put down some more information. However, I think it's going to open a lot of people's eyes to the early history of Islam or proto-Islam and where it got many of its ideas from.
Amen, brother. So let's start from where we left last time without
Right.
any delay. And I will interrupt you as always, where it
Yeah,
is
no worries.
necessary for me to interrupt you, even though certain people do not like me interrupting you.
That's fine. No, look, it's a discussion, and there's also room to show that this is linked very much to Islam's Quran and the Sunnah and the other texts. So we can see there's relevance here and that these things have a historical significance because this is very important. This is a very deep historical dive. And we want to show that Islam's been it's been hiding these facts about itself. And now with time, with internet, with access, we can finally start to put together the early history of Islam and get to the truth.
Amen, brother. And because we have already did a live stream of the part one, I am already putting in the link for our Muslimin brothers and sisters to join in to refute us from the very beginning. Because if they have seen the part one, they can very well come in and try to refute us on anything that we have shown on our part one. So the link of the live stream to join for the Muslims only. I will not add anyone other than a Muslim in the live stream, but for the Muslimin, it's already in the live chat.
I see.
So brother, if you would like to continue with your presentation, you can show your presentation and we can start as
Okay,
soon
I'll
as you're ready,
start
brother.
sharing my screen and
All
we'll
right,
take it from
brother.
here.
There you go. The mic is yours, brother.
Hey everyone, thanks for being here. So, today we're going to talk about Islamic monotheism. Islam claims to be monotheism. However, we're going to learn that Islam is actually monotheism. I know it's long been that people have claimed that Islam is derived from moon worship and that Allah was a moon god. We're going to take a very deep dive, far beyond what has been done before, to show the links to Babylonian paganism that are the roots of Islam. So, this is called Islamic monotheism and the moon gods of Babylon. Why do I say that? It's because the Babylonian moon gods are the early gods, the early pagan gods, and the gods of Arabia were the same as the gods of Babylon. And of course, Muhammad, as we learn from the Islamic scriptures, from the Islamic Sunnah, Muhammad was consecrated to Hubal. Muhammad was worshipping Alat, Manat, and Al Uzza. Muhammad was a pagan worshipper. All right, so briefly, what we have, oh, by the way, so we're going to learn about Yemen, Ethiopia, Abraham, and Al Makkah. Most of our focus will be towards Yemen. Ethiopia will come later. But today we're going to learn a little bit of Abraham and, of course, the origin of the word Makkah. Right. So, briefly, to run through what it is we will be covering today. So, we're going to learn about archaeology, history, language, and we'll be looking at the Islamic sources in the light of these three. We're going to learn about Christianity as an early arrival in Arabia. We're going to look at how proto-Islam can be traced to Yemeni and Ethiopian paganism, which is itself linked to Babylonian Canaanite paganism. Proto-Islam is based on pagan moon god worship. We will go deep into that. We're going to see how the Arabian pagan gods were copies of the Babylonian, the Sumerian, and the Canaanite gods. We will obviously look at Mecca. We will look at Yemen in depth. We will see that there were many Makkahs in Yemen. And of course, the main Arabian pagan god was called Makkah. And today, I think we should be solving the mystery of Makoraba, which is very popular within Islamic circles. Okay, so from here, I'm going to jump forward for a second. And so we will go here. So we'll pick up on the last couple of slides where we left off, just to run through those again briefly. So we'll be talking about the Islamic symbolism and the pagan crescent moon. This symbol is a pagan crescent symbol. It goes back in history All of the pagan moon gods had this symbol. This was part and parcel of that history. And of course, there's one on top of every mosque. And we're supposed to believe that this is somehow not linked to that paganism. We know the cross is linked to Christ's death. The cross is significant historically, spiritually to Christianity. And this crescent moon and the star are historically and spiritually significant to Islam, and the history is in paganism. So this crescent moon is called the Hilal. It is Islam's symbol, and you'll often see it with a star attached. This is on top of a mosque. Hilal also happens to be the name of a pagan Arabian moon god. Now, of course, we can see here multiple of these crescent symbols, crescent symbol with star, crescent symbol with star, star. You'll see star, crescent and star, star, and here we have an actual pentagram, right? This is the flag of Morocco. All of these are traceable to Babylonian paganism, to the moon god Sin or Shin. The pentagram, as you see here, is Babylonian. It is a pagan symbol of the gods Ishtar and Marduk. Now, of course, it belongs to other gods as well, but historically it started there. And the red in this flag is from the Imams of Yemen. Yemen features heavily in Islam, so does Ethiopia, but our focus will mostly be on Yemen. And the pentagram is also supposedly the seal of Solomon. And of course, this is exactly the same as the satanic pentagram, which is very interesting that they have exactly the same symbol as the Satanists would use, or the Wiccans would use, or any of these pagan worshippers would use. Right, so the Hilal, right? So the Egyptian hieroglyph for month features a crescent above a star. It is the remnant of a lunar calendar. Islam has a lunar calendar, right? And now we have the crescent and the star. So when you go back in history, you'll find Egypt crops up. I'm not going to touch heavily on Egypt, but I have mentioned it briefly. What you have is that Egyptian paganism, the Egyptian pantheon of gods, featured in Sumeria, Mesopotamia, Canaan, and eventually made its way into Arabia as well. So in the future, I should be digging more into the Egyptian connections, but this is the word month, crescent above a star, part of a lunar calendar. Guess which religion has a lunar calendar? That would be Islam. Now, this symbol, the crescent and the star, has a spiritual significance in ancient Mesopotamia. The Babylonian cuneiform word shiptu, or incantation, this is when you make magical spells, took a form very similar to the modern Islamic star and crescent, and it was used to ward off evil. It was like the evil eye. You can see here from these cuneiform inscriptions. This is early hieroglyphs, 1500 before BC, and so on, and 600 BC. So this has changed a little bit, but it goes back to Babylon. Notice over here in this image, right, we've got the crescent and the star. This is the boundary stone of King Nebuchadnezzar the first from Babylon, and it contains a star within a crescent. So this very same symbol that we've just seen on top of a mosque is a pagan symbol that goes back to the time of Nebuchadnezzar into Babylon. Now, these symbols were associated with the deities Shin, the moon, and also Ishtar, Venus. Venus is known as the morning star, right? See, Adam, if you have any comments or questions, do jump in and let me check in the comments if there's anything that was said. All right.
No, brother, you
Let's
are.
talk a little bit more about the Hilal, Islam symbol, and the star. Now, have a look here. These are some very old coins. You'll see here, crescent and star. You'll notice here the crescent and the disc often referred to Venus, the morning star. We know Venus is a planet, but it was called the morning star, right? So you see the crescent and the disc here. Notice here that in this one, you have this pillar of fire. This is a pagan symbol, right? So let's read through this and we'll talk more about this. So this symbol is found in the Parthian Empire on the coins of Phraates V. This is around 2 BC to 4 AD. The star represented the Zoroastrian divinity Mithra, or the divinity Tishtria. Now, what is interesting is that Muslims often claim that Jesus is derived from Mithra. Now, Mithra, of course, was born from a stone. Mithra was arising out of a stone wearing a hat. You'll find he's got this very crazy hat on his head. To my knowledge, Jesus was not born out of a stone and was not born wearing a hat. However, the very same symbol that is utilized by this culture is the one that Islam uses, and they used to worship the divinity Mithra. Mithra, of course, I believe, kills the bull. The bull happens to be a moon god symbol. So the star and the crescent has become an emblem of the Parthian kings and was adopted by the rulers of the Sassanian Empire. The Sassanians was the empire before Islam arose. In the Sassanian period, the star and the crescent is shown with explicitly Zoroastrian elements. Coins display a portrait of the king surrounded by the symbol. On the reverse, there's a depiction of a fire altar with attendants. So now you've got this fire altar with attendants. So interestingly, historically, when the Muslim Arabs, Morning Star, yes, XYZ says Morning Star, Hilal bin Shahar. Yes, I'll touch on that. That I would like to make a separate episode. Reason Dancers, welcome. Good to see you. So, when Muslim Arabs conquered Persia in the 7th century, Sassanian coin designs were preserved originally. Then the reformist caliph Abd al-Malik. Now, understand, Abd al-Malik is not a name, it is a title. Okay? You'll have an Abd al-Malik Marwan, because Malik comes from a previous term, from an older term, Mukarib, right? And this was simply the replacement term that came, and you would have a name following that. So, this is a title. So what he did was in his coins, he retained the crescent and the star. Notice the crescent. Notice the crescents, right? He retained the crescent and the star. However, he replaced the fire altar, the pagan fire altar, with Arabic text. So he replaces the fire altar with Arabic text, but he keeps the stars and the crescent. And the symbol later becomes part and parcel of Muslim art. Adam, do you have any comments?
No, brother, you are actually doing pretty good. And please carry on.
Okay, fine. So understand, this is not only, so this symbol, this paganism, this moon god worship, this idea was present throughout the Middle East, everywhere you went, right? Islam was birthed. The whole tribes of Muhammad and all of his colleagues and friends and family, they were, it's like this soup that they were inside of all of this. So the crescent, now, is it Ottoman or is it pagan? So these are some new slides I've added and I've updated. Notice these old coins, crescent, star, crescent and star, crescent and star, crescent and star. These are all from Haran in Turkey. Let's have a look here. This is from Baal Hadad, the crescent and the disc. So the disc would be Venus. This is from Baal Hadad. Then you got a pagan Byzantine coin, crescent and star, same as these in Haran. And then you've got the Hittite crescent moon. This goes way back. The Hittites are in the Bible. You've got the crescent again, and you have the moon. Right, so this is an old symbol. It is pagan through and through historically. The fire altar is Zoroastrian, apparently so, XYZ, yes. So Muslims argue that the crescent and the star is the popularized symbol of the Ottoman Islamic Empire, dating to 1843. That's what they tell us. However, if you have a look, Haran is in Turkey. It's in northern Mesopotamia. So when you get to the top of Iraq, you go through Syria, and then you'll get Haran in the lower southern part of Turkey. And you'll find that this crescent star has been around since a little bit before 1843. In fact, Abraham at one point stayed in Haran. His brother was named after the city, Haran, right? And Haran also happened to be called the city of the moon, right? So understand this symbol goes into Turkey well before. This pagan Byzantine coin is roughly around the 1st century, which is not 1843. That would be the 19th century. So therefore, it is not the symbol of the Ottoman Islamic Empire exclusively from 1800s. It goes back BC. So some
Wow.
state that it. Sorry, Adam. Yeah, go on.
No, wow, that's just crazy. So like if we you do know what you are showing, you are actually demolishing it from the roots, that how far back this was there, and it was already a Babylonian supposed religion which
Yep.
is denounced in Bible. So
Correct. Correct.
it's as pagan as it could be.
Yes. Exactly so. And it's been part of the Turkish history. It's been part of the Turkish pagan culture since BC times, so it doesn't date to 1843 at all. They might have revived it and said, okay, hey, you know what, we're going back to our roots, but this symbol has been part of Turkey's history since 2,000 years before that and more. So religious symbols are historically and theologically significant. The cross, as you can see here, the cross is theologically and historically significant for us. The cross is linked to the crucifixion of Christ. It is logical that the crescent moon has a historical and theological meaning for Islam. Islam claims to be the original true monotheistic religion of Abraham. We know that Abraham he worshipped the one true God, Yahweh, so he's like the patriarch of Judaism, right? However, Muhammad rejected Judaism. He rejected Christianity. He sent his companions to look for the original religion of Abraham, and we've already learned Abraham was a moon worshipper. Abraham was a Sabaean. Abraham was a pagan. Abraham worshipped pillars and trees. This is actually mentioned. We'll come to that in the Bible. So the religion of Abraham would have been prior, because Muhammad was looking for the religion prior to Judaism. What did Abraham worship prior? And he was a moon worshipper. So this is what they would have looked for and would have found. Right. So now we go into Hanif. We stopped here last week. So now we're going to talk about the term Hanif. Hanif, single, Hunafa, plural. In Islamic writings, this is one who follows the original and true monotheistic religion. In the Quran, Hanif is used of Abraham. Okay, so the religion of Abraham would be, today we would call it Judaism, right? However, they claim no, it's the religion before, he got involved in what we call Judaism today, the worship of Yahweh. So later Islamic usage uses Hanif as the equivalent of Muslim. So this is why they claim now Abraham was a Muslim. Now, if Abraham was a pagan moon worshipper before turning to the one true God, and the Hanif is a Muslim, then a Muslim is a pagan moon worshipper by that logic. And the Hanafiya is the religion of Abraham, or Islam, the religion before Abraham started to serve the one true God. Your thoughts, Adam, if any? Reason dance is I got to my rescue diver, and then I started doing my first level diving instructor, but then I left. Then I left the Middle East, so I never finished my qualification. But I
So
was a dive master. I was certified as a dive master.
so this
Adam,
this
your thoughts?
yeah, this Hanafi religion and Abu comes from Abu Hanifa. So you are just demolishing each and every sect of Islam, left, right, and center. You do realize what
Yeah,
you're doing.
because they reject the biblical account of Abraham, who, remember, he destroyed the idols, he started to serve God, Yahweh, and they say, no, 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 no. We need to go back before that, before this religion was corrupted. So let's continue. Yeah, Hanif in the Arabic and in the Hebrew. It's an Arabic masculine name meaning righteous person or true believer. It is generally agreed that Hanif is derived from the Syriac word Hanpe, meaning heathen or pagan. So Hanifs was used by Christians and by Jews to define a pagan, someone who did not worship God. Well, let's stick with the Christians for now. So the Christians were calling people who did not worship God heathens or pagans. And the Muslims took on the term, well, that's us then. We're the heathens, we're the pagans.
Good one.
Yeah.
Good one.
So Muslims claim that Muhammad's religion goes back before Judaism and Christianity, before we went astray. However, we know from the Bible that before the law of Moses, there were the 7 laws of Noah, the precursor of the 10 commandments. However, interestingly, Muslims do refer to these laws of Noah within the Sira. However, they ignore them, and then they claim, of course, that Abraham was worshipping the true religion, and we know that Abraham's prior religion was this it's not Mandaism, the Sabaeanism. Right, let's continue. So Hanif, the triliteral root, HNF, it's pagan. So in non-Islamic sources, now I will go through this another time in more detail, but for now, in Jewish Midrashic literature, the Hebrew root HNF or Hanif is associated with heretics who they called Menim.
Brother,
And
hold
in
on over
Syriac,
here.
sorry,
Let's talk about Hanif.
sure.
Okay. So if you look at Quran chapter number 10, verse number 105, which is on the screen, it says, and direct your face towards the religion, inclining to the truth. Now they are trying to translate the word Hanifan.
Hanifan.
So Hanifan is actually comes from the derived, it's a verb form of Hanif. Okay. Hanif is the base word. Hanifan is a verb. So what it says is in Akim wajhaka lazina Hanifan. what I'm trying to show over here, even though some people might not like it, that we are actually talking about the word that is described in the Quran itself, that Allah is saying, go to the religion of the deen of Hanifan. So why do you translate the word Hanifan? Don't translate it. If you just say it in its essence, that direct your face towards the religion of Hanif, you actually described that Abraham's religion was what?
Paganism.
Hanif. Hanif, the pagan religion Hanif. Can you please go back to what you were showing as the Hanif first before we go forward? There you go. Yes, can you please describe it one more time so that we could connect it to the verse of the Quran?
Right, let me go back one more jump. So, Hanifa is supposed to be a Muslim. Hanifa is Abraham, right? The Quran uses it,
Mm-hmm.
especially of Abraham. And it's the equivalent of a Muslim, and the Hanafiya is the original religion of Abraham, which they say was Islam. However, we know that it was called paganism. It was not Christian. It was not even Judaism, right? The Jews and the Christians rejected it as paganism. The Muslims embraced it and said this is the original religion of Abraham. And Abraham was originally a pagan moon worshipper.
Exactly. And Abraham was Hanif, and Hanif is a pagan religion, and Abraham was Hanif according to Quran. And Allah says, go to the Hanif religion, which is an Abrahamic religion, supposedly. So
Right.
we are actually talking about the religion of Abraham before Abraham became an Abraham, before Abraham actually accepted the Lord God, the true God.
Correct.
Before. So basically, Islam is a pagan Abrahamic religion, in other words. Let me take
Yes.
some super chats. Siratul
Sure.
Mustaqim actually said, Salamul Masih, Brother Adam and Brother Lloyd, the team. Thank you so very much, Siratul Mustaqim, for your super chat.
Welcome.
XYZ just gave a super sticker of $20. Thank you so very much, XYZ. Lord bless you. Thank you so very much. There you go, brother. Your stream is there. I just wanted to point this out because, you know, the Quran is actually agreeing with you right now over here, what you are showing.
Well, good. Good, because the Quran cannot be wrong.
Yeah, absolutely, brother.
Okay, so let me add. No, look, I don't want to go too much depth into this. I'm looking into this at the moment. It's a lot of research. Now, let's have a quick look at some of these sources. Non-Islamic sources, right? So I said in the Jewish midrashic literature, this triliteral root, HNF, is associated with heretics. The Jews called them menim, and in Syriac documents, hanpa, or plural hanpe, denotes non-Christian pagans. So in the original early Christian documents, they called these worshippers of paganism hanpa or hanpe, meaning pagans, right? Meaning they rejected Christianity, they rejected Yahweh, right? Now, what you have is this complicates the etymology of the Quranic, or the use in the Quran of the word Hanif in the Quran, because it retains the sense of one disassociated from Judaism and Christianity to the pure religion of Abraham. So in the Quran it says no, 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 no. Of course we're Hanif, because we don't believe in Christianity, we don't believe in Judaism, we don't believe in the Bible. We are in the pure religion of Abraham. So, well, this unfortunately leads us to only one conclusion. So, Christian apologists of the early Abbasid period retained the pagan sense of the term and they applied it to Muslims in an attempt to demonstrate the derogatory aspect of the title Hanif that Muslims used for themselves. They try to show, look, if you're a Hanif, then you're a pagan. According to the Bible, you reject God. You are a pagan. You're a heathen, right? And unfortunately, so the Muslims have retained the pagan sense of it, and they claim that yes, it's the religion prior to Abraham embracing Yahweh, and we reject what the Christians and the Jews believe. We reject that God and that interpretation. So unfortunately, this leaves us in only one place. I want to bring up one little thing before I go on. I will discuss this much later on, again in a later show. The term in the Hebrew was the Hamenim, and of course, we mentioned the believers earlier, the true believers, which was the Mukmanin, right? And in the Hebrew, it was the Ha'menim. Now, what's interesting is that the mu'minin is what Muslims called themselves before they called themselves Muslims. The mu'minin, muq is a prefix that says that I am a follower of the word that comes next. I do what comes in the next word. All right. So notice, but the root word in both Arabic, now this is again, so speculative, I'm working on this, but in both the Arabic and the Hebrew, the root word is min, right? So here in the Hebrew, it is a heretic. It is a pagan believer, a heretic. And in the Arabic, it's a true believer. So the Jews are saying, you guys are heretics. And the Arabs are taking the same word and saying, no, 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 we're true believers. Your thoughts, Adam?
Brother, Momin is a word that every Muslim use so and so that Allah by himself called himself to be Momin. Do you know that?
I did not know that, but that's
Allah
interesting.
is Allah is the Momin. Let me show you. Allah
Okay.
says, Huwallazi la ilaha illa huwal malikul quddus salamul al mu'min.
Well, there you go.
المؤمن.
Allah is the one. There is no God except Him, who is the honor of and the Qudus, and He is the Salam, the giver of peace, and He is the Momin. The Momin.
So
Every
he is
Muslim is a
the.
Momin. Yeah, every Muslim who is following Allah and the commandment of Muhammad is simply Momin. But Allah is the Momin. Al means the in the Arabic. Mu'min is Mu'min. Then you can read it, listen, so that
المؤمن.
people would not believe that I'm saying something wrong. They can just I just
Mhm.
played it. Al Mu'min, Al Muhaymin, Al Azizul Jabbar, Al Mutakabbir, Subhanallah. So forget the rest of the part. But Allah claims Himself to be the Mu'min. And what
Right.
you're saying right now, the pagan deities, I'm sorry to say that. And this comes to please continue, sir, super chat sticker, which says game over. Game over. This
Sweet.
super sticker says game
So
over. All right.
yeah.
So
So these are people who are heretics. These are people who are different. These are dissenters, religious dissenters. The context is heretics, right? So hopefully, now look, I will go into much more depth another time. I'll be talking about the Mu'minin because roughly for the first 200 years of Islam, up to the 9th century, they called themselves the Mu'minin. The word Islam and the word Muslim are rather late terms. Before that, they were the Mu'minin. They were the believers, and that's worth exploring. Okay, but let's move on. Right. So the
amen.
pagan sense of the term was known to Muslim writers. They applied the title Hunafa to pagans as well. Even though they called themselves Hunafa, they said that the pagans, like the Sabians, not the Sabaeans, the Sabians, they said the Sabians are Hunafa, they're Hanifa, they're pagans. So they're using the same word. They're saying you guys are pagans, but they're saying, but you guys are Hunafa, you're pagans, but we're Hunafa, we're believers. That makes very little sense. So
Interesting.
Al Yaqubi describes as Hanifs the pagans who worship the stars in Saul and David's times, right? So those are pagans before the worship of Yahweh, right? And so these Hunafa, Hanifa, they're pagans, but we're pagans too somehow. Do you see the confusion here?
This is absolute confusion, brother. Like seriously speaking.
Yeah. So
How can you call people as Hanafis or Hanafis when they are pagans, yet you are also Hanafi and Abraham is also Hanif because he is pagan then?
yes, I understand. It's just so we have to think about this. Now, look, guys, there's room for you to research further. There's a lot of room. I'm going to dive into this Hanafi thing. I need to dive deeper into this. I've got a plan for that as well. It'll probably be at the end of this series. Once I finish Ethiopia, I will dive into that because it's actually quite fascinating, the rise of Islam from a new perspective. Let's continue. So the word Hanif in the Quran, Hanif is used of Abraham as pure worship of Allah, contrasted with idolaters known as mushrikun, right? So they are the Hanifa and we are the mushrikun. It asserts that Abraham was neither Jew nor Christian, and that the people of the book were originally commanded to worship God as Hunafa, not as idolaters or as polytheists. Now, even on the polytheist front, again, I will dig into this later, But just to let you know, at the time in Arabia, there were numerous heretical sects. There was this Najran was a center of Christian. Um, when people go on pilgrimage, Najran was a center of Christian pilgrimage in Arabia. However, there were numerous heretical and Gnostic sects. And unfortunately, there was obviously this huge controversy early in the church on the nature and the personhood of Christ and of the Godhead. One nature, three persons, and so on. This had not yet been fully defined. There were huge theological battles. What happened was there was one monophysite, which was one of the heretical sects, which there was this fight with Orthodox Christianity over this definition of Jesus Christology. He claimed that, and this was in Arabia, he claimed that the God Father, God the Son, God the Holy Ghost, each of them was a separate God. Muslims still accuse us of being polytheists, of worshipping three gods, because at that time in history, there was a guy called John of Philoponus who claimed that the Godhead was three separate gods. Adam. Okay, well, cool. Adam,
Okay,
you are
sorry,
sharing your
sorry.
screen?
I was speaking on mute. To bring this to your attention, when you said that Abraham was neither a Jew nor a Christian, this is actually Quranic once again. This is
Mm-hmm.
Quran chapter number 3, verse number 67 once again. Makana Ibrahim Yahudan wala Nasrani. So Abraham was neither a Jew nor a Christian. Walakin kana Hanifan. But he was a Hanif. Brother, do you know what you're showing in the English? Arabic Quran actually clearly states that no matter how the English translation is written.
Yep,
You,
no, he's
you,
not
you,
a, yep.
that's what it's saying. Ma kana, he was not Ibrahim, ma kana Ibrahim, neither you Jew nor Christian, walakin, but kana Hanifan. So when they translate Hanifan is as a truth, but trust me, when you are showing it from the linguistic level, Hanif as a pagan religion, they should
Yeah.
translate Hanif as Hanif.
Yes, I know. So he's a true believer, but then later it becomes true believer. They call themselves the true believers. Instead of pagans or heathens, they now call themselves true believers. They change from Hanifa, they become the Mu'minin. So, but we'll get
Mu'minin.
into that in a
We will.
while.
Let me take a couple of super chats, brother, before we
Sure,
continue.
sure.
This is Adijibu. He's a very old viewer of mine. Thank you so very much for your super sticker. And then we have Pilgrim. He said, "Thank you, brother Adam and brother Lloyd, for your work exposing this girl. God bless you, brother Lloyd." Would you like to say anything to our brother who supported
No,
us with
thank
$20?
you very much for the support, and I appreciate it. It's very motivating when people are this inspired by our work.
Amen. Please continue. Actually gave another super chat. Says American Mormons need Donald J. Trump. Pakistani Mormons Muftis need my brother Adam. May Lord Jesus bless both of you. Please continue, sir. All right. Thank you so very much for your super chat once again. Thank you. Brother, I'm putting your screen up again.
Okay. Let's continue. So let's look at the Kitab, the people of the book. Now, of course, a Muslim recently, in a debate on Reasoned Answers channel, was trying to tell us that Kitab does not mean book. I mean, I was quoting him from the Encyclopedia of the Quran, the Encyclopedia of Islam, and it says book, 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 and he was like, no, it actually means whatever,
No, no.
whatever.
Seriously, what does that mean? Because book, kitab, every Arabic speaker in the entire world knows kitab means book.
Yes, and of course, eventually, Kitab is oddly enough, again, remember I mentioned Ethiopia? People don't understand the impact that Ethiopian had on Arabia, or Ethiopia had on Arabia. Kitab is originally an Ethiopian word, and it means
It,
book. It means binding. It means two layers of something with pages between. So, okay. Now,
wow.
let's have a look. So we've got here the people of the book, the Jews and the Christians, and later extended to Sabaeans and Zoroastrians, and even idolaters. Okay, fine. So Abraham was neither Jew nor Christian. So Abraham was not a Jew, as you just showed us. Okay, he was true in faith and bowed his will to Allah's, which is Islam, and he joined not gods with Allah. Fine and well. They say, become Jews or Christians if you would be guided to salvation. Say thou, nay, I follow the religion of Abraham, the true. So if Abraham was not a Jew or a Christian, and we know that before he became a worshiper of Yahweh, he was a moon god worshiper, a pagan, a Sabaean. Hanafiya is contrasted with polytheism. and the corrupted monotheism of Jews and Christians. So most claim is that Abraham was righteous. So Muhammad claims that Abraham, or the Quran claims, right, that Abraham was righteous before Judaism, before he worshipped Yahweh. So his righteousness then was the fact that he was a pagan. Evidence shows that for a time, Hanafiya was the name for Muhammad's religion, and we've discussed that. Abraham was Hanif, Muslim, and technical use of the words Muslim in Islam started only at the end of 2 AH. However, that only became commonplace about 200 years later. Right? The term Muslim in Islam are rather late terms. They only became commonly utilized. Before that, they became the mu'minin. Okay, so yeah, so that's my talk on Nafia, Nafia. Okay, so we
Oh
know it's
man.
all paganism, right? So we'll continue now. So let's
Brother, by the
continue
way,
with this.
when you show Quran 2 135 in the English translation, it kind of lose its perfect purpose, because like even though that you write it in the English, if you see in Arabic,
Mm-hmm.
it is wakalu, and they say, who says, we'll talk about that later. They say, some people say, be Jew or Christian. Like either you become a Jew or you become a Christian, and then you will be guided. Cool. Say to them, now Allah is saying, say to them, cool, right? Nah, nah, don't be a Jew or a Christian. But the religion of Abraham was Hanif. The English translators are very, very bad into that. You need to
Mm-hmm.
look at the Arabic word to see what they are saying. Okay? So if you look at the Arabic word, it is saying Abraham was neither a Jew nor a Christian, according to the previous verse, which is Quran chapter number 3, verse number something I forgot right now. But here it is very clear. They say Abraham was either a Jew or a Christian. No, 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 no. Go to the origin of the Abraham, and he was Hanif. And Hanif was a pagan religion, as you
Yes.
described. So these two combined, like 2135 and combined with 367, man, these two together with the root of the word of Hanif, it's done deal, man. It's
Yeah.
literally done
Paganism.
deal.
It was identified as paganism. The Muslims used it as paganism, but they also called themselves the very same word. Yeah. So we'll continue. So Ibn Hisham, this is in the Sirat Rasulullah. He occasionally uses Hanif as the equivalent of Muslim. So we know the Muslims were described as these pagans. More frequent is the use of Hanafiya for the religion of Abraham, namely Islam. Now, the form Tahannuf means the adoption or the practice of Islam or the exercise of the true faith. But the word Tahannuth also means penance, just so by the way. Okay? Tahannuf means the adoption or the practice, the exercise of, right, of the true faith. Now, let's look in the Sirah. So we'll go to Guillaume's Life of Muhammad, basically the oldest known version of the Sirah, and we'll have a look at these terms. So Salman the Persian told the apostle that his master told him to go to a place in Syria where there was a man who lived between two thickets. Every year, he used to go from one to the other. The sick used to stand in his way, and everyone he prayed for was healed. The people, so this man is obviously someone doing miracles. So he happens to be a monk. So the people came to him with their sick, and everyone he prayed for was healed. I said, God have mercy on you. Tell me about the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham. Right? And he replied, you are asking about something men do not inquire of today. The time has come near when a prophet will be sent with this religion from the people of the Haram. Go to him, for he will bring you to it. Then he went into the thicket. The apostle said to Salman, if you have told me the truth, you have just met Jesus, the son of Mary.
Dude, what
So
page is
apparently,
this?
that's a good question. Let me look for you. Yeah.
Man, that
Let
is
me.
crazy. You
Yes.
know what you are doing? Like I don't know why I read the whole 600 pages of Sirat Nabi by Ibn Kathir, like, but I never thought of it reading it this deep. Then when you show this, sometimes it's just unbelievably crazy. You do realize what you're just showing.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find that reference. Um,
But like this is Sirat Nabi by Ibn Ishaq. I'll find that as well later on if you can't find it.
yeah,
That's
I can get
okay.
it for you. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. Life of Muhammad, Sirat Rasulullah. Let me see. It should come up. Let it come up on its own for now. I'll continue. We'll come back to that. So understand. So now they've already got this propaganda going that now you've met Jesus, and Jesus himself tells the companion of Muhammad that a man is going to come who's going to bring you the true religion, right? So Jesus himself rejects Christianity and says, "Hold on, this pagan nonsense. That's where you got to go. Muhammad's going to bring you that." Now you've got the story of the four men who broke with polytheism. So let me see if I can find Amuria for you. Here we go. So, Adam, if we look here, it's page 98, section 142.
Wow, page 98, section 142. All right,
Yeah,
guys, remember that. 98, section 142.
page 98, section 142. It's down here, just so you can see the reference.
Wow, man, that is crazy.
Yeah, so in your PDF, it's going to be page 72. Okay, so I'll just take this away now. Okay, so now we're going to learn about the four men who broke with polytheism. Right. So they said, find yourselves a religion, right? For by God, you have no religion. So they went their several ways in the land, asking or seeking the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham. So Waraka became a Christian. Now, what's interesting is I don't believe this story for various reasons, but let's go with that. And studied the scriptures until he had thoroughly mastered them. And of course, he then determines that yes, Muhammad is the real deal, right? Ubaidullah went on searching until Islam came, then migrated with the Muslims to Abyssinia, to Ethiopia. Taking with him his wife who was a Muslim, blah, blah, blah. Then when he arrived there, he adopted Christianity. He parted from Islam and died a Christian in Abyssinia. So the Hanafiya is not Christianity. This is confirmed here. Zayd had determined to leave Mecca to travel in search of the Hanafiya, the religion of Abraham. Okay, great and well. He went forth seeking the religion of Abraham, questioning monks and rabbis, right? He asked him about the Hanafiya, right? So he meets this monk in Syria. He asks about the Hanafiya, the religion of Abram, and says, "You are seeking a religion to which no one today can guide you, but a prophet will come forth from your own country, and he will be sent with the religion of Abraham." Now, Zayd had sampled Judaism and Christianity and was not satisfied. So they're saying that clearly it is not Christianity or Judaism. So now they're insulting Abraham. Okay, so let's have a quick look at these two very similar words in the Arabic and the Hebrew, because the Arabic borrowed a lot from the Hebrew. So Abraham was known as Abram the Ivri, right? Abram the Ivri, before his name was changed. Ivri comes from, and Ifrit means the Hebrew. It also means to cross over or from the other side of the river, right? And the original word is Ever, meaning a descendant, right? So Abraham received news, for instance, that his cousin Lot had been taken away as a prisoner of war, and a fugitive brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, or Avram HaIvri. So in Genesis 14:13, there came one that had escaped and told Avram the Hebrew, or Avram HaIvri, right? So we can have a look if you want at Strong's H5680. So now, biblical scholar Nahum Sadna concludes that the Hebrew was really an ethnic designation akin to Canaanite and Moabite. At that time, it was not a religious designation, it was an ethnic designation. So theories do abound. However, by the time of King David, roughly 3,000 years ago, the term Hebrew had largely disappeared. For most of recorded history, the descendants of Abram the Hebrew were just known as Jews, right? So now we need to learn about the word Chthonian, which is of or relating to the deities, spirits, and beings dwelling under the earth, evil beings like the jinn. In Greek mythology, Chthonian refers to beings that inhabit the underworld, so demons of death in the underworld, considered to be the dark, shadowy counterparts of the main gods, the Olympians. So let's have a look. So Abram is the Ivri, the Ivrit, the Hebrew. Let's look at the word for Ifrit. The same word in Arabic is an epithet expressing power, cunning, and insubordination. So they're describing the Hebrews, the Jews, as people with a lot of power, but they are cunning in a bad way, and they are insubordinate. It occurs only once in the Quran in the sense of rebellious, so they rebel against Allah. Later, it means a class of powerful Chthonian forces or demons that live under the earth. They're formidable and cunning, and in popular tales, the Ifrit is a jinn of enormous size, formed of smoke, and it has wings and it haunts ruins and lives underground. So they've taken the Hebrew term for Abram ha-Ivri, and they've turned it into an insult. Your thoughts, Adam?
do, do you really want my thoughts right now? I'm just amazed by the things that you're showing right now. I wish you could, next time when you make these pictures, images, you add the reference link and the page numbers underneath these pictures, because wow, you are crazy in your research, but your
Yeah.
presentations lack just one thing: the page number and the book name, right? And I know this that it is taken from the Brill Encyclopedia, if I'm not mistaken, because of the way it is written.
This is from the Brill Encyclopedia. This is volume 13 you're looking at here, and it's linking you to volume 3, page 1050, and
Yeah.
volume 9, page 406. But this is in volume 13,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
right?
If you could just link the PDF page and that in your PowerPoint presentations, you have no idea, you have killer information. You are demolishing this from the roots of it. By the way, I have a couple of people who are having a side debate in the live chat. Please refrain from the side debates in the live chats. This information is pretty intensive and extensive, both at the same time. So please listen to the information, and please refrain from the live discussions while you are having it on a side discussion. Ask the person for the Skype or the Discord information and have that sometime else in some other location. That will be much more appreciated. Thank you so very much.
Right.
Please, brother.
Yeah, it's page 279 in volume 13. Page 279 in volume 13 of the Encyclopedia of Islam.
Okay,
Okay,
so
I'll
our
continue.
dreamly reason VIP said no. I thought that he is a Muslim because he was having a side debate over there. But he said, I'm not a Muslim, I'm a Jewish. So,
Yeah,
welcome, Mr.
but
Jew.
just like,
But I want to say that in Hebrew, Hanif is giver of false, so flatteries. So, it's the same thing. So, Abraham, before accepting the scriptures, was Hanif, which is a false things. So, once again, what our brother Lloyd is saying is confirmed by a Jew, that brother Lloyd is saying the right thing.
I hope so, man. I try very hard to be accurate,
So even
and
a Jewish person who do not believe in the New Testament agreed with you, which means Abraham, even for the Jews, was worshipping a false things before he
yeah,
accepted the true God.
yeah, yeah. And Kingfisher talks here about Burak. We'll talk about. Hopefully, we get to Burak today as well. Hopefully, we can clarify a few things about Burak as well. We'll get into that. It's very mystical. It's all to do with the esoteric stuff.
You mean
So
the
why
the
Abraham?
donkey is not a donkey?
Well, we're going to talk about him. We'll get
Okay.
there. It's this. It's the crazy donkey. So, briefly, I'm going to do another little side exit here. So, why is Abraham not a Christian or a Jew? Now, from another perspective, what you have is you've got these Gnostics, and Gnostics hated the Jews. Muslims hate the Jews. We know that, right? Now, unfortunately, the claim that the Jews are evil originates from the Gnostic side at the very least. So now you've got the Muslims who've turned the Jews into these Ifrit, these demons, right? These jinn who live underground, right? Who are evil and insubordinate and rebel against the true religion or something. But from the Gnostic side, what you have is they also wanted to demonize the Jews. Everybody wanted to demonize the Jews. And in fact, the Muslims literally demonized the Jews, calling them Ifrit. But what you've got is John 8:44. Let's read this and explain how this is misinterpreted deliberately to smear the Jews. Ye are of your father the devil. So you are of your father the devil, and the lusts of your father you will do. He was a murderer from the beginning and abode not in truth. So this is from the King James Version, John 8:44. So Jesus says to specific of the Pharisees, you are of your father the devil. Unfortunately, what happens is, okay, well, so before Islam, pseudo biblical Gnostics also reinterpreted the Bible. Islam, unfortunately, borrowed a lot of these Gnostic ideas because, as you know, many of the stories and the Christology in the Quran and in the Sirah and in the Sunnah are very much Gnostic, right? And within the Islamic law, within the Sharia, it claims directly that Islam is a Gnostic religion. Now, amongst other things, but Islam is a Gnostic religion. So John 8:44 has been a source of this Gnostic and ongoing hostility to Jews and Christianity because they claim it is a pro-Gnostic verse, with Jesus affirming that the Jews serve the Gnostic Satan called Iyal Debaoth. Okay? Now, anti-Semites make the same claims, while they are very much ignorant of its original historical source. So what they do is they try to undermine John 8:44 and legitimize their stance by reinterpreting John 8:44. So where it says you are of your father, the devil, they claim it says you are of your father, right? You are of the father of the devil. So basically they say that the proper, correct interpretation of this verse from the Greek is you are of the father of the devil, not you are of your father, the devil. You are of the father of the devil. And the father of the devil, well, who do the Jews worship? They worship Yahweh. Yahweh, and because it says apparently, supposedly, you are of the father of the father of the devil would be the person that the Jews worship, Yahweh. So therefore, Yahweh is literally the father of the devil. Therefore, Yahweh is evil. And therefore, they claim that Christianity is evil, that the Bible is evil, that the Jews are evil, and Christianity is, of course, thus evil. Your thoughts, Adam?
Jews are evil. So,
Yeah.
brother, I'm gonna play a video for that, you know, because I don't know how many verses, no matter how many verses I play, it will not be able to sufficiently describe what the Islamic scholars actually describes. So these are the Arabic Islamic scholars that I'm going to play now. I
Okay.
think 9 of them, and the subtitles are going to be pretty bold for our viewers to read the subtitles and look at how, like, I have multiple verses and the multiple hadiths about the Jews being the worst of the worst, but
Yeah.
when I
And
say
this is where they
something,
get it from. This corruption of John 8:44 is where they get that whole idea.
yeah, but when I say that, they say an ex-Muslim is saying that you are a munafiq and you are a hatred towards Islam and all that. So I'm not going to say that. Let's watch from the mouth of the Muslim scholars who are saying that on satellite TV and YouTube.
All
So
right.
watch this.
نحن نعادي يهود حتى ولو أعادوا إلينا فلسطين لأنهم كفار.
لو أن اليهود تركوا لنا فلسطين خلاص يبقوا حبايبنا؟ لا طبعا، عمرهم ما هيبقوا حبايبنا إطلاقا. عقيدتك في اليهود واحد أنهم كفار، اثنين أنهم أعداء، مش أعداء عشان يحتلوا فلسطين، وإنما هم أعداء ولو لم يحتلوا شيئا.
وإحنا كراهيتنا أو كرهنا لليهود من منطلق عقيدة. القرآن هو اللي بيدعونا أن احنا نكرههم وما نحبهمش.
هؤلاء يعانوا من حالة نفسية مضطربة. والله مش أنا الذي أقول، القرآن الكريم وصفهم بأنهم لا يوجد لهم مثيل. لتجدن أشد الناس عداوة للذين آمنوا اليهود. يهلك هيك قرفة ناس لا عندهم لا دين ولا مبدأ ولا ضمير ولا. أنا أستنكر ممن يؤمن بالتطبيع معهم، ممن يؤمن بالجلوس معهم، ممن يؤمن أن هؤلاء بشر ليسوا بشر وليسوا.
I love this part when he says they are not even humans. Walaisu bashar. They are not even humans. They are not even people. That's
Yeah.
I just love how he describes that. That according to the Islamic Sharia and Islamic Quran and the Hadiths, Jews are not even humans. They're not Laisal Insan. They are not even people. Laisal Bashar. They are not even human. Full stop.
ناس وليسوا لا بذوات دين ولا ضمير ولا أخلاق.
هؤلاء هم اليهود باختصار. وإن لنا عندهم نحن المسلمين لثأرا لا والله لن ينقضي إلا باستئصالهم بإذن الله تعالى.
Disgusting.
أعداء المسلمين بعد إبليس هم اليهود.
I love this part as well. He says that after the Satan, after the devil, the biggest enemy of Islam is Yahud. That's like that.
Yeah.
That's the end of the discussion, man. So
Yeah.
hatred for the Jews is the basic essence of the Islamic scriptures, no matter what you do. And now I'm not saying that. I'm not showing you any hadith. I'm not showing you any Quranic verse. I just showed you what the muftis are saying. If anybody disagrees with these muftis, they don't have to come to me. They have to go to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So this verse is one of the main sources of their polemic, their very false polemic, their very false interpretation. So Gnosticism is not a religion. It is a reinterpretation of reality. So yeah, okay. So using this revisionist framework, right? Jesus obviously then is not a Jew, right? And the God of the Old Testament of Abraham and Moses that we call Yahweh is therefore Satan. And this is what is used as the basis for claiming that Christianity is evil, the Bible is evil, the Jews are evil. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And of course, yes, XYZ, they wanted to replace the Jews and become the new Jews. They believed that they were the true believers. Okay,
Absolutely, brother.
right. So, guys, now we're going to talk about Maimonides, who was one of the greatest of the rabbis, one of the greatest sages of the Jews. And he calls Abraham a Sabaean, right? We spoke of the Yemeni Sabaeans who worshipped Al-Makkah, and we'll dive deep into Yemen as we go, especially in the episode 3. We're going to dive much deeper into that. But for now, we're just laying out a few facts. So it is well known that the patriarch Abraham was brought up in the religion and the opinion of the Sabaeans from Yemen, of all things. Now, if Abraham lived in Haran, Turkey, right? So if Abraham lived in Turkey, that's far up north above Mesopotamia, and the Yemenis were down south, then that's interesting. It means that this religion was very widespread. So, right, it went right across Arabia. So, of course, you've got, and the Sabaeans were ignoble remnants of the nations left in remote corners of the earth, like the savage Turks in the extreme north and the Indians in the extreme south. These are remnant Sabaeans who once filled the earth. So these Yemeni Sabaeans, apparently they once filled the earth and their religion followed with them. Right? So this is now from Maimonides, who claims that Abraham was a Sabaean, not just any moon worshipper, but specifically a Yemeni Sabaean. He followed that religion. In their writings, Noah was rebuked and imprisoned because he worshipped God. And with many other accounts about him, the Sabaeans contend that Seth differed from his father Adam as regards the worship of the moon. This is very interesting coming from a major Jewish scholar, because Sethian Gnosticism is very much entrenched, right? So you've got, especially within Ethiopia, the deuterocanonical gospels, especially like the books of Seth, right? The Apocrypha of Seth, at least, of Enoch, is still considered canon. And in Islam, they actually recognize Seth and Enoch. And the Mandaeans, who hate Jesus, also recognize Enoch as their patriarch, as their main prophet. So Seth plays a role here. This is something that you should contend with. And so they say that Seth worshipped the moon god, which is really, really strange. Understand? Adam, any thoughts?
I don't have to say anything right now, brother. You're right on
Yep.
spot.
So now Abraham, now they call Abraham the pillar of the world. Now that's very interesting because God rebukes Abraham for worshipping pillars, right? And we saw in the beginning, these Al-Makkah deities at their temples, they had these massive pillars. And so we'll get to that. When Abraham, the pillar of the world, appeared, he became convinced that there's a spiritual divine being, which is not a body nor force residing in a body. The great book on this subject is the book on Nabatean agriculture, translated by Ibn Washiyah. In a succeeding chapter, I shall explain why the Sabaeans had their religious doctrines written in a work on agriculture, because the moon god was also a god of agriculture. The book is full of the absurdities of idolatrous people, and with those things to which the minds of the multitude easily turn and adhere perseveringly. It speaks of talismans, the means of directing the influence of the stars. Remember, within Islam, they believe that the stars direct the course of human behavior, of human fate. And the Muslims believe that stars are higher beings that have souls, This is a pagan belief because the stars are the offspring, the children of the sun god and the moon god. They speak of witchcraft, spirits, and demons that dwell in the wilderness. Now, which religion has demons that dwell in the wilderness called jinn? Adam, do you know of one?
In Islam,
Yeah. Oh, why didn't I think of that first? I don't know why I never thought of that.
Muhammad actually
They
spoke
also
to
occur.
jinn, and a lot of jinn were actually doing the ding dong with. Sorry, no, I will not say ding dong.
Yeah, they
They were
occur also in
riding.
this book.
Yeah,
So,
they were riding Muhammad all night long, and they were
long.
naked.
Well, you just ruined a good song for me. You just ruined the memory of a good song. They occur also in the book great absurdities, which are ridiculous in the eyes of intelligent people. Thaddeus, that term should jump right out at you. So that's for reason dances. So, okay, now let's continue. Abram, the pillars that Yahweh hates. In Genesis, Abram and his descendants worship in a manner that includes mention of trees and pillars. This is in the book Israelite Religions, an Archaeological and Biblical Survey by Richard S. Hess. I must have used about, 50 different manuals or scientific papers, right? Books or scientific papers to derive all of this, right? In Deuteronomy 16, deuteroscopy. Ever since the boom boom room, I can't see Deuteronomy and not think deuteroscopy. Deuteroscopy 16, 21 to 22. You shall not plant for yourself any tree as a wooden image near the altar which you build for yourself to the Lord your God. You shall not set up a sacred pillar which the Lord your God hates. In a different translation, do not set up holy stone pillars. The Lord your God hates them. Now, let's go back here quickly. Let me just get rid of that. Oops. Let me just go back here to. Let's just go back here to. Remember when I showed you these pillars in Yemen? Yeah. So you might remember I showed you guys these pillars in Yemen. Do not set up pillars which the Lord your God hates. Right? So we've got this here. So you can see these pillars. That was part of that worship. And then if we go to, let's just go down so we can see where we're going with this at the end of the day. And when we go here, let's go to the, let's go here. Notice, you see something in here? Adam, what do you see here?
Pillars,
Stone
wooden.
pillars. These are the stone pillars inside the Kaaba, which the Lord your God hates. So I just wanted to bring that to you guys' attention.
That's how crazy it is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where this goes. So let me just go back to where I was. So okay, so back to the story. So hopefully you guys have a sense of where this is going and how Islam has taken all of these pagan ideas, it has inverted everything that is biblical. So God
So,
hates those pillars. Yeah.
brother, can you let's open Deuteronomy chapter number 28, verse number 64 as well. Let me just do
Sorry.
that. Let
Sure.
me
Go
just
ahead,
do that.
please.
So if we go to Bible chapter number 28, Deuteronomy, because you're going to Deuteronomy, chapter number 28. Let me just show verse number 64. I just remember because of that. This is very important because the Muslims actually claim the Kaaba. You just showed the Kaaba, right? And here, if we see Deuteronomy chapter number 28, and I'll go to
Are you
verse number.
sharing a screen? Are you showing?
Yeah, I'm showing.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
We will go to verse number 63 onward, but 64 is the one to to see. Just as it is pleased the Lord to make you prosper and increase in number, so it will please him to ruin and destroy you as well. You will be uprooted from the land you are entering to possess. Now, there's a history behind this, and Moses is speaking on the mount when he cannot go into the land that the God has promised, but he is allowing them to go in. But he's saying, if you go to the history of this particular chapter as well before we reach here, so if you do not be careful to follow the word of this law which are written in the book, and do not revive the glorious answer name the Lord your God Yahweh. So the thing is, if you do not follow the God and this word, what is going to happen? The Lord, who is loving, who is giving you everything, he's also going to love you, see you ruined if you won't follow. And then he says, then the Lord will scatter you among all nations. Among all nations. Now we have this nation as well. From one end to the other end, there you will worship other gods. Other gods, Elohim, other Elohim. Elohim of wood and stone, which neither you nor your ancestors have known. Brother, had anybody known of these gods that Muhammad just proclaimed? And he mixed all of them, and he had a corner with a stone of Hajar Aswad, the black stone, the three pillars in it, and he kind of combined these left, right, and center and made a particular dwelling place of the Allah, which is like the house of Allah, the house of Allah, the Baitullah. The
Mhm.
Khana Kaaba is actually called Baitullah as well. Baitullah means the house,
But
Bait
also,
means house.
Abraham also lived in Beth El, which means the house of God.
Yeah, that's good as well. But like
Hmm.
the Khana Kaaba is the Baitullah, the house of Allah.
Yeah,
And
Beit El, which is the Hebrew. Beit El, Beit,
wow,
Beit Allah, Beit El, same thing. Yeah.
wow. So they are going to the paganism roots of Abraham. Dude, that's just crazy, you know. Like
Hmm.
everything is connected. So
Now
so
we'll
what you are
cover that.
telling
We'll get
me
into that
right
later.
now, you are telling me right now what Moses wrote thousands of years before, and he spoke about what God spoke to Abraham 1,000 years or a couple of thousand years before Moses. Everything came true as is in form of Muhammad
I believe so.
to
Look,
be the
it's
best of the best false religion in the history of false religions.
well. Look, it's from our perspective. This is paganism through and through. Especially in episode 3, we're gonna go into depth and we're gonna see paganism. Let me mention here. So Lydia Anello says Israeli kings destroyed those Asherah poles, and thou shalt not make any graven images and worship it. So when you're done, I'm going to show something related to the idea of graven images. So in the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not make thee any graven images and worship them. We'll show that in a minute. I'll just jump forward to that.
Sure. And the Mani actually said, keep up the work, family. May Yahweh bless you both. Amen. And thank you for your super chat. Brother
Amen.
Lloyd,
Thank you.
your screen back.
Okay, so let me go. Let me just jump here. So the idea of graven images. So hold on. Let me just do this slide. So I'm jumping ahead. Okay. So Islam, the triliteral root of Islam is the letters SLM, it's the root of Islam. However, SLM, the root of Islam, also means graven idol. Thou shalt not make thee any graven idol and worship it. The root of Islam also means graven idol. Salam, right? Shalom, Islam. However, there's a couple of other meanings to SLM that Muslims forget to tell us. Now, we know that Allah, right, in Strong's H423 means curse. Allah is a curse. Okay, we've covered that. But let's have a quick look since Lydia mentioned it, and I think it might be relevant for us here. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. This is what God commands, right? So let's have a look. We are often told that the Arabic root SLM means salam and it means Islam. Muslims love to tell us this. They forget to tell us that it is a common Semitic word. And in the Strong's dictionary, it means image and it means heathen gods.
Holy moly. So,
And we can find references in 2 Kings, Amos, and in Daniel.
Acha, by the way, for that, we need to tell our audience one more thing as well. When we talk about the Arabic, you need to understand that Arabic is not a language at that particular time.
Yeah.
Arabic is derived from multiple other languages, which includes the Syriac, Aramaic, and Hebrew. So they developed this language from these languages and they actually derived the meanings at a later point. That is why you could see that the word camel in Arabic might have maybe 10 other meanings as well, because they are trying to figure out the meanings. That every other Arabic word, when Muslim comes to you and they say, oh, it means this as well, it means that as well, it means this as well. Why? Because when the Quran was revealed and they wanted to make it a monotheistic religion, they had to change the meanings of the words which they derived from the Aramaic or the Aramaic and the Hebrew. And that's what Brother Lloyd is saying. If you go to the root of that word in the Hebrew language, this is what you can get.
Yeah.
And that's very important.
I'll use an example from 2 Kings 11:18. And all the people of the land went into the house of Baal. They broke it down, his altars and his images. They broke in pieces thoroughly. They slew Matan, the priest of Baal, before the altars, and the priest appointed officers over the house of the Lord. So understand, the Jews were instructed, Abram was instructed to destroy these pagan temples, to kill the priests, to cleanse these places. So now this word means, you go to Strong's H6754 and H6755. It means image, heathen gods. Let's continue a little bit here. Okay.
Yes, please.
SLM is the earliest known form. In its earliest known form, it is the name Shalim, the ancient god of dusk, of Ugarit, of Canaan, of Syria. It is Venus, the evening star, another one of the pagan gods of Arabia. And he is the offspring of El, the main god, with Aterat. So now you've got SLM, Islam, the same word that forms the root. The earliest use of it is for that of a pagan god.
MashaAllah. MashaAllah.
In Akkadian, yeah, go on.
I have a question from the audience. It says, if so,
Sure.
what is Quran? Brother, Quran is nothing but some text taken, stolen, derogatorized and changed and put it in a language of the Lughatul Arabiya. Brother, you need to understand, the Quran actually claims it to be in the Lughat of Arabia. Lughat means the tongue. Arabia means of the people living in Arab. I have a couple of debates with the Muslimin in my Urdu channel who actually says the same thing. They were actually telling me, hey, it's not in Arabic. It's in the language of the people of Arabic. And they were actually trying to tell me and make me understand, which I already know. So I allowed him to speak for as long as he can speak on these terms. And once he did that, then I exposed him. Then you have a huge issue, my friend. Because if Islam is in the language of the Arabia, which was taken for many other languages, you do not even know jack what the Quran is saying. Because then you translated it the way you wanted to translate it 200 years after the death of Muhammad. And that is why you have such huge problems, because Arabic language, the language of Arabia, sorry, not Arabic language, the language of Arabia was not even developed to have some dictionary meanings at that particular time.
Yeah. Now we'll get into a little bit of that. I'm going to touch on some of that as we go. So let me just finish this slide. It's not what I was planning to do, but since the question came up, it's worth knowing. So in Akkadian, okay, Salmu, SLM, again, the same root means inscribed image or graven image or statue. Obviously, the idols they worship. There were statues in the Kaaba. They worship those. In Aramaic and Syriac, Salma means image or idol. Again, thou shalt not bow to idols. It is found in Nabatean, in Palmyrene, and in Arab Hatra. I've mentioned Hatra before. Hatra was an Arab city in Babylon. The Arabs were traders and they formed their own city-state in Babylon. And they had all of the gods worshipped there. They built all the temples as part of their trade. In pre-Islamic Arabia, SLM means an object dedicated to a deity. So understand, they tell you that Islam, SLM means salam or Islam. Unfortunately, before that, it meant Shalim, the pagan god, and it also meant a graven idol. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven idol. So there you go.
So Islam, which roots comes from salam, that's what people says, which means graven idol. Mashallah. I'm loving Allah. I'm going to recite the Shahada right after this part 2.
I don't know why. What's keeping you? So anyway? Let's move on.
I need more evidence.
Okay. Well, we're gonna have lots of evidence to come. Trust me, there's loads of it. So in this book, we've got they speak here, if patriarchal religion corresponds to some kind of historical reality, right, then presumably this is either some form of a genuinely ancient pre-Yahweh religion or something that was an unorthodox strand within Yahweh religion. The difficulty with the latter suggestion is precisely the complete lack of the holiness and exclusiveness, which is one of the most fundamental characteristics of Yahwism. So you had polytheism, then Yahweh introduces himself to Abraham, and he says, "You shall have no other gods but me. I am the only true God. The name El belongs to me. It belongs to no other God. You shall not use my name in vain. You shall not apply my name to anyone else, to any other idol, to any other God." Understand? So he says here, so basically, if this is some form of genuinely ancient pre-Yahweh, so was there some kind of pre-Yahweh religion? Well, the thing is, it cannot be, because it says, this guy says there's a problem here because Yahweh is exclusive. How can you have all of these crazy other, how can you apply the name Yahweh to these other forms of worship? This doesn't make sense, right? So now we're going to go to 12,000 BC. So,
Wow, that's old.
Yeah, well, just a brief reference. It's just something interesting that pops up now and again. So we're trying to think of, look, so they claim there was a religion before Judaism, before Abraham worshipped Yahweh. So what was there? What is there some sort of historical basis? Now, again, this is obviously, these are speculations, but hopefully they're not idle speculations. They're based on some kind of historical antecedent that we can point to, right? Right now, so according to some Jewish and Muslim sources, Edessa or Urfa is in Ur Kasdim, the hometown of Abraham. Okay, so we're talking about Ur here. Is it in Iraq or is it in Turkey? Now that's a longer story for another day, but just a few points. A scholar called Rensburg points out this location makes better sense than the biblical references. In other words, if Ur is in the north, it makes much better sense, and it does, and it always has in the past. Well, that's a much more complicated discussion for later. If Terah and his family left Ur Kasdim to travel to Canaan, but they stopped en route in Haran, then Ur Kasdim should be north of Haran. They traveled south into Haran, and then they traveled southwest to Canaan, right, into where we have Israel today. Now, oddly enough, 12 kilometers or 7 miles northeast of the city is the famous Neolithic Göbekli Tepe, the world's oldest known temple from roughly 10,000 BC. Now, this area was part of a network of the first human settlements where agricultural revolution took place, right? And because of its now, the early gods were also agricultural gods. Understand, the early moon gods were also agricultural gods.
Okay,
Because
what
of
do you
its
mean by that? But
association with
hold on. You need to explain that point to me. I don't know, maybe some of the viewers might understand already. What do you mean by agricultural god?
able to make crops where you can grow crops.
So the gods, so the god, sorry, so the god of a pagan, so they were growing crops. What do you mean by that?
Yeah. So have a look here. This is okay. So what you've got is, this is Göbekli Tepe. Here is Haran. Haran is very famous. Abraham's brother was called Haran, named after the city. Okay. This here is Sanliurfa, right? And right here, about 12 k's away, is Göbekli Tepe, right? So very close to it, you have Göbekli Tepe. However, what people are not aware of is that Göbekli Tepe is one of many. There's at least 19. And when I've read through some of the sources, they say there are dozens of these temples. But I'll explain why. Because they were looking for a religion before Abraham. The oldest religion known is that found at Göbekli Tepe. The oldest religious temples is Göbekli Tepe. In fact, it's been shown now that Göbekli Tepe is no longer the oldest temple. There's one that seems to be even 2,000 years older. And we'll get into that in a moment. So it's possible that there was this memory of an older religion, a previous, because Abraham's from Haran, right? Abraham lived in Haran. His brother is called Haran, right? So anyway, so we'll get to that in a moment. The area was part of a network of the first human settlements where the farming revolution took place. Because of its association with Jewish, Christian, and Islamic history, and the legend according to which it was the hometown of Abraham, Urfa is nicknamed the City of Prophets. Before it was called the City of Prophets, it was called the City of the Moon God. Okay, there's the city.
Wow, no kidding.
Yep.
Do
Now
we have
we'll
a
get into it.
historical evidence for that?
Yeah, I will get into. Don't worry, it's coming in the presentation, so not to
Man,
worry.
you're crazy. You do know you're crazy.
So now there was more than one Ur. There were numerous places called Ur. Okay, places named Ur or something linguistically close enough to be a candidate for Abrahamic Ur, such as Ura, have turned up in numerous ancient inscriptions. At Ugarit on the Mediterranean coast in Syria, at Nuzi in northeastern Iraq, at Alalak in Turkey, about 100 miles north of Ugarit, and most recently in the Extraordinary Archive, which is an archaeological archive with thousands of tablets from Ebla in northern Syria, east of Ugarit. So this is all Syria. The Ebla tablets include references to places called Ur, Ura, and Urao. Unfortunately, we cannot find these places with any precision now, but the find spots of the tablets indicate the cities were likely somewhere in central or northern Syria or southeastern Turkey, all near Haran. So all of the archaeology today we're finding shows that Ur was definitely north. Okay, all the evidence tends to point north, not south. Haran is where Abram, as he was then called, went with his father Terah after they left Ur, and there is no dispute regarding the location of Haran. That's in Turkey. Of course, later on, we'll look at the name Terah, his father's name, and his brother's name, okay, and so on. The Turkish government has denied excavation in Haran by archaeologists, okay, just so by the way. The southern Ur lies on the west bank. Now, this is just a very brief discussion of the current Ur as described in the south of Mesopotamia, of Iraq, and Ur in the north. The southern Ur lies on the west bank of the Euphrates. Why does this matter? So when Abram was an old man, he sent his servant back to the land of my birth, Ur, to find a wife for his son Isaac. Abraham's servant went back to the land of Abraham's birth, and there he finds Rebekah, Laban's sister. Laban is the first person to greet Abraham's servant. A generation later, Abraham's son Jacob went back, presumably to Ur, to work for Laban. After working for 20 years, he flees back to Canaan. To do so, he had to cross the Euphrates. If Ur was on the west bank of the Euphrates, as the southern Ur is, it would not be necessary to cross the Euphrates to travel to Canaan. But if he crosses the Euphrates, then clearly the city was in a location on the other side of the river. And this would qualify if it was in the north. So the southern Ur, according to this very basic, very simplified discussion, cannot be the place that Abraham sent his servant. So now, briefly, let's say that Ur, for argument's sake for now, is north, near Haran, near this area. So Göbekli Tepe is well known as the oldest temple in the world. So if they were looking for the original religion, remember the Muslims we saw in the Sirah were looking for the original religion. Well, the oldest religion we know is Göbekli Tepe. Now you're going to tell me, but Lloyd, it was buried in sand 5,000 feet thick deliberately for 9 million years. And that is true. However, here's just a few of the other temples that are well known that were part of the Göbekli Tepe religion. And in fact, if we have another look, you'll find that there's 19 of them that we know of. And in fact, apparently there are dozens in the area. So what you have is this religion was very widespread. So it's possible, I'm not saying it is, that when they were looking for the religion of Abraham, Abraham lived right here. Abraham lived right next to Göbekli Tepe. And they might have thought, this pagan thing, this is Abraham's religion, because this religion is everywhere. The temples are everywhere. Your thoughts, Adam?
Brother, go back to the previous slide. Remove this. You just said 9 million years. How do you get to this?
I was kidding. I was
9 million?
exaggerating because no, people are going to say, but Göbekli Tepe was buried deliberately. We didn't know about it until 30 years ago. And yes, that is true. However, Göbekli Tepe is one of at least 19 different temples like it.
Okay,
So
perfect. Like
clearly
when
they
you say
knew about
9
each other.
million, I was like, I have not seen anything which was buried for 9 million years. You when you are sarcastic, just say asterisk or
Sorry,
something like
that
that.
was sarcasm. My bad.
Because your sarcastic comment comes in just so regular that it's hard to
Sorry about
perceive
that.
that you are sarcastic.
So it's possible that they were identifying the oldest religion with the location. I'm not saying the religion is connected to Abraham. I don't think they're even connected because this is well before Abraham. This is thousands of years before Abraham. And this civilization had passed on and disappeared long before Abraham came around. But it's possible they could have associated this religion that was exactly where Abraham was living, right? All of these temples everywhere where
So,
Abraham lived, they could have said, hold on, he couldn't have been a Christian because he must have been this religion that where you have these dozens of different temples.
and I
It's
think
possible.
I should agree with you. I should agree with the historians because Abraham lived there. So imagine, Lloyd. Here's the thing: if a person lives in an area and the word of the God has not reached him, then he should be doing what the people of that area were worshipping. That's how it is. In those days, people do not have multicultural things in the areas. You understand that, right? It is not like um, 6,000 years ago there was an America where you could be a Christian and a Jew and a Hindu and a Muslim living in the same city. It's not possible. Back in those days, people of that area worship the God who has the temple on that area, in that area. It's not
Right,
possible that you would worship some other god and you live in the same tribe where there is a temple. So
right.
the probability is like 100% that Abraham was worshipping the same very god which has the temple over there,
That,
because there's no other
yeah.
probability. You know, that's how people used to live back then. Even in Muhammad's time, you need to understand that, brother. Um,
Well, so the
and I can
Muslims
challenge
claim that
any.
they worship the original religion, and the original religion is this pagan religion that
Absolutely. So
was
that's
where
that's what I'm
Abraham
saying.
lived.
Even Muhammad in the 7th century Arabia agreed that they are, even the Muhammadans, not Muhammad, Muhammadans, the people who follow Muhammad, they claim that in the Arabia there were different tribes which were living in different areas of Arabia, and each and every tribe living in a certain area had its own god and had its own temple. So you can say it from a certainty of 99.999999999 and so many other nines that Abraham, because he was living there, was worshipping the god of this temple until God called him out. And Lloyd,
Hmm.
one more thing. God told him to get out of that place and go to another place. Why would God said that? Why would God say that? Because when I was reading the Bible for the very first time, right, and I'm talking about very first time just a few years ago, I was like, why would God say to Abraham, get out of that place? Why? But like
Start
when I
fresh. Yeah.
no, not start fresh, brother, not start
Well,
fresh.
you
Okay,
get out
this
of
is this
that
is okay.
environment with this evil, with this
Exactly,
cult.
because that area, that particular tribe was worshipping a particular god. And if he had to be there, he might be killed by those people because they
Yeah.
worship a god and he was introducing a new god. So
Now, I
God
can add
asked him,
something to that. There
yes, please,
weren't
yes,
now
please.
you can go through every culture and find they have different gods with different names. However, when you really examine what's happening in Arabia, at least, even though, say, the Canaanites had their gods in their names, and then the Mesopotamians had their gods in their names, and then the Assyrians had their gods in their names. When you look, you find it's actually the same gods, just different names. It's the same gods. They all shared the same gods that came from Babylon. And originally, if I have it correct, the Babylonians got it all from Egypt. I think ultimately it all seems to go back to Egypt. But let's stick with Babylon for now because that's in Arabia, close enough to Arabia. What you have is that all of these different cultures with all these different crazy gods, it's all the same gods. Even the gods of Rome and the gods of Greece, they're all the same gods, just under different names.
And I can agree with you on that. But like every god, the sub god, let's just say this, there's a superset and a subset. Every subset had a particular different kind of an attribute which
Yes,
suits
yeah, they
that
would mix and
particular
match the
area.
attributes. Yeah, they'd
Exactly. So
even
which
change sexes. They'd make a male god female or vice versa.
exactly. So apparently, my brother, you are hitting, what do you call it? The final nail in the coffin. Let me just put it this way. You're hitting the final nail in the coffin because, dude, this particular slide is is amazing. Like when it's historically clear that there were, wow, you know what I mean? It's a wow thing. And
Yeah,
that's
where
why the
Abraham
emphasis.
lived and where he traveled was surrounded by these old temples, and some of them must have survived. Not all of them were covered. We know Göbekli Tepe was buried; the rest were not. So
And
they were
you
clearly there
do
must have been
realize that
some memory of this.
And you do realize when he was traveling out, he had the issues of some people attacking him and his wife and all that. The history is in the Bible as well. So we see that those people did not wanted Abraham or Abraham people worshipping a different God. It was described very clearly in the Bible. You know that, right? It's unbelievable and it's a fact. So I cannot agree with you more. And our
Excellent.
brother Islamo Kafir said, love archaeology. This information is dope. I have no did I pronounce the word right?
Yeah, you did archaeology. Yeah, we're going to do a lot of archaeological stuff. We'll do linguistic stuff. We're going to be doing back and forth. And so now we're going to do Abraham. We're going to dig a bit more into Abraham. Uh, the third episode is where it picks up more, where it gets more directly into the paganism, but I needed to set a lot of history. And so let's have a brief synopsis. I'll run through this quickly of Abraham's life, what's relevant for us, and how we're going to link this to the paganism and to Islam and so on. Okay. So, Jewish tradition. Abraham is born under the name Abram in Ur in Babylonia. Okay. 2,000 years before, 2,000 years from creation, roughly 1800 BCE. The dates varies by about 200 years. Okay. So you get roughly a 200-year variation. He was the son of Terah or Terah. Terah happens to be the name of a moon god. The moon god, well, we'll get into all of that. An idol merchant, but he questioned the faith and he sought the truth. And he became to believe the entire universe was the work of a single creator, and he taught this belief, this monotheism. He tried to convince his father, and one day, when Abraham was left alone to mind the store, he took a hammer and he smashed all the idols. And of course, Muhammad smashed all the idols in the Kaaba. He only left the largest one. He puts the hammer in the hand of the largest idol, and his father asks what happened. And he says the idols got into a fight. The big one smashed all the other ones. His father says, don't be ridiculous. These idols have no life or power. They can't do anything. And so Abraham apparently says, then why do you worship them? So the one true creator that Abraham had worshipped called to him and made him an offer. If he would leave home and his family, then God would make him a great nation and bless him. Abram accepted this offer, and the Brit, the covenant between God and the Jewish people, was established. Genesis 12. So the idea of Brit or covenant is fundamental to Judaism. We have a covenant, a contract with God, which involves rights and obligations on both sides. So we have obligations to God and Him to us. And of course, there are many of these covenants throughout the Old Testament. Abraham was subjected to 10 tests of faith to prove his worthiness for this covenant. Leaving home is one of these trials. So he's raised as a city dweller, apparently, and he adopts a nomadic lifestyle. He goes to the land of Israel for many years, and then God promises this land to Abram's descendants, right? Ivri, descendants, right? Abram is referred to as a Hebrew or Ivri, possibly because he was descended from Eber, blah, blah, blah. Abram means exalted father, but Abraham means the father of a multitude. Okay, now we're just going to finish up with Abraham, then we'll get into some details with Islam. Abraham was concerned. He had no children. He was growing old. So his wife Sarai, she becomes Sarah later, Sarai, knew that she was past childbearing years. So she offers her maidservant Hagar or Hagar as a wife to Abram. This was a common practice at the time. So Hagar was a daughter of the Pharaoh, apparently given to Abraham during his travels in Egypt. She bore him a son, Ishmael. According to both Muslim and Jewish tradition, he is the ancestor of the Arabs. Whether that's true or not, whatever, we're just going to go through this story as it is basically known. When Abraham was 100 and Sarai 90, God promises Abraham a son by Sarai. God changed Abraham's name to Abraham, the father of many, and Sarai's name to Sarah, from my princess to princess. She bears him a son, Isaac, in Hebrew, Yitzhak, a name derived from the word laughter, right, which expresses his joy at having a son, and he was the ancestor of the Jewish people. Abraham dies at the age of 175. So now, Abraham's journey. So Sharia, the Islamic law, makes the explicit claim that Islam is Gnostic, right? Gnosticism is not a form of religion. It is a form of revision. It is an alternate interpretation of reality. It reinterprets reality. It rewrites reality. It rejects facts, rejects history as we know it. Islam is revisionist, just like Gnosticism. They share this in common. Now, a reasoned answer says, noticed how the idol smashing story was adapted and projected onto Muhammadan Islam. Exactly. Gnosticism is known to steal ideas from the Bible, from Christianity and so on, and it's revisionist. And Islam does exactly the same thing. It shares those attributes. It alters biblical figures and events that stem from earlier traditions. Now, the sources of Islam predate it by hundreds of years at a very minimum. Archaeological discoveries validate the biblical narrative, and this is not so with Islam and the Quran. Abraham migrated from Ur, lower Euphrates Valley, north to Haran. That's the standard narrative. I believe it was south, but Haran is also the name of Abraham's deceased brother. So Abraham's brother was called Haran, named after the city. Now, if Abraham's brother was born at the same time as he was, they couldn't have been in the south because Haran is in the north in Turkey, not in Iraq in the south, right? So if he's named after the city, then the city had to be known to them, and therefore they lived up north. He then traveled to Canaan, later renamed to Israel, and Babylon worshipped numerous gods. And in Haran, there was the moon god called Shin, or Sin, among other names. Okay, a few facts I needed to throw that out there. So now, this is the standard story. Now remember, his brother is named Haran. Now, if his brother was born and named Haran, then clearly his brother wasn't born down here. And he's, right? So moving on. So this is the standard story. He goes up here and then he goes down here. Okay, he travels through Syria and so on. That's the standard story. This is 200 kilometers, whatever. So that's, he goes like 600 Ks, another 800 Ks, goes to Egypt, comes back. All fine and well. Now let's talk about Hagar. So Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born. Now, you know that there's this whole... Okay, so hold on. So God said to Abraham, so blah, blah, blah. Okay. Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which had born unto Abraham, mocking Isaac. So she tells Abraham, hey, this kid is mocking my son. I don't want him. Cast him out. And for the son of the bondwoman shall not be heir with my son. Okay, so she wants her son to be the heir, not Ishmael. Okay, so Abraham didn't like this, but God says, look, let it not be grievous in thy sight. Okay, so in Isaac shall thy seed be called, right? And so he gives Hagar a bottle of water, right? And he tells her, take your boy, take Ishmael, and you guys wander off. Off you go. So she puts the water bottle on her shoulder, and the child, he sends them away. And she departed, and she wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. Okay, she wanders in the wilderness of Beersheba. So let's go to Beersheba for a moment. Let's have a quick look. She wanders in the wilderness of Beersheba. So this is the Qumran caves. Here you've got Beit El or Bethel, the house of Allah, the house of God. Okay, here's Jerusalem. This is where Abraham was from. And this is Beersheba around here. So this is Israel. So let's have a look. So she wanders, according to the Bible, in Beersheba. So she travels 40 kilometers from here to here, right? And the water was gone. She cast the child off under one of the shrubs. She went, sat down against him a good way off, and she said, let me not see the death of my child. And she sat over against him and lifted up her voice and wept. So God hears the voice. And the angel of God calls out to Hagar and says, what is wrong? Fear not, okay? And arise, lift up the lad and hold him in thine hand, for I'll make him a great nation. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and she filled the bottle with water. She gave the boy drink, and God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Took a wife out of the land of Egypt. Egypt, of course, if this is Beersheba, Egypt's right here. I mean, this is Egypt already, Sinai. Egypt's right here, 5 minutes away. Okay? Okay, Egypt's 5 minutes away. Now, let's have a look at the story that we learn in Islam. So this here is Beersheba. This around here, we've got, you can see this is the region. Sorry, let's go back here a second. This is the region they were in. She was in Beersheba. Jerusalem is up here. Jerusalem's right over here. This is Bethlehem. That's Jerusalem. So the Bible tells us she was in Beersheba. Muslims insist that she made a 1,200 kilometer trek with this.
That's a straight line trip, by the way. 1,200.
That's a straight line,
line.
exactly. As
And
you
it
can see,
cannot be a straight line.
1,199 kilometers.
So we have brother Shabir Ali, who is obviously not the true Shabir Ali, but a copy of the Shabir Ali with us, and he's in the stream. So Mr. Shabir Ali, what do you have to say? And he just ran away. He just ran away. I added him. I said Shabir Ali is here, and he ran away.
Go for it. No. Well, yeah. So Comment Warrior asks, did Islam copy the infancy gospel of Thomas? The answer is yes. I mean, that is quite obvious. I will talk about that one time in the
So
future, but yes,
yeah,
they stole a bunch of Gnostic stuff.
Quran actually says to everyone that Muhammad is just an ear. You do know
Yes.
that, right? So what do you mean by Muhammad is just an ear? If you read Quran chapter number 9, verse number 61, it says Muhammad is just an ear. I actually stated that in my last discussion as well. Quran 9:61. It says Muhammad is just an ear. So what does that mean? It means that people were telling Muhammad, and among you them who abuse the prophet and say he's just an ear, like he listens and he says, say he's an ear of the goodness. So apparently people at that time were saying to Muhammad, hey Muhammad, you listen, you speak, you listen from other people, you speak. So people were
Yeah.
saying these things, he was speaking, but Allah acknowledges, yes, Muhammad is just an ear. He acknowledged, Allah acknowledged, say, so Allah is saying to the Muhammad, say, I'm an ear of goodness. So Muhammad was only an ear when he listens good things, only the good things he tell you. So yes, my friend, that's the reality of the situation. You're absolutely right on point. Brother Lloyd, your
Yeah.
screen is yours again, and Shabir Ali, the Muslim, ran away
Excellent.
as soon as I put him on the spot.
The force is very strong with us, Adam. Very strong.
Mashallah.
Right. So here you go. Right. So now she apparently walked. Now at the time, this was mostly uninhabited land. It is arid. It is dry. How did she walk 1,200 kilometers? So now here's where the standard
He had a
Islamic
flying
narrative
carpet,
just goes
brother.
nuts.
He had
What?
a flying carpet.
Yes. No. Well, we're going to talk about all of that now. So yeah. So the Bible says she went 40 kilometers from Bethel to Beersheba, right? 40 Ks, that's all. I mean, you can do 40 Ks, right? So understand, according to this, Hebron, if you go to Hebron, is 43 kilometers. Jerusalem to Beersheba is 70 kilometers. So she went somewhere between that kind of distance. Okay? So Bethel is here. So maybe he was up in Bethel at the time. Okay, fine and well. Then she went a little bit longer. Okay, fine and well, whatever the case might be. But basically, I used Hebron because this is where Abraham lived at the end, right? In Hebron, supposedly where he was buried. So that is not a lot of distance. That's 40 kilometers. All right. So Hagar, according to the Islamic narrative, walks 1,200 kilometers. So Muslims are taught that the well is Zamzam in Makkah, right? Okay, fine and well. Hagar and the infant
Sorry, I'm
Ishmael
laughing.
traveled 1,200 kilometers with one bottle of water. One of these, 1,200 kilometers, right? On foot across arid, uninhabited, unexplored, harsh desert, 1,000 years before there was a trade route on that route. Okay? In the standard Islamic narrative, Adam walks them there, then he leaves them under a tree with some dates, and then he walks back 1,200 kilometers. Now, of course, in the Islamic narrative,
Not
Abraham gets
Abraham.
there the same day. He goes there and back the same day.
Brother, hold on. Solomon, according to Islamic scripture, had a wooden carpet which could fly. Wooden carpet. Let me just say, wooden carpet. So don't nobody has to say, I did not say the exact words of the Quran. It was made of wood. The the wooden carpet was so big that he could put all his horses and his camels and his forces and the fight equipment like the spears and the swords and everything on that wooden carpet, and he would command the wooden carpet to fly, and it
Allah
could
knows
fly.
best, Adam.
But no, Allah knows best. Yeah, that carpet should be there somewhere. We just could not find it so far. Just like all the other things that we could not find historically, which is written in the Quran. But yeah, we will find that one day. But at the same time, which kind of a flying carpet did Abraham had to?
Well, we're going to talk about the flying carpet of Abraham. We're getting there. Don't worry. We're coming up
We
with that
are?
now.
Do we have a
So,
flying carpet of Abraham?
we're going to prove it. We're going to prove it. So,
Mashallah,
now,
you are a true Muslim.
so Abraham, how does Abraham do a 2,400 kilometer walk there and back in the same day? That's the question the Muslims had to figure out. So they gave us an answer. So, anywho, Allah is very forgetful. Hagar is not mentioned by name in the Quran, not once. Paran is the Hejaz. Okay, that's what they say. She searched for water between Safa and Marwa hills. Muslims tell us that Ishmael's heel touched the ground, and when his heel touched the ground, it opened up a well of water. They
Yes.
also tell us it was an angel's heel. So it wasn't Ishmael's heel, it was an angel's heel. So they're very, very clear. There's no confusion here. They
Yes.
also say the angel's wing was digging a hole. So the angel's heel, or the angel's heel, or the angel's wing,
Whatever,
or
because of Abraham,
Ishmael's.
because of Ishmael, because he was so thirsty, and the mother of Abraham was running between the two mountains. We do
So
Hajj and we run between the two mountains. That's all okay. I understand that. I want to know
yeah,
how
so
did they
so
reach there.
we'll get this. So the angel's wing dug the well, or
Mhm,
Ishmael's heel, or the angel's heel. We're not sure, but they tell us
mhm,
it's so that they need to pick a story. Pick one, let us know. So in the Quran it says, I've settled part of my descendants, Abraham says, in a barren valley by your sacred house, the Kaaba, that they may maintain the prayer. So now this Islamic story is dated at the very earliest to 827 AD. This is
mhm,
200 years after Muhammad died when this story can be traced historically. It is very old.
mhm. Yeah, yeah.
So, this story is not new. This story does not come from the time of the Quran. This story was made up 200 years after Mo
Okay,
died.
no, no, no. Dude, hello. Flip.
Yeah.
Flip to the point how he reached there. I want to know that. I know all that already. That
Yeah.
Ishmael
So
was
we're going to
rubbing
get to
his
that.
knees.
I just thought people just need to know that this story was made up well after the story of Abraham and Hagar was made up in Islam well after Mo died. They
which
stuck it in 200 years later.
brother, which story was not made up in Islam?
That's also true. So now let's look at some ancient towns in Saudi Arabia. Here's a Wikipedia article called Ancient Towns in Saudi Arabia. It doesn't list Mecca. It doesn't even list Medina. It says there are 13 ancient towns discovered in Saudi Arabia up to the present day. These include Qaryat al-Faw, which is very interesting. This happens to be the capital of the Yemenis, the moon god worshippers, the Al-Makka worshippers, right? They worshipped La, okay?
Mhm,
So that's very interesting. This is the capital of pagans who invaded and controlled all of Arabia. We'll get to them later.
mhm.
Okay. And they speak of Makkah, the mother of all cities, is absent from this list. Yet these places are all well attested historically, except there is zero Makkah. That's a very, very strange oversight that they forgot Makkah, the world's oldest city.
They
So
hated Islam.
running. So again,
They hated Islam. That's why
I'm
they did
not
not
hating
mention
Islam,
Makkah.
dude. I'm just reading archaeology and stuff. So Hagar, let's talk about Abraham's how he gets there. 2,400 kilometers in one day,
Yes, yes, yes.
running in funerals. So Hagar walks 1,200 kilometers to Egypt to get Ishmael a wife. So think about it. Hagar then walks from Mecca all the way back up here, then all the way over here to go find to Egypt to go find Ishmael a wife. So she walks more than 1,200 kilometers. I mean, now think about it. Egypt's here, they were there, it's right across here, just like that. But somehow she supposedly walks all of this way to get. And his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah in the field of Ephron, blah, blah. So Abraham dies and he's buried in Hebron. Okay? So
Mhm.
Abraham dies in Hebron. Ishmael walks 1,200 kilometers for the funeral and back. Okay? Ibn Kathir says that Abraham often rode upon the Burak to Mecca.
What?
Oh, yeah. Coming suddenly to his son and then returning, and Allah knows best.
No, no. What verse is that? Abraham rode Burak, Quran chapter 37, verse number 1 and 2. Man, why did I never read that? Man, I need to go and
Abraham rode the Burak.
no
Yeah.
kidding.
So in Ibn Ishaq's tradition about Abraham riding on Burak, so now we've got another guy writing to Mecca where he visits Ishmael. It's found 3 times among the sources. Abraham was accustomed to taking day trips to Mecca in order to check up on Hagar and his son. And on one of these visits, he takes Ishmael to the sacrifice. So Abraham would jump on the Burak, drive off to Mecca, 1,200 kilometers, and come back the same day with the Burak. That's how he did it. This is how the Muslims explain it. 783 miles exactly, XYZ.
Okay,
So now this tradition,
shoot.
yeah,
No.
provides.
This is
Yeah, go on.
brother. Hold on. You gotta hold your horses here. I don't care whether we go further today or not. Like literally, this. Okay. Did Ibn Kathir received a divine revelation from the Jibrail to tell him that Abraham rode Burak? Because it's not in Quran, it's not in any hadith, it's not in anywhere that I have ever studied in the history of Islamic studies that I have read. And obviously, it is not in the Ibn Kathir of the English translation. I am dead sure I have to find it in the Arabic, and I will find it. I just wrote down the reference. But like, what the hell, man? Like Burak was what? It was like Jibril just came to Ibrahim and said, like, "There you go. You have this flying donkey for you. You can
Yes,
keep it with
that's
yourself."
exactly what happened. That's
When?
actually what happened.
When did that happen?
That's actually what happened. So the earliest Islamic references to the Burak is to Abraham, not to Muhammad.
Man, okay? You do realize that I am a Muslim? Was a Muslim for a very long time, and bloody hell, I had never known this stupidity in the Islamic scripture even till to date. Like till to date.
That's why I have the big channel with the big money, Adam, because I've got all these facts. That's why Mossad pays me so much every month.
Oh, okay, okay. Mossad paid. Okay, that's okay. Whenever you get the payment, please split half with me. But while till the time you do not get paid, you can give me this information for free.
Well, remember, I'm from Africa. There, people survive on $1 a day. I get $2 a day. You see, so therefore, I not only don't starve, I get an extra dollar. So I send you 50 cents.
50 cents a day, man. Keep it. I'll pay you another 50 cents.
I wish. So let me continue. Let me just finish this bit because I may as well just get up, get a few slides going, one or two slides. So
Man.
this tradition provides no connection with the pilgrimage, right? There's no pilgrimage to Mecca, or it doesn't talk about building the Kaaba. All of these things that they claim as part and parcel of Abraham, it only connects the sacrifice to Mecca. So the only thing in this tradition is that the sacrifice is not connected to Mecca. Abraham rides the Burak and he goes for the sacrifice, right? The earliest datable mention of Burak is by a poet. It's from a poem, okay, from Ajaj, who died in the year 97 AH or 715 AD, who mentions the Burak in connection with Abraham. So the Muslims derived this from a poem.
I'm sorry. Can you please repeat the last sentence? Where did they drive it from?
From a poem. They get the story of the Burak connected to Abraham from a poem by a judge in the year 715.
So according to that poem, what was the Burak in reality? I need to find that poem.
Oh, we're going to talk about the Burak in a minute then. Let's talk about the Burak, yeah.
Okay, yes,
So let's have a look.
go to Burak. Oh my goodness, like that. Yeah, that's Burak.
So this is Mo having a read. Now remember, Mo
Okay, brother,
was...
hold on. Sorry, I'm sorry. So there is a guy who came in who is abusing my name. Let me add him. Let's see what he has to say. So, Mr.
Sure.
who abuses my name. Okay, he ran away as
He
soon
ran
as
away
I
as well.
added him.
I
He's the
saw.
same guy, I think. Like he came in, he had the F word with my name and all that and all. I added him, and he split second he ran away. Like, what kind of cowards, idiots you are that you can't refute, yet you have to come in. This is how stupid cowards you guys are. You have no historical evidence. You guys have no logical reasoning. You guys have no Quranic references to refute us. Yet you have to come up with an abusive abuse. And you can't even stay here to defend what you are abusing. How silly you guys are. And when the Quran says that people were abusing Muhammad, Quran was absolutely right when people were abusing Muhammad. This is Quran. People used to abuse Muhammad and they used to say Muhammad was a bastard
Yeah.
because he was born 2 to 4 years after the death of his supposed father. That's what you guys are. That's what you guys believe. He was a child molester and a womanizer and a woman raper. That's what you guys believe. Why don't you leave this stupid cult and get out of it? Please, brother, carry on.
Right. Comment Warrior asks about, did Muhammad copy the Gospel of Barnabas as well?
Yes.
The Gospel of Barnabas is very late. It's like 15th to 17th century, so it's really late. The stories that the Muslim scholars tell, I can do a talk on that in the future. I have an actual very extensive piece on that as well. There are numerous. There's at least 7 stories that I've collected that Muslim scholars tell that are supposedly orthodoxy of the crucifixion, and they all are different. All of them contradict each other. The stories that the Muslims tell come from the Gnostics. So really, they all kind of lean from, they all come from the Gnostics, and then they have their own variations on it between the different scholars who
Yeah, I'm
contradict each
sorry I
other.
said yes to begin with, brother. Let me just say something
Sure.
else. Gospel of
Hmm.
Barnabas, if I'm not mistaken, is coming from the Brazil, right? The
It was
archaeological
found in
evidence is
Italy,
coming.
wasn't it? It's very late though, so it's
Yeah, 14th to 15th century, right?
yeah, something like
And
that. It's quite late.
and
Yeah.
I believe it is a cultish thing which was created by mixing the Christianity and Islam. Gospel of Thomas, on the other side, is a little earlier, from the 2nd century or the 3rd century, and but the writing is in a very different way, just like how Islam writes, one statement at a time, which has no link with the previous statement,
Yeah, it
which
was
has
propaganda. It's crazy propaganda. So it could have been paid for. Who knows? I've never got into it very much because Muslims don't use it anymore because that argument no longer works because it's too late a source.
absolutely, brother. God bless you. Please carry on.
Yeah.
Let's read about Burak.
So let's have a read about Burak. So we'll probably end soon. So Mo is here, not just having a ride, but he's having a read on Burak. So he jumps on his favorite horsey thingy something and has a good read while he goes. So Al Borak, or known as Borak in multiple names. Borak is a mule, elephant, angel, camel, woman, peacock, horse. Okay, so let's be very clear. It's a mule, elephant, angel, camel, woman, peacock, horse.
What do you mean by that? Like,
Well, when you read the different scholars, they all can't seem to make up their mind. So to some, it's, well, so this is what it is. I mean, there's no one definition. It's all of these things, apparently.
so I know Burak had a female face. I read it
Yeah,
somewhere.
there's the woman. There you go. So it's the woman with a peacock's tail. It's a woman, peacock, elephant, whatever. Okay, fine, fine, fine. Whatever you say. Allah knows best. So the conveyance of Mo from Mecca to Al-Aqsa Mosque and to the skies by means of the Miraj, the ladder, or the Sulam. Notice here SLM. We're back to SLM. Okay.
Salam.
Is
Just say
also
salam.
Salam. Yeah, but think about it. The letters SLM, the triliteral root again, SLM. So
Salam.
on the wings of Gabriel. Okay. So now some stories say that he went to Al-Aqsa Mosque on the wings of Gabriel. Okay, fine. Not on the Burak. Great. Okay, whatever. Most of these narrations from Mo himself state that he descended from Burak in the Beit al-Maqdis. He prayed in the mosque, then ascended to the skies with Gabriel. Now the question is, with Gabriel himself or with 2 other angels? And they brought Burak on the night of Isra. So when Mo mounted, it was disobedient. The Burak disobeyed Muhammad, and so Gabriel hit it in the face. So then, after Gabriel hit it in the face, punched Burak, the woman, in the face, it then behaved and took Mo with the angels, or without the angels, or with 1 angel, or with 3 angels. We don't know, up to heaven. Okay, great.
Okay.
So Burak,
okay.
yeah,
Where are you getting this? What's the source of this information, brother?
That's a very good question. So,
I hate you when you don't write the source right after the paragraph, man.
dude, there's
You
no
study
space, man.
so
Where the heck do I
much.
put this stuff? Because
You study
so
so
I've got
much.
the
You don't put the source, man. That's just so crazy.
you
You
know,
gotta edit.
I'm gonna start charging extra for that. Seriously,
Okay,
it's like
I'll pay you extra, but I need the sources when you state something. And you,
the
dude, you
Gnostic
have no
Gospel,
idea.
Ajaj, Diwan al Ajaj, page 295, Ajaj, Abdallah bin Rauba, Diwan al Ajaj, Riwayat Abdul Malik bin Karib Asma'i Warshar, blah blah, edited by Izzat Hassan, Beirut 1971, and the Encyclopedia of the Quran, page 2578, and from sacred-text.com-jud/t03/yom08.html.
Wow.
Sorry, man.
Okay, zoom in.
Those are my
Zoom in.
sources, just so you
Zoom
know.
in. Zoom in the link. Zoom in the link. Zoom in the information a little so that I could take a screenshot of it.
Give me a
Ping that
second.
and zoom in, please. Man, do you know you're crazy? No, you are more than crazy. Man, guys, take the screenshot of this. Okay, where did it happen?
Sorry,
You're
did I?
showing it for a split second and then you're, yeah.
There you go.
Guys, take the screenshot of this. And you know what? I'm going to take that as well. And I'm going to have so much fun with that. So thank you, Brother Lloyd. You are crazy. By the way, with this information that you're showing on the screen, add these sources in your presentation.
Dude, there's
Because
no
you know,
space on the slides. Then I'd be here for the whole month talking. So
make them
anyway, let me
too.
finish this. Okay. So Burak, okay, so Gabriel punches the Burak in the face, so which means it's because it's the religion of peace. Okay. So then Burak will apparently carry more on the judgment day. And Burak transported other prophets as well. So Ibrahim, when he wanted to carry Hajar and Ismail to Mecca, some narration said it was his conveyance on all of his travels to Mecca. So she didn't walk. Hagar didn't walk. She went with Abram on the Burak to Mecca. Didn't you know? So therefore, if then why was she running looking for water? Understand? Now this doesn't make sense. So its descriptions are conflicting. During ascent, as it went upwards, the Burak's hands became smaller than its feet. And then during descent, the feet became smaller and the hands got bigger. So this kept the person on its back straight, so he didn't fall off. It is described as a huge mount with a furry mane and with white skin. It's very, very white because Muhammad likes white skin. It has a skin with the best color amongst all the animals. Keep that in mind, the best color, okay? Its face was similar to a human's and it could hear and understand like a human. So there you go, all the details you ever wanted to know about the Burak. So yeah, maybe they were taking mushrooms. I don't know. But let's continue. So let's have a look at this whole Burak thing. So now let's have a look at some of the esoteric, magical, occult aspects of Islam that I've mentioned in the past, just briefly. So let's have a look at other references to Burak, which come before the Quran, come before Muhammad, okay? And so on and so on and so on, or whatever, come before these stories from Ajaj and whatnot, okay, this poem. So they speak here of the five angels, the five lights that join the white sea like trees of paradise because it's mystical poetry. It's mystical poetry. Five creatures sit in five trees. In the first white sphere, the lion, the Burak, the white falcon, the royal phoenix, and Duldul, who is the sign of godliness. And Burak comes from the light of Muhammad. The Burak is the light of Muhammad. It's a creature made from the light of Muhammad. Adam.
Muhammad was the light of Allah. Burak is the
Yes,
light of Muhammad.
Muhammad.
So they are all one. The Trinity
And,
of Islam.
and this is taken from Manichaean literature, from Manichaeism, from Mani. It's also taken from the Gospel of Thomas. So now they've got Gnostic sources, the Gospel of Thomas and Manichaean literature, where they are taking these ideas from. Okay. And the eagle perched on the tree of knowledge in paradise is according to the secret book of John, the Apocryphon of John. Now we have again Gnostic apocryphal literature. They're taking ideas. And in Islamic tradition, Burak is the winged horse on which the Prophet Muhammad rode in the night journey, and Duldul is Muhammad's white mule.
What?
He
You just
wouldn't have
said
another
dildo?
color.
What do you mean by dildo?
Duldul. Sorry about that.
What is a dildo?
I have no idea. Okay, let's have a look here. Let me see if I can.
Like dildo? Like it so resembles dildo.
Ding dong! Don't start. Let's have a look here. Hold on. Okay, so let's have a quick look. Duldul. Let's have a look here. The name of the mule given Muhammad by the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius. Oh my God, we need to get into Heraclius. Arabic Muqawqis, and which was the Prophet's mount in the Battle of Hunain. It's also reported that
But
Ali ibn Abi
but
Talib rode this
that's
mule in the Battle.
Yafur. I think that's Yafur. Okay, I need to check
Let's,
the Arabic name of that. I think Duldo is Yafur. Yafur is the guy, sorry, a donkey guy who speaks with Muhammad in Arabic. And Yafur does not like females. He does not like females. And when Muhammad said something, hey, go bring Abu Bakr or Umar, and Yafur would go
no,
and bang his head on the wall of on the door of Abu Bakr, and Abu Bakr would open the door and he will see Yafur and he'll say, "Oh, Yafur
Yeah.
banging his head on my door. Okay, it means Muhammad called me. So he will run towards Muhammad.
Keep this in mind, though. You see your belongings of, you have Duldul right here in Encyclopedia of Islam, volume 13, but it's right next to Al Burak. But notice it's also next to Athar. Athar is the name of the star god, Venus. It's one of the
Okay.
pagan gods. Okay,
You know what?
let's have a look at
I'm
volume 1.
confused. I'm confused. Who is
So,
Duldu?
yeah. Duldul is the mule. Okay, well, hold on. Let me go back here. So let me go back here. Duldul is, there we go. You see that?
Yeah.
So it's a mule, the white mule owned by Muhammad, given to him by the emperor Heraclius. I doubt that's true. But let me just have a look at another reference, just see what it shows me here. Let's just have a little minute.
What is the Arabic name of Duldu?
I have no idea. Let's have a look. I'm just having a look now in the Encyclopedia of Islam. As soon as this decides, okay, there we go. Muhammad himself possessed mules, notably Duldul, which lived up to the time of Muawiyah. So
Oh,
that although the hadith forbidding the consumption of the flesh of the mule, okay, so it's got something to do with all of that.
and
Maybe
how did
authentic.
Duldu die? By throwing himself in the well?
I have no idea, dude. I have no idea, but I just wanted to bring that up. Okay, let me continue here. We'll come next. We can do research next week. We can dive deep into that.
Okay, guys,
So notice,
we're going to talk about Duldu next week. We have to talk about Duldu next week, and
yeah.
I will bring you
So let
some
me finish
sources about
Burak. Let me finish
Yafur.
the Burak. Okay, so yeah, JP says hitting the Burak in the face was okay because Burak had a female face. That's all right. So Duldul. Okay, so now let's have a look at Burak. So among the other Arabic names for Sirius, okay, the brightest star in the sky, are Alabur, the crosser of the galaxy, and Barak Ish, the one of many colors. Remember they said that Barak had beautiful color.
Oh, he was a rainbow.
It's a star because it's a star. It's a star god. Okay, let's continue.
MashaAllah.
So in Jabal al-Lawth, in near Sanna, 135 kilometers northeast of Sanna, okay, you had the sacred perimeter of the sanctuary of Darb al-Sabi near Barakish. Okay, so this comes from from Yemen. Okay, so Barak-ish. So basically, this place is named after Sirius, the star god. Don't forget, these people worship pagan gods. Okay, so Barakish is Sirius, the brightest star in the sky. Barakish is in Yemen, and it's just like the Meccan Haram. So this place had a temple just like Kaaba. Okay, let's continue. Then you had in the Hebrew the Barak El, the Barak of God, the horse of God. Okay, the Barak. Barak means lightning. The name is appropriate for the one whose appearance is like that of lightning. See 1 Enoch. Now, when you go to the Ethiopians, they have Enoch is considered canon. It's not deuterocanonical. It's not secondary canon. It's considered canon. Okay, and the Ethiopians had a huge influence on Islam, especially from the Christian aspect, right? Then, of course, you've got the Qumran Book of Giants, which is, I believe, Manichaeism. So the same Barak El, the horse of God or whatever, the mule of God, appears in the Manichaean, right? And then you've got Jewish law in Manichaean cosmogony, studies in the Book of Giants. So in other words, this idea of Barak, the horse of God, is taken from these apocryphal accounts, from these Gnostic and apocryphal accounts. Let's continue. Now you've got the 7 heavens, okay, and the princes of the 7 heavens, the angels of the 7 heavens, Michael, Gabriel, Satkiel, Sahakiel, Baradil, and Barak-el, okay? And these are Enochic. These are all taken from Enoch. Again, Enoch is actually revered in Islam, okay? He received 50 books, okay? He received 50 books from God, okay? So then you've got here from the Talmud, we have learned in the Baraita, Barak, Barkai, okay, Burak. It's the same name. Burak, Barak, Borak, blah, blah. It's the same name. And it says, Allah Barkai, the light has risen. This is what it means in the Hebrew. It's taken from the Hebrew. The light has risen. So Enoch is a corruption of what's in the Hebrew. And it has become light even at Hebron. This is where Abraham lived and died. The whole east is bright as far as Hebron. And it says here, should we imitate Abraham and the Tana? These are the wise people, the learned people, learn from Abraham. Why shall we not imitate Abraham? Well, because they say here, he said, Barak Barkai, the light has risen, right? And Abraham rose up early in the morning. So understand, it's all about Barak means the light that is rising, the rising light related to Abraham, right? So does that make any sense? Or these connections, these little. So Burak comes from the Talmud. It was adopted by the Gnostics, and it all has to do with the lightning, but it comes from these esoteric occult aspects, and it comes from the Talmud related to Abraham. It just means the light has risen.
Can you tell me anything that has not been copy pasted and derogatorized in Islam,
Nothing, dude. Nothing.
except for having sex with the slaves, female slaves? I think that you can
Abdul-duls.
also.
That's why they're Abdul-duls.
So you can
You
actually can
you heard
derive
it
it
here
from the
first.
Romans as
You
well.
heard it here first. Sorry. Oh, darn it! I
Abdul,
typed wrong. There
yeah,
you go. You heard it here first. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
Abdul Dul.
So Barak. So I wanted to just do a brief overview, but the term Barak, okay, goes back to Gnostic literature. It goes back. So basically, this story comes 200 years too late, right? So Yatur Siddiq wonder, where's Lloyd from? I am South African. So just so you know. So now Abraham built the Kaaba. So now let's finish off here, okay? So Abraham built the Kaaba. So narrated Abu Dar, Allah's messenger, which mosque was built first? And he says, the Masjid al-Haram. I asked which was built next. And he says, the Masjid al-Aqsa in Jerusalem. And what is the period between them? And Muhammad says, 40 years. This is in Da'if Bukhari, volume 4, book 55, hadith 636. So
You just
let's have
say
a look.
Sahih Bukhari to Daif Bukhari, man.
Dude, anytime I tell a Muslim, but it says so Nadi, they say that's Da'if, brother. So I'm
Okay,
assuming it. I used to call it Sahih, but apparently all the Muslims tell me it's Da'if, so I'm just taking their word for it. So now this is where the Christian era begins. Okay, you have Jesus, right? So now Muhammad himself tells us that. Okay, so here he tells us that the Temple of Jerusalem was built here. Okay, but we know historically the Temple of Jerusalem is built in 957 BC, more or less, give or take a couple of years. According to the 7th century Muhammad, who was here, okay, the Kaaba is 40 years older than the Temple of Jerusalem, okay, built in 997 BC. So that means the Kaaba is here, okay? So now, unfortunately, they also tell us that Abraham built the Kaaba, but Abraham lived 600 years before the Kaaba was supposedly built, according to Muhammad. So Abraham was born here and died here, 1625 BC. So according to Muhammad himself in the Sahih, Abraham died long before the Kaaba was built, because Muhammad tells us that the Kaaba was built 40 years before the temple in Jerusalem. So this is Taqiyya mathematics, as far as I can tell. So your thoughts, Adam?
mashallah. So imagine there are so many things in Islam which doesn't fit the narrative of the history and archaeology. This is one
Right.
of it. When Abraham's Kaaba and the David's temple is built just 40 years apart. By the way, there are certain people who are asking if you have a YouTube channel. So, brother, I'm sorry, I'm gonna switch a little bit. Guys,
Sure.
that is why I do it this way. I used to write Brother Lloyd's channel in the description. Now I am not even doing that. If you look at the video, the title, it says the religion of Muhammad part 2. You have the part 1 which was done last week. Just click on @Lloyd. It's a clickable. You just click on it and you will go to his channel. And here you can subscribe to his channel and click the bell icon. I showed it in the early part of the stream as well, but people do not like to go into the description and then click the link. Hence I am putting Lloyd's channel in the title. So it's clickable. You can just click on it and you will go to his channel. So this is how easy it is to reach to his channel, because I made the title clickable now. So I hope you will go and reach to his videos. He is doing an awesome job. Quite frankly, I invite him to come to my channel to show his in-depth knowledge and study about the historical events and Islam and the Sharia and the fiqh. I have not seen anybody else in YouTube who has dig this deep into the Sharia and the fiqh, yet his channel is underrated. He has like 3,000 subscribers. That's just stupidity. That's silly. He's underrated. His channel should have 300,000 subscribers, not
I
3,000.
wish.
He is underrated. Brother, your screen is back on. By the way, we are over 2 hours mark and we need
Yeah,
to
we
stop
should end here.
somewhere.
I think we
So
can end here. That's a good
stop
place to
wherever you
end.
like. Yeah.
So basically, according to Islam, Abraham built the Kaaba, and according to Islam, Adam built the Kaaba. So Abraham built it, but Adam built it, but it was built 40 years before the Temple of Jerusalem, which was 600 years after Abraham died. So Abraham built it 600 years after he died. So the ghost of Abraham built it, but Adam built it, but Abraham built it. I think that's the basic story.
MashaAllah, brother. And yeah, the 40 years difference between the David and the Kaaba built by Abraham is just so stupid. If you could please go back to the hadith that you were showing from the Sahih
There you go.
al-Bukhari, which is actually the Ifrit Bukhari.
Yep.
Yeah, so can you please read that once again after people looked at the picture?
I asked Allah's messenger, which mosque was built first? He replied, Al-Masjidul Haram, right? The sacred mosque in Makkah. I asked, what was built next? He replied, Al-Masjidul Aqsa in Jerusalem. And what was the period in between them? 40 years.
Okay,
So we know.
yes.
Go
So
on.
now, based on that, we have Min Svindu. I had a discussion with him in the past. He's a very reasonable person. I hope he is the same guy. Let me let him say something before I would show him.
Sure.
Means, okay. So it was probably somebody else who ran away as soon as I put him on the live stream. Because
Oh.
Means Windu, I had a discussion with him in the past. He's a reasonable guy to talk with. He doesn't abuse, he doesn't shout, he doesn't call names of the private parts of the females. But seems like it was just another guy who named himself Means Windu. Yes, brother.
But yeah, guys, I mean, this is a good place for me to end it. Right?
Yes.
This is a good place to
So guys,
end it.
realize this. Realize this. This hadith is very important, guys, because if Abraham built the Masjid al-Haram in the Kaaba, and then Masjid al-Aqsa, it is Aqsa to really pronounce it in the Arabic properly. It's Al-Aqsa is the second mosque that was built, which was built by David, rather not even David, because God said to David, because you have sinned, you have done a grave sin, so hence you will not going to build it. Your son is going to build it, and which then eventually was built by Solomon, the son of David. Uh, so between the two, it's not 40 years between the two. It is thousands of years between the two. How many thousands of years? I don't know. 3,000? I don't know. Something around that. Nobody can give you a proper estimation because there are certain differences in the historical events, but I don't care. 3,000 years, 4,000 years does not matter. Call it 5,000 years. It is over a few thousand years between the two. I do not want to
Yeah.
offend any Christian who want to believe in a certain narrative. So I'm going to give you a range. But once again, it cannot be 40 years. That's how silly it
Yeah.
is, right? And the Bible is very clear on the building of the first temple in the Jerusalem, which was built by the son of David. Brother, do you agree with me on the building of the son of David, right?
Yeah.
Which is in
If I
Second
recall,
Kings.
yeah.
Second Kings were chapter number 5 and 6, or First Kings chapter number 5 and 6. I forgot which one, but either the first king or the second king, 5, 6. And it describes the exact dimensions how it was built, so much so that if I pick up uh, is architect tool, for example, AutoCAD or something like that, I can design the whole temple in it. Like that's how crazily God has defined these things so that they would be built in the exact replica which God wanted it to be built at. And that's the beauty of the Bible. It doesn't gives you a hollow point stuff. It gives you exact figures. And the two chapters clearly defines that.
Mm.
And that's how it is. And I wish all of you guys to read the Bible, understand the Bible, and know that Islam is false. There is no basis of Islam whatsoever.
The
Islam comes
Bible,
from pagan roots.
the Bible is used for archaeology. It is used to find or identify things. Old and New Testament. The Quran is not. The Gnostic texts have no archaeological value. The Quran has zero archaeological value.
Absolutely.
So
Zero. Brother, like, has anybody seen any archaeological evidences in what do you say, in Quran or in Makkah? Have you heard about any archaeological evidence that they have found in Makkah or Medina?
nothing. They're concreting the whole place. So don't forget, here's something I've been asking Muslims, and it drives them nuts and they never answer. They claim in the sources that Adam was 90 feet tall or 36 meters tall, and he is buried next to the Kaaba. And in fact, between 70 and 300 prophets of the Bible are buried next to the Kaaba, and they're still praying. And in fact, their bodies are preserved. So I've asked Muslims, said, look, Adam's skeleton of 90 meters, 90 feet or 36 meters tall, buried next to the Kaaba, that would instantly prove Islam. Instantly, immediately prove Islam, right? At least that story is true. Can you please give me evidence of this 90-foot skeleton of Adam next to the Kaaba? And I'm still waiting for that evidence. You'd think
And
they
you will
want to
not
prove
find it.
Islam.
And you will not
300,
find it.
300 prophets buried next to the Kaaba. Where are the bodies? Show us the scan. Don't have to dig it up. Just do a radar scan. You know?
Exactly. Exactly. And by the way, that's in First King chapter number 7 and 8, which describes each and every building where the curie has been used, what they did, how they hammered it, what tools did they use, what is the length and the width of each and everything. Like everything. Everything is described so and so that you can actually make a picture out of it. Like a picture, a 3D picture out of it. That's how easy it is to make the picture of the temple. In First King chapter number 7, chapter number 8. You should start reading from 5. I do not want to read 5, 6, 7, 8, the whole 3 chapters here, but you know, any Christian just go to the Bible, read First King chapter number 5, 6, 7, 8, and you will know the exact dimension, how it was built, where it was built, what was there, how many stories it was, like everything. That's the beauty of Bible. It even describes the temple. And yes, I am 90 feet tall. I have a specific house whose one story is 100 feet long and the second story is another 100 feet long. So I live in a building which is 200 feet long, tall, and it is as wide as a city block. That's the kind of a building that I live in. So anybody who wants to bump me, they can find the building very easily.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. So, guys, that's the story. Yeah, besides, everyone apparently grew shorter from Adam's time. Everybody was 90 feet tall and everybody grew shorter. Where are these proportional skeletons? Love to see one. But yeah. So guys,
Really?
yeah, that's it from me. This is it from me. And so hopefully that was interesting. Hopefully it gave you a new perspective on Islam, the story, the history, the archaeology, the language, so that you understand that there's a lot more going on, that made Islam. It comes from a lot of different pagan sources and Gnostic sources, heretical sources.
Okay, I have Mints back again. Let me just
Oh,
do
and
something.
why would a 36-meter tall man build a building 12 to 15 meters high that he couldn't
Yeah.
fit into?
So Mr. Means is back. So Mr. Means, welcome. If you are the same guy, speak, brother, whenever you can. You are unmute. Mr. Means window. I just covered the screen because I don't know whether you are the same Means or you are a troll. So I have the cover that
Can you
I
hear
have to
me?
cover the screen. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay. You've brought up a lot of shubuhat, so which one do you want me to address first?
You can address whichever shubha you want to address, brother. What was the
Um,
religion of Abraham? Start with that.
the religion of Abraham, he was Hanif.
Hanif.
Yeah.
All right. So did you see the presentation that Hanif is not a did you see the presentation? Let's just put it this way. Have you seen the presentation?
I just came on and heard three of your arguments. I didn't see the presentation.
Okay, that's the problem, brother. So if you look at this presentation and you right now agreed with us that Abraham was Hanif, we
Mhm.
just showed what Hanif is and means in and at the time of Abraham.
So
But
what does it mean then?
Brother Lloyd, would you like to share the screen once again? I think he needs to be educated for the sake of him because he is here and he is a nice guy. He's not a bad guy. He speaks nicely.
So Hanif comes from the Hebrew, which means heathen or pagan. It means heretic.
Hanif is not a Hebrew word, it's an Arabic word.
Okay, can you please describe means that the
Sorry?
Quran, when the Quran actually talk about Logatul Arabiya, it actually means an Arabic language
Yeah.
rather than the language which is spoken by the people living in Arab. And what is the language Arabia derived from which language? Can you actually
Okay.
give me any linguistical brother? You have not let me finish the question, so how will you be able to answer?
Go on, go on.
Okay. So, can you actually describe to me the notion of how the Arabic language was derived from and which languages Arabic was derived from and when was the linguistic of Arabic or the dictionary or the lexicon of the Arabic was actually made? Please, the mic is
Well,
yours.
okay. Well, I can't give you the exact dates, but obviously they are Semitic languages. It's difficult for anyone to really speculate on which one would have come first, how they would have derived from where. We don't exactly know. What we do know is they are Semitic languages. Just because both languages are Semitic does not mean every single word, even if they're similar, is going to mean the exact same thing. For instance, if you look at the word Hanif in Arabic, coming from Hunafa, right? It means renunciate. So it's
Can I
someone it's
can I
someone who
can
maintains
I
the pure
respond to this point
monotheism.
first? Can I respond to
One sec.
this point first? Because you're no, I do not need to go to Hanif yet because we are talking about the language first, right? So I need to stick to the first point. You just said that you do not know where each and every semantic language is coming from and what the
Of
meaning
course
is.
not. Neither do you.
Okay, perfect. So the Arabic is known to be the last of the last semantic language
Known by
because
who?
Hebrew.
By who?
Okay, no worries. By the linguistics, I can
Which
give you
linguistics? We can't just say the linguistics. What do you mean? Which linguistics? Who's making that
all of
assertion?
them. Listen, hold
Oh,
on, relax, take a chill pill. You will have all the answers over here. Don't worry, I'll give you. Don't worry. So, have you ever studied that when the Quran was actually created, it did not had any vowels and the diacritical marking?
okay. So
Okay, so whenever a language was created, first it is spoken, correct? It is
okay,
not in a written form, right?
okay,
When the first time the language becomes in a written form, it doesn't have the vowels, correct?
okay.
That's how the history of the languages is, the evolution of the languages is. Are you
The evolution of the
are you
script of language, the
ev-
script of language, not language how it's spoken, the script of language.
every language, let me just say every language, there is a time when it is spoken and there is a
Okay, yeah, of
time
course.
when it is written and spoken are actually in two different ways, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so in the early time when the language is spoken, it doesn't have any vowels, no matter which language you pick up when it is written.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to show you something. This is a guy on the screen right now who has a YouTube channel.
Okay.
How
So
old
he's an
is...
authority now.
No, he's not. He's going to give you the authorities in his videos. I'm not going to play his video, it's long. Okay, I'm not going to do that. Okay, he's not a Christian as well. Okay, let me just put you the... let me just assure you that he's not a Christian. He talks about negative things about Christians, okay, as well. Okay, so his channel is Useful Charts. Okay, how old is written Sanskrit? That's... I was talking about Sanskrit one day and I showed him this language. But
Hmm.
in his videos, he shows... one of his videos is the origin of different languages, and he gives you the references as well, that which linguistic experts tells you about it. Okay, the
Uh-huh.
easy part is that you do not have to read boring articles. You can see the article references in a chart form, and the references, the videos that he makes, very good videos that he makes. I'm not promoting him, but I'm just telling you what it is.
Sounds like a promotion.
Okay, yeah, okay, I'm not even his subscriber. Okay,
Okay.
I'm not even his subscriber. You can see that I haven't even subscribed to his channel. But anyhow, he has 1.02 million subscribers. So seriously speaking, even if I promote on my 10,000 subscribers channel, it doesn't mean nothing to him. It's a chip change for him. The guy
Mm.
has a 1.02 million subscribers. So can you imagine, my promotion doesn't mean anything to him?
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So why do he has so many subscribers? Obviously, dude, he has some knowledge, and he has some authority, and is giving you these kind of things. And
The
he
amount of
gives...
subscribers does not is not indicative of how knowledgeable someone is. People will literally listen to absolute garbage. You know that.
Exactly. When that is why when Muslim scholars have 3 or 2 million subscribers,
There you
they are
go.
actually
Exactly. So
telling
there's you've
garbage and
made your
all that.
point.
And I
Yeah, you've
understand that.
made your
No
point.
worries.
Yeah, of
No
course, of
worries. But
course.
right now over
Same with
here,
David
he
Wood,
gives...
500,000 complete idiot. So there you go.
yeah, there are 3 million subscribers of certain muftis in YouTube, which actually speaks just garbage, and Mufti Muing is one of them. So no worries, I have no issues with what you are saying. But
Mm.
he actually gives you the quotation and the references of the archaeologists and the linguistics experts, and he describes you all of these things. Now this
I
is the
don't. Okay, what do
references.
they say? What do they say?
Now that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You need to go and watch them and realize that Arabic was one of the latest languages,
I un-
latest,
I
which
understand what the
was
standard
derived...
narrative is.
let me just say, which was derived from the Hebrew and the Aramaic majorly.
Adam,
Nope.
can you
Now,
play? Can you bring up my spreadsheet,
yes,
the
sir.
one with
There
the...
you go. There you go with the spreadsheet,
Guys, I
brother.
know
Please.
the narrative. I know the Western
So we've
Orientalist
met
narrative of the
before. You were calling in when I was doing one of my Telegram talks, and you were in your car, and you hadn't even seen what we were discussing, but you just decided to call in to discuss. It was the second time you called in. But these are the languages that make up the constituents of Arabic within the Quran. And according to this list, there's about 55 languages. So this is a fairly older list, 1938. But you have Syriac, Aramaic, Hebrew, Greek, Ethiopic, and a number of other languages, as you can see down here, that make up Quranic Arabic. Arabic is one of the later of these Semitic languages, and in fact, it's derived from earlier languages, right? And then also, you mentioned that Hanifa. You were saying that Hanifa means something. This is from the Encyclopedia of Islam. This is volume 13 with a very basic definition. So, what did you say that Hanifa meant?
to renunciate.
Well, there's no mention of that here within this definition, right? It says that it is the original and true monotheistic
Yeah.
religion used
Yeah.
of Abraham.
That's right.
And if you go to the longer definition, we have it is asserted that Abraham is neither Jew or Christian, follows the original religion. Muslims are to defend themselves by saying that their religion is the pure worship of God.
Mhm.
And it says here Hanafi is contrasted with polytheism, with the corrupted. There's nothing about renunciation that it means renunciation. It's the name of the religion.
Yeah.
So what was the
So
religion of Abraham before he accepted supposed Allah?
we believe he was Hanif.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Well, we
So,
believe he was a Muslim
okay,
anyway.
yes, exactly. So no,
Yeah.
hold on. Quran actually clearly says that he was Hanifan, right?
Yeah.
He
But
was
that's a
neither a
Muslim. That's
Jew,
a Muslim anyway.
he was neither a Jew nor a Christian, but he was a Hanif, correct?
Yeah. Judaism
Okay,
didn't exist anyway, so.
okay. No, that's okay.
Well, Islam did not exist then either.
No, I
Exactly, but
didn't say. Well, Islam did exist in its definition. In its
brother,
definitive form, yeah,
hold
it
on.
did.
Brother, hold on. We will go one by one, okay? We'll go one by one.
So fact.
So back in those days, Jews and Christians were not existing, right?
No.
Okay. And so basically, Ma kana Ibrahim Yahudan wala Nasraniyan
Hmm.
walakinna kana Hanifan, correct?
He was not of the politics. Yeah, sah, yeah.
Hanifan. Okay.
Hmm.
So if we have to look at what the Hanif is, because after Hanif it says Muslim, okay?
Yeah.
Not before Hanif, and Hanif is there. So
Hmm.
if Hanif means Muslims, because he was Hanifan Musliman, right?
Hmm.
So we have to look at the historical evidence of what Hanifan means, right? Not what the Quran is saying, not what anything else is saying, what the
But it's an
history
Arabic
tells
word.
us.
It's an
What the
Arabic word.
No, it's not an Arabic word. It
It
is
is.
not
They're
an
two different
Arabic word.
languages.
Arabic actually is taken from 20 different languages we just showed you.
That's aside from the fact meanings
So
will change with language
Hanif,
anyway.
you cannot prove that. Prove me that this word is an Arabic word and it was a new word created in Arabic while Muhammad was writing the Quran. Can you please
Prove that
prove
it
that?
wasn't. You have to prove that it
Okay,
wasn't.
let me just prove that. So I have
Good.
already proved that. Brother Lloyd has already showed that this word is taken from the Hebrew roots, where Hanif is the word which is used for Abraham before he accepted the Lord God, and that was the pagan religion. And we had a Jewish person over here who actually made a comment who said the same thing, and he agreed with us. So
Hmm.
we have a Hebrew word which clearly claims that Abraham was not following the true God but somebody else until God calls him. And that's where it comes from. Brother Lloyd, can you please show him the same presentation file, the same point where
Yeah,
the
I've got it
Hanif
up.
is?
You just need to share it back again.
Okay, there you go. So this is the Hebrew origin or the root where we are
So
taking it from.
Hanif, yeah, as soon as you're showing it. So Hanif comes from the Jewish midrashic literature, from the Talmud, basically,
Yeah.
from the material that makes up the Talmud. And the root Hanif is associated with heretics.
Yeah.
And in the Syriac, it is used as well. In the Syriac Aramaic, it derives from the word Hanpa and Hanpe, which means pagans. So
In the
once again,
Syriac or
these
the
are
Hebrew?
heretics. So what?
Was that the Syriac or the Hebrew?
The Hebrew root Hanif became Hanpe in the Syriac when they both mean the same thing.
And Arabic is majorly derived from the
Syriac.
Syriac.
Yeah. But Hanif, it's taken from the same root, the very same triliteral root, HNF. So they have the same word. Arabic derives a lot of its vocabulary from the Hebrew, from the Ethiopic, from the Syriac, from the Greek. It takes words from other languages because it's a very late language.
That's not a problem.
So it has borrowed words from all of these languages. As you can see, there's quite a lengthy list here of languages that Arabic borrows from, especially in the Quran. It takes numbers of words.
Yes,
So
because
my
that's
brother means
language.
I have a simple question for you before you go any further, because you are a very nice guy. Last time I had a very nice discussion with you, so I hold you to have the same kind of a nice discussion. I have a simple question. Okay, if Abraham was Muslim, why did Allah put Hanif before the Muslim? Can you please tell me that?
Because obviously Muslim, obviously how we understand it today, how it sort of, you know, how it's directed to us, is obviously not the same Muslim that you would have before that. A Muslim is just supposed to indicate that someone submits to God, right?
No. What does Muslim means?
It means someone who submits to God.
Okay,
They
then same
submitted
thing.
to God.
So submission.
Mu Islam, Mu Islam.
Okay,
Mu
once
just
again.
means someone who does the action.
Okay, once again. If he is just submitting to God, Why did Allah add Hanifan in there when it was not required to be in there?
Easy. That's an easy answer. The easy answer to that is that it's because he wanted to differentiate the fact that obviously he's not going to be the same type of Muslim that obviously we are, because it was before the
No,
Prophet ﷺ came. It is. That's
that
the
is
answer.
that is
It
just
is.
silly, brother.
Just
That
like the
is
same.
just silly.
It's not
Let
silly
me
because
let me
just like
answer
how
you that.
Isa bin Madi, one second, sorry. Just like how
No, no,
Isa
let me
bin
answer
Madi
you that.
is
Let me
Muslim,
answer you that.
but he's not Muslim like how we're Muslim. He's Nasara, but he's still Muslim.
Muslim. So hold on, Adam. Before they look, mu is a prefix. It means one who does what is done, followed by the next word, right? And we know that silim, the triliteral root silim, SLM, before it meant Islam, because this came much later, it meant graven idol. It meant heathen image. It meant pagan image. And in fact, its original usage is related to the pagan god Shalim. So now you've got a pagan god and you've got heathen idols, idol worship, paganism. This is the original use of Selim, and Mu'selim is one who does Selim, right? And the
Yes,
original meaning is worshipping graven idols.
absolutely. But I have another question. So, brother, if you are saying that Hanifan could only be used for Abraham or anybody before Muhammad, is that what you are saying? Okay, the one that you have with you, can you please invite him on the chat as well, rather than having a side chat with him? Because then you are not even listening to us. You are having a chat with that guy. Means I can't hear you if you are talking to somebody else. Brother Mains, I can't hear you. Your microphone is either too far away. I think you are talking to somebody else. I
Can
don't
you
know.
hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay,
Yes,
so
brother.
it was a bit too far from me. Sorry.
Okay. Can you please repeat what you just said? If you heard my question.
Say it one more time because now I forgot.
Okay. So right now you are saying that Hanifan over here is because Abraham was not a Muslim as in a form of a Muslims right now after Muhammad or
Yeah,
during Muhammad.
obviously, obviously.
Okay. So after Muhammad or during Muhammad, Hanifan Muslim should not be there, correct?
Well, no, obviously, because now, well, there were some, because obviously the Prophet ﷺ was also Hanif as well, and there were others like him, but they were a rarity at that point. It was either
There
pagan
cannot be any
Christian,
rarity.
Jewish, or just plain pagan.
No, there cannot be any rarity because I have another live stream where Muhammad, I showed that Muhammad's mother was a pagan, worshipping pagans.
No, I said
Muhammad's
the
father,
Hanifs. The Hanifs were a rarity. The
Muhammad
Hanifs.
himself worshipped
Muhammad,
Alat and Al
yes,
Uzza. Muhammad and
Muhammad,
No, he
Khadija
did not,
worshipped the
bro.
pagans.
Prove that.
Muhammad even
You can't
brother,
prove
sacrificed
that.
brother,
Prove
animals
that
hold,
from any
to.
source. You can't. He was
brother,
Hanif. There's no source you
brother,
could ever
hold
possibly
on,
draw that would give any
brother,
indication of that.
hold on, brother, hold on, brother, hold on, one by
This guy
one.
doesn't know what he's talking about, bro.
I so yeah,
Give the
that's
evidence, man. Don't just spew
I will hold on, brother,
shit
hold on,
online, bro.
brother, hold on, don't worry, just relax. I know brother Lloyd jumps 10 steps in a single time, and I will work with you slowly. So, are you claiming that Muhammad never had idols with him, and his mother never worshipped idols, and his father
I
never
said
worshipped idols?
he never intentionally worshipped idols. He
No,
was
okay,
always a Hanif. He
okay.
always
Now,
contemplated about
when
the
you put
oneness of God.
intentional, okay, hold on, brother. When you put intentional, it means that he did worship idols, but it was not intentional. Am I correct?
No, I'm saying if there's a situation where maybe he was holding an idol or an idol was around him, it does not indicate him worshiping that thing. It's because it was so prevalent at the time that there would just
How
be something
about
around it.
no, 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 no. Okay. How
He would
about
he
if he
never
had
worshipped
how
idols.
about he if he had idols in his own home?
That that's not that wouldn't be obviously if it might not have been his home. Maybe he was living with someone. Maybe it was when he was with
No.
his milk mother. Maybe it was when
Let
he was
me
with his
let
mother.
me prove okay. How about I prove you that it was his home?
Show me. That's what I'm asking for the
No, I'm
evidence. Show me
asking
the
you.
What are
evidence.
his sources? Well, what are your sources? Well, what are your references? I mean, you're
I
making
haven't given
assertions.
any
You're
references. I'm waiting for your references. You're the one making the claim.
Brother, no worries. I will going to give you the references. But can you please agree with me for once that Muhammad was an idol worshipper? Because I
No, I don't
actually
agree with that.
okay.
I don't agree.
No worries, no worries, no worries, No worries, brother. No worries. So the whole situation is, even though that you have not provided us with any evidence that
The
Muhammad,
Quran says that he was Hanif. The Quran says it.
yeah, we know Hanif is an idol worshipper, so we already know that. You do not
No,
have.
that's you projecting that definition onto me. We
So
don't
why do
accept that.
so many
That's not the
Islamic
Quranic
sources tell us
understanding of
that
it. My
Muhammad
understanding is the
worshipped
Arabic Quranic
Alat and
understanding,
Al-Uzza?
not some fake Hebrew understanding. By the
No
way,
worries,
there's also another word that it comes from Hebrew meaning prayers.
brother.
So
Hold on,
just so you know, there
brother. Hold
are
on,
different
brother.
meanings to that word.
Brother means you speak too much and too fast. You don't go one by one. Okay, there you go. This is Imam Abu Hanifa.
Okay.
This is the book of Imam Abu Hanifa. Let me just go to the home screen. This is Musnad Imam Al Azam by Imam Abu Hanifa. Am I correct in saying that?
Okay.
Okay. Now, if we go to page number 473 of this book, can you please read in the Arabic what it says, or would you like
I
me
can't
to
read that
help you?
script. That script is very difficult for me to read.
No worries. I'll help you. I'll
Plus,
help
it's
you.
way too small.
No worries. I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in. I'll zoom in. Can you now read it? Can you read Arabic? Because
I
I know you
can.
can read Arabic.
I'm probably better at speaking it. My Fusha isn't great.
Okay.
Abu Hanifa and Abi
So it says,
Hanif ibn
so yes, please read it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So did he had idols, and did Jibrail told him to put the idols, cut the heads of the idols? And did he
Yeah.
say that? Okay.
Yeah.
So Muhammad did had idols in his house, because it says fi baitul Rasulallah,
hmm
in the house of Rasulallah.
Yeah. Fil Bayt Rasulullah. Yeah.
Okay. So in the bait of Rasulallah there were idols, correct?
Yeah.
And the Jibrail said, remove these idols and destroy these
They may
idols.
not have been his idols. They may not have been
No,
his.
it was in the, okay, my friend, in the bait of Rasulallah, in the house of Rasulallah, you are telling me somebody else came and put idols in the bait of Rasulallah. Can you provide me the
Of course,
evidence?
he's living.
Can you please provide me the
He's
evidence?
living in
Can you please
a
provide me the
Mecca.
evidence?
He's living
My
in.
friend, can you please provide me the evidence?
Okay, bro. By the way, you haven't shown me this. Even. By the way, I don't accept this anyway. Abu Hanifa. I don't even know if there's any. We have anything extant from Abu Hanifa anyway. We have these things extant from Imam Malik's
Okay.
Muwatta. Maybe you could show me
No,
something from
no
that.
worries, no
This
worries.
isn't found in any of the 6 books. Listen,
I
listen.
have
This
so
is not
many.
found in any of the 6 books.
My
The six
friend,
books.
I have so many references. This is just a beginning.
Give me from the 6 books.
No, forget the 6 books. I will give you from the
Okay, well
Quran.
there you go. Because you don't
My
have it. You
friend,
don't have.
I will give you from the Quran. You speak too much. You listen too less. I'll give you from the Quran.
You gave me what from the Quran? This is not the Quran. This
I
is the
will give
works
you
of Abu
from the
Hanifa.
Quran. If I give you from the Quran, what will you say?
You're gonna show me this in the Quran, yeah?
Yes. There
Okay,
you
show
go.
me. Show
Who is
me.
Mudassir? Is
Excuse me.
this Mudassir a title of Muhammad?
Mudassir, I believe it is, yeah.
Okay. So can you read Quran chapter number 74, verse number 1 to 5?
Okay.
Okay, can you please read? What does it says, brother?
O you who covers himself with a garment, arise and mourn. I can't read the rest. You've blocked it off.
Arise and mourn, and your Lord glorify and purify your clothes, and uncleanliness avoid. I don't know what uncleanliness. Specifically idols, or generally bad conduct and more. Specifically idols. So this translation, I don't know who did this translation, but in fact, when you say arrajas,
Yeah. It comes from Najis, yani.
which according to many of your scholars, even Qurtubi, Ibn Kathir and all that, and the Ibn Kathir is in English, let me put English. Arrajas means idols. So
It's one of the meanings of it, yeah.
Allah in the Quran in chapter number 74, which by revelation is how many chapters away? Can you please tell me that according to the revelation of Quran, chapter number 74 is which chapter? 4th chapter by revelation, correct?
Is that what the Asbab Nuzul says?
It's the 4th chapter. I'm just telling you that the first chapter is Alaq, the second chapter is Al Kalam, the third chapter is Al Muzammil, the 4th chapter by revelation is Al Mudassir. You
Okay,
can
so
you
are
can
you
disagree with me, okay? So
okay?
so Allah has already revealed 3 chapters of the Quran, and on the 4th chapter Allah is telling his prophet Muhammad to remove idols from his house.
He's not telling him that. He's just making it clear what to avoid.
Okay, so I just showed you a tafsir.
Yeah,
I
the
just showed
tafsir just
you
says that it just says arujas means idols. So
exactly, and I
remember,
just showed
but one
you.
second, I'll tell you the explanation. I can explain that to you. So
Hmm,
the explanation is it's very simple. Obviously, he is a messenger. He's conveying a message to
hmm,
the people. He's obviously conveying a message to idol worshippers, right? So
hmm,
this is now being made clear to them that you need to avoid these things, right? Just
hmm,
because it's being directed to the Prophet Muhammad SAW does not then not also mean that it's not being directed to everyone else in Mecca, which it
hmm.
is being done. So it's not just for him; it's for everyone else, right? Because he's the
Right,
one who's supposed to go and convey that message, obviously.
perfect. So now I can see how you are making a very sound, illogical argument, which
Nothing
actually
illogical about it,
shows.
mate.
Yeah, I'm just showing it. Don't worry, brother. I am with you. I'm running with you. I'm just showing that we are coming from Hanif, and while coming from Hanif, we just showed you each and everything, and I and everyone else is seeing how you are running and making a particular deviation without knowing what you are thinking. By the way, the mother of Muhammad is not in heaven. Muhammad was crying according to the Kitab Sitta on the grave of his mother. Correct, brother?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if we see Tabakate Ibn Sa'd, can you tell me in the Tabakate Ibn Sa'd, the mother of Muhammad put Muhammad in an idol under the feet of an idol? Do you agree with me? When he was born?
Tabaqat ibn Sa'd.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not too familiar with Ibn Sa'd, to be fair, or his
Okay,
Tabaqat.
no worries. I'll make you familiarize with it now
But
while
it's
we
not
are
one of the
here.
6 books, so
Well, it doesn't matter.
well,
Six
it
books
does.
doesn't clear Islam. So it says that the mother of Muhammad, when Muhammad was born, right? He said, "Auzu bil wahidus samad min kulli sharri hasad." So Muhammad was put under the feet of a samad, of the feet of what? Samad.
Samad, yeah.
Okay. So who was Samad, brother?
Well, I don't know. Samad means Samad just means self-sufficient, doesn't it?
No.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Qul huwallahu ahad, Allahu samad.
Oh, that's Samad. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a translation which doesn't gives you anything. So let me give you another relation from Tafsir Ibn Kathir. So let's see who Samad is. My friend, I'm with you. This is Tafsir Ibn Kathir. It says, according to this ayah, Qawlul Kufar min Quraysh, according to the statement of the Quraysh, the Kufar of the Quraysh,
Mhm.
was Zikr Muhammad bin Ishaq wa Ghaira, and according to the statement of Ibn Ishaq and etc., Annahum Kanu Ya'buduna Asnaman, the people were worshipping idols, Asnaman, Fasanam Yakal Lahu Samad. So Samad was an idol of the Quraysh Makkah, and because Muhammad's mother was an idol worshipper and Muhammad was placed under the idol Samad, hence Muhammad mother was never what? Forgiven. And that's why Muhammad was crying on the grave of his mother. So now combine all of that and let's go back to Brother Lloyd's presentation.
Brother,
Abraham,
this doesn't prove anything. This is yeah.
yeah, I'm
I
proving
accept
everything.
I
I'm
accept his
proving.
mother was a pagan. So what?
Yeah, don't worry, don't worry. I'm going to give you everything that you can actually have, whether you accept it or not, because you accepting it has nothing to do with me, because if you want to reject everything, you can. So now let's look at the Quran back again. Okay. Say, O Muhammad, O people, if you are in doubt as to my religion, then I do not worship those which you worship beside Allah, but I
Mm-hmm.
worship Allah who caused you your death, and I have
Mm-hmm.
been commanded to be the believer.
Okay.
Now he says, and that direct your face to the religion, the deen,
للدين
not deen Islam, but deen Hanifan.
حنيفا.
And we have shown you that the Abrahamic deen, before the Yahweh, our Lord God, invited him out of that area, was the deen of Hanif. And that is what Quran is actually saying, that Muhammad is staying from the Quran that come to the deen of Hanif.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hanif is the deen of Abraham before he accepted the true God, before he was a monotheist, before when he was worshipping the idols. And that's what we shown in the presentation today. I hope that once you will see the presentation from the very start, you can come back next Friday on the same very topic. Maybe you will have better explanation for this, because you haven't even
How
seen the
was
2 hour presentation.
I think I've explained everything, to be honest.
To be
how was
honest,
Muhammad a
you
Muslim before he got revelation? And
Sorry?
for instance, in the Musnad of Ahmad ibn Hanbal, there's the narration of him and Khadija, and he complains to Khadija and says, I will no longer worship Alat or Al Uzza again. And then the neighbor says, Alat and Al Uzza were the idols which Muhammad and Khadija used to worship and then go to bed. Then there's the story, the other narration, where Muhammad says he sacrificed a white ewe to Al Uzza. Then there are
Where's
the
that
other
narration? Where's
narrations
that
where
narration?
Muhammad had two
Where is
children
that
from
narration you
Khadija.
just said?
I'm busy. Muhammad had two children from Khadija named Abd al-Manaf and Abd al-Uzza. The slave of al-Uzza and the slave of Manaf. Both of these are pagan Arabic deities, pagan gods of Arabia. You know al-Uzza already. Abd Manaf was another one. So
Abdul
Muhammad had
Manaf was
children
just the
named
name of
after
a
pagan
tribe.
gods. He
It's just the
worshipped
name of a
pagan gods.
tribe.
He sacrificed to pagan gods, and his grandfather took him to the Kaaba and consecrated him to Hubal, to a pagan god. This is all in the Arabic sources, in the Islamic sources.
You didn't
So
get
are you telling me
you
that all
mentioned
of the
Musnad
Arabic
Ahmed bin
sources
Hanbal.
are
You
just
mentioned no one else.
liars?
You didn't
Sorry,
mention
means
what?
why
anything
are
else
you
other than
why are
Musnad
you
Ahmed bin Hanbal. And
means
I don't
why
know
are
about
you
this
Hello
hadith. This
guys,
means
what's
hadith
means
up?
could
why
be
are
weak.
you means hold on, why are you speaking over Brother Lloyd? Let him finish his sentence and then speak, brother,
So
just
He's
like I
thrown
so
allowed
like
you to
4 or
speak.
5 arguments there. How can I respond to everything?
Okay,
Hello
pick up
guys,
one
what's up? God
argument.
bless
And
you.
hey, Brother
can
Rob
you
Christian, how are
confirm
you,
for me,
man?
Mace? Because look, we've
Hello.
met before, Mace. Can you confirm to me that every single sirah, every single hadith is false? That every single writer about Islam lied and
I didn't say
deliberately
that.
wrote
When did you hear me
falsehoods
say
about
that?
Muhammad?
When did you hear me say
Sorry?
that? You didn't hear. I never said that.
So, do you deny then that Muhammad worshipped idols, that he had
Yes.
children named after pagan
Yes.
gods?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Yeah,
So, why did these scholars? Why did these scholars lie? These are Islamic scholars,
I didn't
including
say
Ibn
they lied.
Hanbal.
Maybe their information was incorrect. There are plenty of
Can you
Levi, can
prove
I
that?
jump in
There are
real
plenty
quick,
of
Rob
guys,
multiple.
if
I
you
can
Christian,
don't
please
prove
mind?
that.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
Why is it not any of the 6 books? Why is it not any of the 6 books then?
So
Just
six
a
books
second,
finished.
just a second, guys.
Yes, Rob Christian, please carry on.
Can I
Yes,
jump
please.
in?
Yes, please.
Guys, he's asking over and over. Hello, by the way, guys. Sorry, I'm not trying to take over, but he's asking specifically from the 6 books, right?
Yes, sir.
Who said
Sunan
that?
Mace,
Abi
Rob.
Dawood
are you
4158.
sure? Here's the question. Are you sure that you want proof from the 6 books?
Yeah, of course I do.
Okay.
About
Can I
what
share my
Jiang is
screen?
saying, yeah, I would like proof from the 6 books.
That means if I can prove to you, you have to leave Islam, right? Because you are
No, it
asking.
doesn't mean anything of the sort, mate. Leave it
Look,
for what?
look.
A pagan, false man god religion? I
Listen,
don't think so.
Mace, just a second. I know when I jump in, you Muslims get scared, but easy here. Sunan
Rob,
Abi Dawood.
I've been piping up the whole time, mate.
Easy.
You're the guy who couldn't defend the fact that your God is a man, so just calm down.
Mace, calm down, relax. You asked for the 6 books here. Sunan Abi Dawood is part of the 6 books. Hadith number 41, 58. It's in front of you. Narrated Abu
By the way, there's a
Hurairah.
lot of weak hadiths in Sunnah
Let
Abu
me
Dawud,
read.
just
Let
so
me
you
read.
know.
This is the 6 books. You're asking for 6 books. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Messenger of Allah said, Jibreel came to me and said, I came to you last night and was prevented from entering. Why? Simply because there were images at the door,
Mhm.
for there was a decorated curtain with images on it in the house, and on top of that, there was also a dog in the house.
Mhm.
In whose house? In Muhammad's house. So you
Okay.
asked from the 6 books. There you go. It's in front of you. It's not only in the book of Abu
That doesn't
Hanifa,
indicate
but it's
anything.
in Sunan Abi Dawud that you asked for. So what are you going to do now?
This doesn't indicate anything. It doesn't indicate any sort of
You
worship.
asked.
It
You
indicates
see,
Can you
nothing of the
please
hypocrite,
read
sort.
the Arabic?
hypocrite and a lie. You asked specifically from the 6 books. I'm showing you from the 6 books. Sunan Abi Dawud is from the 6 books. What are you going to do now?
This doesn't indicate anything. It says that there was an
So,
image there. No one's worshiping the image. No one knows who's put the
so
image
what
there.
is your
There's
prophet
cl-
doing
there's
with
clear there's
tamathil? And the
clear
word is, by the way, this false
there is
translation, by
clear
the way.
ignorance.
The word is
It-
tamathil. Actually, it says idols.
Idols, yes.
You see,
So
you Muslims, when you translate, you can't even translate correctly. It says
oh,
twice
but you can, Rob. Yeah,
tamathil
you can
at
translate correctly.
tamathil.
Yeah.
So what are idols doing inside the house of your prophet? Please tell me. Enlighten me.
Tamathil doesn't have to mean idols, mate. Doesn't have to.
What
okay.
are idols? Yes, they do mean
They can
idols.
mean
So
a
what
type
are
of sour
idols
as
doing
well.
in the
It can mean a
side
type of
inside the
sour as
house
well.
of your prophet? What is
It
is your
doesn't mean that they
prophet
were
trying
being
to
worshipped.
decorate
It
his
doesn't mean that.
house?
Show me this hadith where it was being worshipped.
What?
My friend,
Show me
it
this
does.
hadith where it was being worshipped.
You see you're such a hypocrite. You asked,
How?
I was listening carefully. You asked brother Leloid and you asked brother Adam Seeker to show you from the 6 books. We are showing you from the 6 books, and now you are tap
I
dancing.
asked him to
What
show me
kind
from
of
the 6
hypocrite
books
liar you
any
are?
of the arguments that he was making. This
What?
isn't any of the arguments he was
So,
making.
Mace, you've rejected every single Islamic source we've given you. Why is
Yeah.
every single source from Islam wrong
I
or
didn't
deliberately
reject every
lying
single
about
source. What are you
Muhammad?
talking
Why
about?
is it that every single Islamic source cannot be trusted? You're telling us that not a single Islamic source is true, yet Islam is true, and we can trust Islam, but yet every single source we read is false.
When did I say every single source is false?
You're rejecting every source we're giving you,
You
including
gave
Ahmad
me
ibn
one
Hanbal.
source. You gave me one source from Musnad
I
Ahmed
gave
bin
you
Hanbal,
multiple
and that was it.
sources. You've given us
you
the
said
only
Musnad
source
Ahmed bin
you've given
Hanbal, and that
us.
was it.
The only
Nothing.
source
He
you've
didn't.
given us
He
Just a
never gave us
second,
is
guys,
anything.
your own
guys.
opinion.
Just a second. Just a
No,
second.
what source has he given us? What evidence has this man? What references has he given
My
us?
friends, easy. If this is not enough, I can show even to him from his Islamic books that his prophet worshipped idols. And if that's not enough, he bowed down and prostrated. He did sujud. What are you going to do if I can show you that your prophet worshipped idols? He did
Go on,
sujud to
show
the
it.
idols.
Show it. Show it.
From
Show it.
authentic, you accept
Show it.
authentic
Show it. Show
hadiths,
it.
right?
Show it. Show it.
Okay, what are you going to do if I can show it to
Show
you?
it. Show it. Show it. Show
No,
it.
just tell me. Tell me before I show it.
Tell you what.
What are you going to do? Are you just going to deny
What are you
it
going to do?
and
Are you going
claim
to
it's
say
false?
again?
We're gonna see what
It's
he's
false.
talking about. We're gonna see what he's talking
Okay,
about. And
here.
I think I have
Can
an
I
idea
show?
what he's
Can I
talking
share
about
my
as well.
screen, brothers? Brothers, can I share my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please share the screen.
Okay. You see, guys, if he is really honest with himself, he's going to leave Islam. Else, he's nothing but a hypocrite. Watch. Let me share it. Okay, here it's on the screen. Have you ever
Brother,
heard
hold
of
on. Hold on.
Jalaluddin al-Suyuti?
Brother, hold
Mace?
on. There you go.
Have you
You don't
ever
want to
heard?
go to the 6 books, do you?
Have you
You
ever
don't want to
heard
go
of
to the 6 books.
my friend? Have you ever heard of Jalaluddin
Of course I have.
al-Suyuti?
Of
Okay.
course, that's Sayuti. I know Sayuti.
You know who he is, right?
Yeah.
Is he a joker? Is he a clown? Or is he a major hadith expert?
Okay.
Here, in front of you, here's the reference. Ad-Durr al-Manthur. Ad-Durr al-Manthur. Pages 525 to 526. Volume 10, Jalaluddin al-Suyuti. And here's the page. Let me put
I think
the
you mean
page.
27, but okay.
No. Easy. Here. This is page 526. I know what I'm talking about. Look, it says he bi sanadin sahih. I think you can read a little bit Arabic,
Sanad
right?
Sahih. Okay, so what?
So the isnad is what? Sahih, authentic, as clear as the sun. Okay, we
According
scroll
to
down.
Sayuti, yeah.
Okay, now we scroll down. Look what it says here. When Muhammad was in Mecca and he was reading what? قرأ رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم بمكة سورة النجم. فلما بلغ, when he reached the ayah, chapter what? 53, ayahs 19 and
Surah
20.
An-Najm, yeah.
أفرأيتم اللات والعزى ومناة الثالثة الأخرى. Have you seen مناة العزى and the last one, you know, العزى? Then it says ألقى الشيطان على لسانه. What does that mean? Satan starts to cast down on the tongue of Muhammad the satanic verses. تلك الغرانيق العلا وإن شفاعتهن لترتجى. These are the exalted cranes and their intercession is hoped for. And then what does it say here? The Quraysh started to rejoice. They started to be happy with Muhammad. This is the first time. This is the first day ever. Today, Muhammad started to say beautiful stuff about our idols, the Quraysh is saying. And
This is
then he
weak.
comes, just a second, just let me finish. Then it says here, Muhammad did what? فَسَجَّدَ, and the Quraysh وَسَجَدُوا. So your prophet did sujood, my friend, and we know, all of us know, I'm an Arabic speaker. You should understand what the meaning of sujood is. It's an act of worship. So since Muhammad gave the satanic verses to the Quraysh and he did sujood to the three idols, Allat, Al-Uzza, Wal-Manat, Muhammad that day became a mushrik. So what are
It's
you not
never
going to do?
happened.
It's so.
It never happened. This is weak.
You see,
This is
guys,
weak.
didn't I warn you
This
that
is
he's
weak.
going to reject
This is weak.
Sahih Hadith?
This is weak. This is weak. The most authentic of the stories in Sahih Bukhari. Read what it says in Sahih Bukhari.
My friend,
Read what it
wait,
says
wait,
in
wait,
Sahih
wait.
Bukhari.
Is the
Read this story in
sunnah,
Sahih Bukhari.
is the sunnah that you take, is it only from Sahih Bukhari?
Read this story in Sahih
Do you?
Bukhari.
Okay, no,
See
no.
what it
Hold
says.
on. Do you take Sahih Bukhari only?
No.
Okay, so
So
why are you
I take
lying?
the 6 books.
Why I? No, you don't only take the 6 book. You take all the books that are
I take
authentic.
6 books.
All the books that contain hadiths. Don't lie, Abdul. We are Arabic speak. I'm an Arabic speaker. You can't use that taqiyya with me, my friend. All the books that contain authentic
Taqiyya like
hadiths, even
Paulus love
Hassan
taqiyya.
hadith, you accept it because the sunnah is not only in Bukhari. It's not only in Sahih Muslim. It's not only in Sunan Abi Dawood. If this is not enough, guys, let me show him more. Guys,
yes,
watch.
please.
This is not the
Yes,
only
please.
reference.
Yes,
Look,
please.
This is
have
weak.
you
This
ever
is
heard
weak.
of?
Everyone
This
knows
is not
this is
weak
weak.
hadith. This
It's in front of you.
Gharanik, the Gharanik is not a hadith, Sahih hadith. I can show you in
My
so
friend, it
many
says
hadiths.
it says Sahih. Come on, here and
It
he
doesn't
even read
matter
it.
if it says it here. None of the 6 books have it. And the
Abdul,
scholars
you
are
do,
unanimous
your
on this.
sunnah
The
doesn't only
scholars are
come.
unanimous. This is Mawdua.
Your
It is
sunnah,
fabricated.
No,
your
your
sunnah does
scholars
not
do not
only
say that.
come from the
They
6
do. They
books.
do say it. The only one who
Where?
accepted was Ibn Taymiyyah.
Shh.
Okay,
And even he accepted there was deficiency in the sanad.
Okay. Well, I just showed you that the sanad is Sahih. So
That's according to
that
Sayyuti.
goes. That's go.
no, it's
So
not
Suyuti
according to
is, wait,
Sayyuti.
is
It is.
Suyuti now a
This
liar?
is from Sayyuti.
Please, I challenge you. You're being recorded. I challenge you to say Jalaluddin al-Suyuti is a filthy liar in the series. Say it.
He's wrong in this aspect. He's wrong.
So he's a
According to who?
liar.
No, I
According
didn't
to who?
say he's a
According to
liar.
you?
I said he's wrong.
So
He's
he's not a
incorrect.
liar, and you are simply lying about the Suyuti. Forget about it. Let us show a second source here. Majma' al-Zawad wa Manba' al-Fawad, page 115 from volume 7 by another giant Sunni scholar, Imam al-Hafiz al-Haythami. I hope you heard of this book before and the writer of this book.
Mhm.
Look. Yeah, you heard of him. Huh? Okay. Page 115. Look in the Arabic 115, and I put also for the people who do not know Arabic here 115.
Very
We
helpful.
scroll down again. Here in the bottom it says وَرِجَالُهُمَا رِجَالُ الصَّحِيحِ. Everybody here on top in the chain are of a sahih. The men in the chain are of a sahih. People that you can find in the chain in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim hadiths. So
So what?
very
Does it mean
authentic.
anything?
You're to be honest with you, you are starting to force me to say about you that you are a hypocrite and you are being or acting at least like a retard. But it's okay. What can we expect from
Very
Muslims like
politically
you?
correct. Wow.
Yeah, but that's you just proved it. Here, An Ibn Abbas. Who is in the chain? Ibn Abbas, brother. Ibn Abbas, Hibrul Ummah.
So
Again,
what?
the same story. So what? Okay,
So
guys.
what?
He's
If
the
anyone
so
could say
he's
that
a
he's in the
Sowat
chain.
Muslims. Do you hear it, guys?
So what if
He's a
he's in the
Sowat
chain?
Muslim. So guys, we showed not what one, but 2 authentic hadiths. and this
It's
guy
not.
keeps
It's
saying,
not authentic.
so
It's
what?
not in. It's not in the 6 books, so it
Who
can't be
cares?
authentic.
Is the Sunnah only from the 6
How
book?
can it not be in Muslim?
Okay,
How can it
okay.
not
If
be
you
in
have any
Bukhari?
dignity,
How
listen,
can it
Abdul.
not be in
If you have
Tirmidhi? How
any
can it not be
dignity,
Sunan Ibn
if
Majah?
you have any
Sunan Abi
dignity in
Dawood?
you, listen. If you have any
Nisa'i.
dignity in
Why
you,
is it not there?
please
Why?
say
Ask
it
yourself that
live on
question.
air. Shh. Say live on air. The Sunnahs are only from the 6 books. Say it.
The 6 books are the most authentic books that we have
Okay, but
in
what
our
about the
Sunnah.
rest of the books?
They are
What
the
about
most authentic. If
about
they're in
other
line with
books?
those books, then they are correct.
So Qurtubi is
Look at this
wrong.
guy, guys. Look
Tibri
at this
is
guy.
wrong. Ibn Kathir is wrong.
Yeah.
The
Everyone else
scholars
is
you're
wrong.
mentioning,
Ahmad ibn
As-Sayyuti
the
is
Hanbal
scholars
is
you're
wrong.
wrong.
mentioning all
Ibn
use the 6
Ahmed
Hanbal
ibn
is
books.
Hanbal is a
wrong.
liar.
The
Guys, do
scholars
you
you
hear what I
use,
hear?
the scholars you mentioned all use the 6 books. They all refer to
No,
the 6
I'm.
books.
That's not what I'm asking. So you are telling
What are you
me
talking about?
all. Okay, hold on. So you are telling me and everyone over here that Tibri
This
is
is
wrong,
crazy.
Qurtubi is wrong, Jalalain is wrong, every
Wrong
other
about what?
scholar,
Wrong about
every
what?
other muhaddis. Can you please listen before you can answer? How about that? Like obviously, if you're answering me, unless you know what I'm saying, how can you answer me?
My friend, can I finish, please? Guys, just a second.
Yes,
We are
please.
all over the place. Look, this hadith, as I showed you, it says, وَرِجَالَهُمَا رِجَالُ صَحِيح. All the people in the chain, Ibn Abbas in the chain. I mean, who is a bigger authority than the Ibn Abbas? Here's his name, Ibn Abbas.
A lot of people quoted Ibn
And
Abbas and
then,
it wasn't Zahir.
then it says here that another hadith, and this is what you're talking about. Let me teach you how your science of a rijal work. You are a clueless jahil.
Oh
You
yeah,
are an
yeah, yeah, yeah,
ignorant.
yeah, yeah.
Look what it says here. وَقَدْ تَقَدَّمَ حديث مرسل. Longer than this one, the one here on top. في سورة الحج أطول من هذا ولكنه ضعيف الإسناد. What does that mean, guys? Let me translate because I put black line here underneath. It means that another hadith, which is longer than this one, appeared or was discussed, but that one was a mursal.
That's right,
ضعيف
mursal.
الإسناد. But here the muhaddith is not talking about this one. This one seems an authentic sahih al-isnad. So the one that you are saying or talking about that it's da'if, that your scholars are talking about that it's da'if or mursal, those are other hadiths. Let me show you what they are talking about. Guys, let me give him an example to teach him how Islam works here. And I wanted to spare this for the last part, guys. Here on page 527 of the book before that of Suyuti, page 527, here is an example of a mursal sahih al-isnad. Look, mursal sahih al-isnad. So what your scholars are talking about when it comes to the satanic verses, they are talking about such hadiths that they reject because this hadith has a gap in it, meaning a tabi'i skips a sahabi. So the people here in top in the chain, they skipped a sahabi like Ibn Abbas. Do you see it? This is why your scholars say there are mursal hadith about the satanic verses, which we reject. So this hadith that you see here is rejected, but the one that I showed earlier, this one on page 526, is not a mursal or a rejecter or a da'if hadith. This one is a highly authentic sanad sahih bisanadin sahih. So this one is not mursal, this one is not da'if, why your prophet is doing sujood to the idols. So what are you now going to do, my friend?
Again, I don't accept the hadith. In the 6 books, there's nothing like this. So,
You're
in
a
fact,
waste of time.
the
So
story in
you're
the
a
6
waste
books,
of time.
the
So
story
you're a
in the
waste
6
of time.
books doesn't mention it.
You,
Okay.
Abdul,
You
Abdul,
accept the
you are being
Sharia.
a hypocrite. Your Islam does not only come from this from the 6
Brother,
books,
hold on. This
all
is
the
the sixth
books,
book.
all the tafsir. You idiot.
This is the
Not
sixth
all the
books.
tafsir. Don't lie.
My friend,
Don't
this is the
lie.
6 books. Can you
Don't
read the
lie.
6th book? Can you read Bukhari? Read Bukhari.
What a jahil, man.
You will not get it in Sahih Sunnah.com. Read Bukhari. It's not in Sunnah.com. It cannot be in Sunnah.com. By the way, this is Sahih al-Bukhari. Can you please read and translate for everyone? There you go.
Listen, my friend. I
Can
don't
you
need to
please read
read it.
and translate what
I
is
don't
it
need
here?
to. I don't need to because
It is there. Can you please read and
there is
translate?
no Sahih Isnad from the Prophet.
This is Sahih al-Bukhari. You silly. You said give me the 6 books. This is Sahih
concerning
al-Bukhari.
There is nothing concerning
This
this
is
report.
Sahih al-Bukhari. Can you please read and translate?
I don't need to.
Why?
Because there's no
Because they say that
Sahih
Muhammad
text.
did the sajda
I know
according
that
to
it's not
Surah
there.
Najm.
I
Is that
know
why
it's
it
not there.
says?
I know it's not there.
Okay, then read it. It's on the screen, you silly.
You read it.
Okay, why should I read it when you know
You're
Arabic
the
more
one.
than me?
You're the one who
Read
thinks.
it.
You're the one who thinks it's there. So you read it.
Okay, so now imagine this guy is busted from the core of his bum to the neck.
Yeah, Adam, I gave him the most authentic hadiths showing everybody, and everybody is my witness. Everybody is our witness today, guys. How many hadiths did I show him? Let me show him a third one. I showed him two. Let me
There you
show
go.
him
Let's
a
go to
third
yours
one.
one. I will keep this for the end because this is
Yeah,
Sahih Bukhari. Please show it.
yeah.
But
Here
even
is a
even
third
Ibn
one.
Kathir refutes this in his tafsir.
Ibn Kathir
Yeah.
does not refute it.
He does refute
FYI.
it.
No,
He does.
no,
He does.
he doesn't refuse this
He
authentic
does.
ones. He's talking about the mursal ones.
No, no,
I am
no.
showing
He
you
refutes it in
highly
his tafsir of
authentic
Surah
ones.
Al-Hajj.
You
In
do
his
not even
tafsir
Now,
of
know
what's the
what the
Surah
evidence?
mursal hadith
He
is and
Listen,
what
refutes
the
it.
Sahih hadith is,
you
silly.
have no idea what you're talking about. Here,
I do. I
another
just told
guys.
you.
Now here's a third hadith. I showed him one from the same book that you see here on page 526. Now let me show him on a page earlier, 525. The isnad, what does it say? بِسَنَدٍ رِجَالُهُ ثِقَاتٍ. The isnad, the people in the chain, all the rijal, or all the men are highly trustworthy. Same, you see it, same. And we showed you here this one from page 526, the next page, and look in the footer. وَرِجَالُهُمَا رِجَالُ الصَّحِيحِ. Look, وَرِجَالُهُمَا رِجَالُ الصَّحِيحِ. And who are in the chain? عن Ibn Abbas, عن الرسول, عن النبي. So Ibn Abbas is
No
directly
problem. No
quoting the
problem.
Prophet.
No
And
problem. But you're misunderstanding what's being said there. That's the problem.
what do you mean? What do you mean by no problem?
You're misunderstanding what's being said
What
in
is
the report. That's why you
what
think
am
it's
I
saying that.
misunderstanding? What am I
Mate, the
misunderstanding?
scholars are unanimous on what the ma'na of
You're
the
lying.
report
Ibn
is.
Taymiyyah
I'm
agree,
not.
and you know who a second one is
Even
agreeing
if
with
it's
it?
sahih, listen.
Here,
Even
Fath
if it's sahih,
al-Bari. Have you ever heard of?
let me finish. Let me
No,
finish,
no.
man.
Let me finish.
Let
I
me finish. You've
wasn't
been talking
finished,
all
and you
this
cut
time.
me
You're not
off.
gonna let me speak once.
I didn't finish. You cut me off. I wasn't even finished. Look,
Rob, you've
the
only
Ibn
been talking. You
Hajar,
haven't let me respond.
the Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani in his Fath al-Bari. Look, Fath al-Bari, volume 8, volume 8, Juz at-Taman, page 439. He also mentions that all these hadiths, the isnad is sahih, bi sanadin sahih. All the people in the chain are highly trustworthy. What are you going to do, man? We showed you
Can I
what Imam
respond? Can I
Suyuti is
respond?
saying. We
Can
showed
I
you.
respond?
Let me finish my sentence.
Oh, here we go.
Then you can talk. And we showed you what Imam al-Hafiz al-Haythami and Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, not one, not two, but three people. Go ahead.
Listen, even if these reports are sahih, for argument's sake, the scholars are unanimous that it is to be understood. The ma'na is the meaning that the shaitan caused the kuffar to hear these words. Not that the Prophet ﷺ said them. All right, didn't come out the Prophet ﷺ's mouth. It's
Yes,
just the kuffar heard it.
No, it says here cast
Yes,
on
it
his
says the
tongue.
kuffar.
It says
This
no,
is,
Look,
no,
it
no,
says
no.
can I,
You're
shaitan
lying.
called
can I
out.
It
share
says
something?
It says
cast on his
shaitan
tongue.
called out. Shaitan called out, and that's what they heard.
No,
That's
no,
why
no,
they
no,
made
no, no,
sujood.
no. It says here ألقى الشيطان على لسانه. Lisan means on the tongue of Muhammad. So Satan
That's
cast
not how
on the
it's
tongue
understood.
of
That's
your
not the
prophet.
ma'na. That's not how it's understood.
According to who? According to who?
According to all the scholars,
Okay,
man.
bring your reference.
It's
Share your
unanimous.
screen.
It's unanimous.
Bring
Bro,
your
look at
bring
Ibn
your
Kathir's
reference.
refutation. Ibn Kathir
Ibn
refutes it
Kathir is
in
talking
his
Can I
about the
bring up
tafsir
Mursal
something on?
Hadith.
of
Hold on,
Surah
guys. Can I go
Al-Hajj.
to Al Azhar University?
His
Guys, I
tafsir
want
of
to go
Surah
to Al Azhar
Al-Hajj.
University.
He
There's something
See,
I'd
refutes
like
it
guys,
to
he's
in
not
show.
his
showing
tafsir of Surah Al-Hajj.
any reference. He's not showing any
I've
I
reference.
know
just
he's
told
making
you.
it up.
I've
I'm
Look,
just
he's
told
the
you.
one
lying.
showing
Mace,
reference here.
Al-Bidayah wa Nihaya. He does it
Adam,
there.
can
He
you
refutes
share
it
my
there.
screen?
Yes.
He's refuting the Mursal ones, the one
Yes,
that I
brother.
So,
showed you.
Brother
so
Lloyd.
this is the Fath al
This
Bari.
one.
Okay, this is from the Fath al Bari. This is from a new translation, and this is a collaboration between Medina al Munawwara and Al Azhar. Okay, now of course, Mace, we've met before, we've discussed before. You've lied to me before, and you're busy doing so
Whatever,
now
man.
again. However, this is from Al-Azhar University and Medina Munawwara, okay, the university from the home of the Prophet. It says here, removing weak hadith from works was not the example of the scholars. Otherwise, Imam Ibn Hajar would not have included them himself in the Fath al-Bari as sources to take knowledge from. So in other words, weak hadith were included as sources of knowledge by Imam Ibn Hajar himself. Weak hadith are used to support opinions because a weak hadith containing the words of the Prophet is preferred over pure opinion and personal ijtihad, which you are guilty of right now. Pure opinion without
I'm not
any
giving my
reference.
opinion. I'm giving the
Shut
opinion
up.
of the
Listen,
scholars.
I'm talking. This is the
Well, tell me,
example
shut up,
set by
silly
all the
idiot.
scholars, shut up, including Imam Bukhari himself, who used them deliberately in his work Al-Adab al-Mufrad. The Sahih of Imam Bukhari is a collection of the Sahih hadith specifically, not a collection of the only hadith that the scholars use. The scholars have stated a Sahih hadith has a 99 to 100% chance of being accurate. A Hasan hadith has an 85 to 99% chance of being entirely accurate. A Da'if hadith has about a 45 to 85% chance of being entirely accurate. Even a fabricated, a Maudu, which you mentioned earlier, hadith, has a 0 to 45% chance of being accurate. Since the grading it
Who
was
wrote
given
this?
may have been
Who
wrong,
wrote
shut
this?
up and
Who
listen.
wrote this? Who
Shut
wrote
up
this?
dude.
Who the hell wrote this?
Ha 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 ha. Look, you need to
What do you-
learn how to listen. I know. Yeah, thank you, Adam.
Means, can you please listen and then in your time answer? He already
So,
said it
mates,
is
look,
Ibn Hajar Asqalani. So can you please
I
wait
know that you're
for your
I
turn?
know
Ibn
that
Hajar
your
Asqalani didn't
brain,
write
your
this,
IQ is
man.
lower than my shoe size, but listen for a second.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I
Brothers,
don't have
brothers,
crayon.
he's going to throw all the scholars under the bus in the end.
He's
And I
going to
want him
throw
to do that.
everyone under the
Mhm.
bus. But let
Yeah,
me
I
finish
want him
this.
to do that.
So, Mace, this is a collaboration, a new translation of Imam Hajar al-Asqalani's Fath al-Bari between Al-Azhar University and Medina Munawwara. So Medina Islamic University and Al-Azhar. Okay, so you know who those are, you know their quality. Hasan Hadith has about a 99% chance of being accurate. Da'if, 45 to 85% chance of being accurate. A fabricated, a Maudu Hadith, has up to a 45% chance of being accurate. Since the grading it was given may have been wrong, or the fabricator may have spoken the truth in this instance. Weak Hadith should not be treated like fabricated Hadith because an 85% chance of being entirely accurate is a very high chance. Now, please tell us, Al-Azhar lie to us and tell us that Al-Azhar University and the scholars at Medina University are all wrong and know less than you. Tell us you know more than them, you know better than the scholars. Tell us, go ahead. Lie to me now.
I never made that claim.
Yes, you have. You've
No, I
implied
have
that
not.
because
I've
you
not
are
made that claim.
rejecting all your own scholars. You're rejecting all of your Sirah, your Hadith. You're rejecting everything, even the Sahih.
No, I'm not. It's not Sahih. That's
Yes,
the
you have.
problem. That's
Okay.
why we're having a dispute, because it's not Sahih.
So this is from Al-Azhar. So tell me Al-Azhar is wrong. Tell me you accept this. Tell me they are wrong. Tell me they are right. Go for it.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know where they get the percentages from. I need to see what scholars are
This
involved
is
in
your
this
scholars.
paper.
Look, I'm showing you stuff on the screen. This is the Fath al-Bari.
Means, are you just a second?
I want
Means,
to. I
are you
actually want to
Means?
see the
What
Arabic
evidence
bit.
do you have?
Means,
Show me the
What
Arabic
evidence
of
do you
this
have
page.
except
Show
the
Yeah,
me the
can
lies
you?
Arabic
coming
of
out
this
of your
page.
mouth? Mate?
I will
Show
show
me
you
the
the
Arabic.
Arabic.
I want to see where it says
Means, I will
45%.
show you the Arabic. Hold on. Means, I'll show the Arabic. Hold on. So can you please agree with me that you are not a scholar, not a mufti?
I never made the claim I was a scholar.
Okay,
Then you
okay,
should
perfect.
shut up, mate. Because
So,
you don't know what you're
Means,
saying.
can you please read this Arabic now? Because
Why
I have
is your boy
spoken.
getting so triggered,
Means, I
man?
have
Calm
spoken
down,
with
man.
you. Means, I have spoken with you before. You know Arabic, right? You said show me the
You're showing
Arabic.
me
I'm
the
showing you
same
the
thing
Arabic.
now, man.
Can you please read the Arabic and translate it for all of us? Can you please read the Arabic and translate it? Why are you so scared of it?
I'm reading it.
No, read it loud so that everyone can hear that you're reading it and you are translating it.
I'm okay. I'll just read it to myself.
No, for everyone. There are people watching. Almost 150 people watching.
Then you can read it to them then. Or get Rob Christian. He's really good at Arabic, apparently. You can get him to
No,
read it.
because you need to read it so that you would know and you would tell everyone that people did the sajda when Muhammad read Surah Najm, and I will show you the Asbabul Nazul right there and then, because this is Bukhari. Sahih al-Bukhari,
Yes, I know this
which
hadith.
you
Yeah.
cannot get in
You know what
sunnah.com,
this hadith is saying? You
which
know,
is not in sunnah.com.
you know what this hadith is saying?
Yeah, this is saying what? Tell me.
It's saying that he was reciting Surah An-Najm.
Uh, and
He was
then, and
reciting
then,
Surah
and then,
An-Najm in front of
and
the
then.
Kaaba in Mecca to
Mm-hmm.
the polytheists. And when
Mm-hmm.
he got to the verses about the
Mm-hmm.
verses that we have today, not mentioning
Yeah.
anything about the Guaraniq, then
Yeah.
that's when they made sujood. There was no mention of
Perfect.
satanic verses.
Perfect. Now
There you go.
here we will see the Asbabul Nazul. Now see, I am. You think we are
From
stupid?
who? From who?
Now
From
here
who?
this is
From who?
Asbabul Nazul.
From who? From who?
Okay, how many Asbabul Nazul that we have other than Al Wahidi
There's
and some other?
There's many
Okay,
Asbab
you know
Nuzul.
already which
What does
Asbabul
Asbab
Nazul
Nuzul
it is.
mean?
So it says
What
the
does Asbab
reasoning of the
Nuzul mean?
verse to
What does
come down.
Asbab
Come on,
Nuzul
please
mean?
don't play with me.
No, you
Reasoning
don't
of the
know.
verse
You
to come
don't even
down.
know what Asbab
The
Nuzul means.
messenger of Allah, bless him and give him peace, recited when he reached, have you thought about Allah and Al-Uzza and Al-Manat, the third, Surah Najm 19 to 20, the devil put upon his tongue what he had secretly wished and hoped and said, these are the mighty cranes, Gharani, and their intercession is hoped for. When the Qurayshi heard this, they were very pleased. The Messenger of Allah, bless him, give him peace, carried on reciting till the end of the surah and prostrated. All the Muslims followed the suit and prostrated, and all the idolaters who were present too. All those who were present, whether Muslims or disbeliever, prostrated except Al Walid and Abu Uhaya, whatever, who were too advanced in the age and could not prostrate, but they put. What's the problem with you? Are you farting?
Stop me. It's you.
Can you please stop this or mute yourself?
Stop this. What do you think I'm doing this?
Can you please mute yourself if you are not speaking, because like I have a bad feedback from you. Thank you. But they both grabbed a handful of dust and put their forehead on it. Same thing is doing over here, right? They did that. Surah Najm. These are the references, and that is why when we are looking at many sources of the Quranic, which are explained in so many references, you do not believe it, but whatsoever, does it matter? Now, it is on you. I'm giving you a homework now. Can you take the homework? Take the homework, go back, work on the religion of Abraham before Abraham was called by God, and come back to us. Don't just stick with this. You have already been shown so many references. If a person is kept on repeating itself like a pretzel, there is nothing that can prove him in any way. But the reality is simple. Muhammad was a pagan, not just before Islam, but even after Islam.
Yeah. Adam Seeker,
Yes, sir.
brother, and brother Leloid.
Means you have a problem with the microphone right now.
Yeah, the
My,
thing
my
is with
microphone's
these
been on mute.
people.
Means you have a.
My
You
microphone's
can
been on
watch on YouTube.
mute the whole
Trust
time.
me, your
Mute,
voice is
mute
not
him,
right.
mute him, mute him, mute him.
It's your
Uh,
satanic voice that's causing it down.
no, the
Okay.
satanic voice comes from you because Satan
I,
peed in your ears and is
yeah, I have
inside
to
your
remove him.
nose.
Yeah, sorry. I have to remove you. Means you can go out and come back in, because
Yeah,
either your internet is bad or your microphone is bad right now.
yeah.
So you got to go back and come back in, and I'll add you in. Unfortunately, that's the problem with you. Yes,
Yeah.
brother Rob, that's your screen.
The thing is, Adam Seeker, I don't have the patience for such people. To be honest with you, when I'm trying, I show them not once, and people are all are witnesses. I show them not once, not one, but two, but three different ahadith, three that shows us Sahih al-Isnad, or that the people inside the chain, as you see here, inside the chain, be sanad
Hmm.
and rijalu thiqat, meaning all the people in the chain are highly trustworthy. And it's even in Fath al-Bari, and Brother Leloid also explained, right? He mentioned Fath al-Bari. Look, Fath al-Bari by the Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, Majma' al-Zawad by the al-Haythami, and we showed you also a Suyuti in the book of a Suyuti, right? So that you see here in front of you. So,
Yes,
what do Muslims need more? I mean, don't they always ask for Sahih? Well, here you go. This is Sahih. Doesn't it say bisanadin Sahih?
absolutely, brother, and that is why I showed him the Sahih Bukhari,
And
which
yeah,
does not actually says explicitly, but it refers to that particular subject, and it refers to the Muhammad doing sajda based on Surah Najm. Either Muhammad was doing the sajda to the star, because otherwise that hadith has nothing to do with it,
Yeah.
or
And
he was doing.
and the thing is, brother, also, I mean, we are trying to be very fair, right? I also showed him on page 527, and you saw it too, an example of how such a chain that you see here. Look, this is the chain. People like Abd bin Humayd and Ibn Jarir. Here it says min tariq Yunus. So this is a totally different chain. Ibn Abbas, as you see, is not inside the chain, and this is why it's called. So there is no Sahabi. So the Tabi'i, the successor of a companion, he skips a companion like Ibn Abbas. This is why there's a gap. This is why they call it Mursal Sahih al-Isnad. It's still Sahih, but there's only a small, tiny gap. This is why they always pick their cherries. Whenever Muhammad is getting embarrassed, embarrassed, they say we have to reject it. But when you have other hadith that do not embarrass Muhammad, and they are even in Sahih al-Bukhari, if they are mursal, they choose it and they accept it. Why? Because it does not embarrass their prophet. But when such topics, hot topics, embarrass Muhammad, even as you saw, and this guy is a perfect example, even if it's highly sahih, they will say we don't accept it. But within their own circle, they say, yeah, we know these hadith exist, but we have to
Exactly.
lie. We have to lie towards Christians in public. We have to lie, but we know that our prophet was a mushrik. And we
And
know
he
what chapter 4, ayah 48 says. Allah does not forgive shirk. So this could be the reason why, the irony, we don't want to give Allah any power, but this is the irony why Allah decided to appoint a Jewish woman to poison
poison
Muhammad,
him.
and then his aorta was caught, right? And the Quran in chapter 69 is clear. Allah says, if Muhammad lies, if Muhammad attributes fabrication to Allah and his Quran, or any lie, Allah himself will grab Muhammad by his right hand and he will cut off his aorta. It's in the Quran.
Absolutely, brother. And our friend is back in. Let's see if his mic is not distorted by the Jibrail this time around. I want to give him all the chance to provide the evidence of his claim. Let's see if he can. I don't want him to say later that I did not give him the chance. So he's back in. I added him again. Let's see if he can provide us some reference against it.
Yeah,
against the fact that it's a completely fabricated hadith.
So provide the evidence.
Evidence, please.
Here, I've given you the evidence.
No, where is it? I have not
Where?
seen a single evidence. You just stated something without the evidence. So can you provide the evidence?
This is beautiful. And you see, guys, why I say this is a sahih isnad, because here Ibn Abbas is not skipped by the tabi'i, because Ibn Abbas is mentioned an Ibn Abbas. So here, this is why the scholars have to say that the rijal wa rijaluhuma rijalus sahih. This is why the scholars must say that it's a sahih al-isnad, because people like Ibn Abbas are in the chain, who happens to be one of the best Sahaba out there. And Muhammad called Ibn Abbas Hibr al-Ummah, the ink of the Ummah. And he's in the chain. Look,
Means you had so many time,
Where
so
did
much
this story,
time
let me
to
ask you a
provide
question.
the.
Where did this
You had
story
so
first
much
come
time.
from?
Means
I
you
want to
had
ask
so
Rob
much.
Christian a question.
Means
Rob
you had.
Christian, where does
Hold
the
on.
story first come from? Who first records the story?
Means hold on. Means can you please provide us the reference of your claim now that we have
Yeah,
given you
I'll
like
tell you
5
now.
or 6
I'll tell you now.
claims?
I'll tell you now.
Please. No,
Yeah,
tell.
yeah.
Show.
Who was the first person to record this story?
Show the reference.
Ibn Abbas.
No, it wasn't. Don't lie. When's the first time we see this come up?
Show us, share your screen, show us the information. Don't
Yeah.
start making claims, show us.
You're asking me who the first person is. Well, it's Ibn Abbas. I mean, who is
and who
can you tell me
said
who
it was
Ibn
Ibn Abbas?
Abbas
Who
is?
else is in that chain?
My friend,
Well,
can you
you
please
read it.
show
Read.
us the reference?
That is the point. That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting to. But he
Can
doesn't
you?
wanna
No,
answer the
no, no,
question.
don't get anything.
us
Don't
your
get
screen.
anything. Just give us the reference. Open your screen. Give us the reference.
Who else was in the isnad?
No.
Who else?
This is not 20 questions. Show us the evidence.
It's
Come
not
on,
20
man.
questions. It's very, very, very simple.
Show
No,
us
very,
the
very, very,
evidence.
very, very. Show us.
the
Tell
evidence.
us. Tell us. Prove us.
Al-Waqidi is in
Okay.
the isnad. Al-Waqidi.
Okay.
Okay, I
Show
will
us
give
where.
you.
Al-Waqidi
I will give you
is
$1,000 if you can
If-
show me the name of
and he's known
Al-Waqidi.
to make up hadith.
Show
All
me-
the
Man,
fuqaha
show-
of Medina know
That's
Adam,
what I'm
just
saying.
a second, Adam, second.
Yes.
I showed them 3 different chains, right? 3 different
Mhm.
hadiths. Show me the name Al-Waqidi in all of the 3, and I will give you $1,000. And every time you can show
Al-Waqidi,
me,
this is
the
the first
elements
time
will
we see
put
this.
Show
In
us.
$1,000
his
on top of it.
Maghazi, he's the one who first mentions this.
So show us.
No one else
Show us.
mentions this.
Okay, show his name
Show
in the
us.
chain. Here are the chains in front of you. Okay, show me the name of Al-Waqidi.
Al-Waqidi was known to make up chains.
Dude, it
and to
doesn't
lie
matter.
about
Show
hadith.
us
You
that it was
idiots, you
from
don't know that?
Al-Waqidi. Can you
Listen,
understand
I
English?
promise you. Just a second, brother Adam. I promise you, I'm going to give you $1,000 if you can show me the name Al-Waqidi inside the chain here.
Al-Waqidi is the one that promulgated this idea,
Show
and
us.
he was known
Show
to
us
make up
the
hadith.
evidence.
He was
Where do
known.
we find that? Show us. Bring us the reference. Show us the book.
It's
Show
in
it.
one of his Maghazi.
Show it.
Oh Lord.
I've got a book here that says you're a liar. I can't show it to you, but I know you're a liar because it says so in the book right here.
Well,
What
the
did you
proof
say?
is on the screen, guys. Al-Waqidi is not inside the chain.
No, if it is
You
Al-Waqidi
know what
only.
he's trying to say, guys? What is he trying to say? So basically, let's say I'm, let's say I'm Al-Waqidi. Rob Christian is Al-Waqidi. Rob Christian is now, as we speak, I'm now writing a book and I'm including all these chains and all these hadiths, even authentic ones. Does that mean that I'm lying? No, I'm only word for word taking all these authentic hadiths and I write it in my book. So what's the problem? Right? What's the problem?
He didn't.
That's what
He
Ibn
didn't include
Ha-
authentic
that's what
hadith.
Ibn
That's the
Hajar
problem.
did.
He was not
That's
even
what
a
Ibn Hajar
muhaddith.
did. That's
He
what
was not even a
As-Suyuti did.
muhaddith.
Look, this is what As-Suyuti did. This is what Al-Haythami did. They all took all these chains, the authentic ones and the mursal ones, as I showed you, even that you Muslims reject because they embarrass your prophet. Even those, they all included them in their collection, in their volumes. Look, this is volume 10. So multi-volume books.
Of course, we're going to collect it.
So they take the
Of course, we're
weak
going to
one,
collect
they
it.
take the
Of course we
mursal
are.
one, they take the sahih one. But what you are doing, you hypocrite, you love to say these are fabrications, but prove to me that they are fabricated.
It comes from the historian Al-Waqidi. Waqidi,
us
he's the one
the
who started
reference. Show us
promulgating
the
So-
page.
So what? So
Show
what?
us.
What do you mean, so what?
So what?
Okay.
Still,
You know
in
how
the
many
end, they are still
detractors he has
authentic.
from
Still, the
Mecca and
chains.
Medina?
Still, the
The
chains are
fuqaha all
authentic.
said that he was a liar.
Okay, hold on. Let me
Hold on.
answer that, Rob Christian and Lloyd, please. Let me answer that, and I will answer that just once. Let's see if he has the answer. Al-Waqidi is a liar.
That's right.
I will agree with you 110%. Okay,
No problem.
perfect.
By
Thank
the
you
way,
so very much.
I'm
No,
not
no,
Hold
no,
on,
no,
no,
no, Adam, see,
hold on,
lie.
No, no, Adam, see,
hold on,
that's
hold
a
on,
lie.
hold on, hold on,
Just a
hold on.
second, Adam,
Stay.
see, can I say something before you
Yeah,
call him a liar?
just give me 1 second. Just give me 1
No, no,
minute,
let me go first. I know why I'm going to say it.
please.
Al-Waqidi is only considered to be a liar, a fabricator, when it comes to halal or haram rulings.
No, liar.
But ye-
You're a liar.
What?
كذاب انت والله كذاب
والله
انت.
انت كذاب ابن
انت
كذاب.
كذاب الكلب.
Al-Waqidi, when it comes to history, he is
Yes.
highly trustworthy. But when it comes to ruling, so when you have to say something is halal or haram, then they don't take his hadith, and I can prove it.
Al-Shafi'i said all the books of Al-Waqidi are lies. In Medina, there were 7 men who used to fabricate authorities, one of which was Al-Waqidi.
Regarding
Yazid.
ruling, but not regarding history.
All
Kitab
the books,
al-Maghazi,
all
when it
the
comes-
books, كله
No.
كله كتب كلهم.
But what if I can show you scholars who will say, no, he's highly trustworthy when it comes to history? Would I go to-
Al-Shafi'i says this. Al-Shafi'i.
So we have couple of people against one another. So in the end, we have scholars versus scholars. Those scholars that are
Ahmed ibn
saying
Hanbal
that
said he is a liar and he makes
Yes.
alterations in the tradition.
yes, he said, but there are
Ahmed ibn
scholars who
Hanbal
say
called him a liar.
otherwise. Oh, Lord have mercy. How are we going to talk to such a person, guys?
What? I'm just giving you the evidence. I'm giving you evidence.
What evidence? Where's your evidence? Show me the
Al-Shafi'i
evidence.
said he was a liar. All
Okay,
his books are lies.
bring
Ahmed
up.
ibn Hanbal says he
You
is a
see,
liar.
you are such a hypocrite. We are showing the
Al-Nasa'i
evidence
says
on the
he's a liar.
screen.
Al-Bukhari
Where
says
is
he's a
your
liar.
reference?
Al-Dhahabi
Where
says
is
he's a
your
liar.
reference regarding?
Where's your evidence?
Where's your
Show
reference
us.
regarding that the satanic verses, these changes that I'm showing you that they are fabricated? Show me. Prove it. Prove to everybody that what you see here on the screen, this sanad here, this sanad, be sanad in Sahih. Show me one scholar who says that this chain that you see here, Ibn Jubayr, and also this one, all of them, that they are fabricated. Even when we see
The
it,
scholars
Ibn
are
Abbas,
unanimous.
show me
There is
where they
something
say that
deficient
this very
about the
specific chain
matin,
is fabricated.
the
Where
matin
did
of
you
the
say
hadith.
that? Give us
The
the
matin.
page number. Show us the book.
Give me the reference.
The scholar is they're unanimous.
Give me
bro.
the
They're
reference.
unanimous.
Give us
Reference.
the book. Give us the reference. Show us the page.
So show us the page. Go look it up, man. Go look it up.
Oh,
It's very
you
easy
don't
to
have
find
it.
out.
Brother
It's very
Leloid, you
easy
have to
find
use
out, bro. This
Google.
comes from
Google
Al-Waqidi, who's
peace
a
be
liar.
upon him, brother.
I gave
Can
you
you ask
Al-Shafi'i
pre-
said he was a liar. Ahmed ibn Hanbal.
Show
when
us
it
your
comes to
evidence.
ruling, yes,
Show
when
us
it
the
comes to
evidence.
ruling.
Al-Dhahabi. Who else you want, man?
Show us the reference. Show us the page number. What's the name of the book?
What the book of the people saying that he's a liar?
Yes.
Yeah.
Show us the page. Give us the book. We'll go look for the book. We'll bring it up. We'll show it, and you can show us where it is. Okay.
Ibn Abi Hatim, Volume 4, Part 1.
Show us on the screen.
I'm not going to show you anything on the screen. I'll give you the citation. 23.
No, you just show us on the screen.
Yeah, just hover over. Ibn Abi Hatim, Volume 4, Part 1.
You are doing a Google.
Page
Did
21.
you actually see that yourself?
Ibn Abi Hatim, Volume 4, Part 1, page 21.
Did you actually read it yourself rather than just reading a particular article on the website?
Are you?
Can I show you
So
something?
you don't.
This
Okay,
guy,
so you don't.
this
You
guy
don't.
has
You
no
don't
idea
care
what
about
he's
the
talking
site.
about.
So now you're
bring it up.
scrutinizing my sites. You're scrutinizing my
Okay.
books. I never did this to any of you.
Just a
No,
second.
we were showing it on screen. You cannot do the
Look, guys,
jack
look.
with us.
Look,
Yeah, I
this
can't
is
because
this is a
I'm
page.
unable to because I'm on the phone.
Look, this is a page. What he's saying is he's giving you the half truth, guys. Yes,
I'm not giving the
lot of-
half truth.
yes, you are, and I'm going to prove it, guys. Many scholars, like even Imam Bukhari, An-Nisa'i, Ahmad ibn Hanbal, even Ibn Hajar, they call him, yes, a fabricator. But let
Okay,
me prove
thank you.
to you.
Khalas, Yani. So what
Not
else do I need
khalas.
from him?
You have no idea. You're a jahil. Just a second. Let me prove it. Look, here are some people who are criticizing him, guys. Look, question for reliability. So if I scroll down, look, guys. Look, supporters of Al-Waqidi. So there are supporters. Not all of them call him a liar. Al-Waqidi is a master of traditions. Al-Waqidi is a reliable. Are these scholars not Sunni? He is reliable. But reliable when it comes to history, when it comes to battles. I mean, he
No,
is second to the
no.
none.
When it comes to Maghazi about war. About
Yeah,
war.
that's what I just said.
About
About
war.
war.
Maghazi about war. That's
Yes,
it.
that's
About
what I just
war.
said. That's
No,
what
you
I
didn't.
said.
You said
guys.
about all history.
That's what I just said. History
about
and
all
wars.
history. It was
Unanimous
only Maghazi
about
about.
I think you have a jinn in your ear, brother. A jinn in your ear. I just said it. It's recorded. Go rewatch it. Look, guys. Now, if I keep scrolling down, look, guys. Now here is the critics of Al-Waqidi. Look, people like Ahmad ibn Hanbal, they called him a liar. Look, yes. What we Christians, we are not like you. When something is said, we're going to prove it. Look, and Nisa'i, he is a liar. He's fabricating hadith. Yes.
So khalas, I win then. I win
not
this argument
khalas.
then.
Let me
Khalas,
finish.
that's it.
Shut up. Let me finish. Look, people like even Al-Bukhari, they call them he's abandoned in hadith. But not in
Okay.
wars, not in history. Look, and if we scroll down, just a second, we scroll down.
Why are you skipping over Ibn Hajar?
I can show you Ibn Hajar.
Yeah, go back to
Even
him, go back to him.
Imam al-Nawawi, he Ibn Hajar.
Yeah, what does he say?
Ibn Hajar, yes. He has
He has
been
been
abandoned in
abandoned.
spite of vastness of his knowledge.
Abandoned.
Yes, but this is about ruling you, Jahil ibn Jahil.
Where
Just
does
a
it say
second.
what you just said? Yes, Zift. Show me where it says what you just
Zift
said.
is you and your prophet. Just a second. Now, guys, here. Criteria
ربك
to
حمار
decide.
كلب.
Kalb ibn al-Kalb, Nabiyyak
انت
وانت.
مش
Okay,
ابو شرموطه
don't
ابن الزفت.
يا روح عض اير ابوك مثل ما محمد قال لك. Okay, go bite on the penis of your prophet. Okay, يا جاهل ابن جاهل. Look, according to Muslim scholars, a report can be considered reliable only when its isnad forms an unbroken series of reliable authority. So if we investigate, it says here that then they when they do not take about from him when things are about ruling, when it's talking about halal, haram, such things, right? And
You
let's
just
see.
made that up. Where did you
No, no,
read
no,
that?
no, no, no. Just a second. Just a second. Just a second. It's here on the page. Give me
Oh
some
my
time.
god, it's a joke.
Here
Man.
goes like Al-Waqidi's reliability in Maghazi and CR. So he is reliable. You know, they reject when it comes to, like I said, halal and haram, they reject him. When it comes to hadith, they reject him. But when it comes to history and wars, he is fully translated. He is trustworthy.
Wars,
Right?
no, only
Early
wars.
scholars.
Only
So you
wars.
Muslims cherry pick. Exactly. He is reliable when it comes to wars, when it comes to history. Early scholars of Islam themselves have maintained a difference between the literature of hadith and history. Do you see it?
Okay,
For
history, bro.
instance, those who
The
collected
history is not
materials.
as authentic as the hadiths. Don't you know that what we believe? You're silly.
So, isn't the satanic verses a historical event, or is it a ruling like haram?
Oh, I'm so, oh, hang on
halal?
a minute. So now it's not hadith, is it?
No,
So now you're saying it's not
when did
hadith.
anybody said it's a hadith? You silly.
You're saying now it's
What an
not
idiot.
hadith,
No,
is
no,
it?
no, no. When
No,
did anybody?
so tell me, so tell
How
me.
can
It's
it be
history.
hadith?
It's an historical
It's a
event in the life
historical
of the
event.
Prophet. What you
He's
see,
the
guys?
one
This
who
guy
said
is such a
sanad.
retard.
Where are we
He's
going to
such a
find
retard. He
sanad?
doesn't
The
understand.
historians don't use sanad. The
Okay, you
historians never
okay,
use
you
sanad.
silly. You
Ibn
silly.
You're an
Ishaq
idiot.
doesn't use. He
Okay,
only
hold
used
on,
sanad when he
Mins.
tried to be
Mins.
muhaddith, but he failed as
Mins.
muhaddith. He was a
Mins.
historian.
Hold
He
on.
knew about tariq. That was it.
Mins. Hold on. Now listen. For 2 minutes.
Look.
Just
Just a
listen.
second, brother Adam Seeker. Conclusion. Consequently, it becomes clear that Al-Waqid was not acceptable in hadith and important religious
Alhamdulillah.
injections such as question concerning permissible, did I lie? No. When it comes to halal or haram, they don't accept him. But when it
Not
comes to
acceptable in hadith
historical events
and important religious injunctions.
his early
Come on.
history,
انت
early
كذاب
history,
والله
it does
العظيم.
run against the
مالك انت
principles of
smart.
historical evidence or personal bias. Thus, one can safely say that Al-Waqidi's reports, a hadith can be a report, Al-Waqidi's reports concerning Maghazi and Siyar will be accepted. Bam! There you go.
All right. Now you speak. I had to mute you because you were interrupting in the
Yeah.
middle for nothing.
And by the
Please.
way,
It says
guys,
hadith
I promised
and
him,
the jurisprudential
promised him
injunctions as
to
well.
give him
Bro,
$1,000 if
both
he can
he has
show me the
rejected
name
him.
of Al-Waqidi, if he can show me the name of Al-Waqidi in these hadiths. Can you
But
show me the name of
guys,
Al-Waqidi?
Al-Waqidi is the one
he
that
hasn't shown us a
promulgated
single
this
reference for
idea.
single
He's the one
source,
who
right?
Show me his
promulgated
name.
it.
We've
Show
shown
me
him
his name.
evidence that he's
I want
denied.
evidence.
He denies literally everything. So how about we sit back, we don't say anything, we have him show his evidence. If he has none, then he's lying to us.
Absolutely.
Bro, you've
So,
just
guys,
seen Rob Christian literally agree with everything I
So
said
we've
and
just
try to
seen
debate
Rob
my
Christian
points.
provide
No, I
And
did
he
not
failed.
agree
on the
with you.
screen.
I
So guys,
busted
can
your
we ask
lies.
him
I
to?
busted you and spanked you left and right, and people are laughing in the live chat. Let the people be the judge of that.
Yeah, the
agreed.
people
I
who follow
agreed
Adam
with one
Seeker,
small
they'll be
part
the
with you.
greatest judges of all time.
He is called a rejector. He's a rejector. He's a fabricator when it comes to haram and halal. But
No,
and hadith.
hadith
But when it comes
and
to
the
No,
history,
wait,
injunctions of
Rob,
haram and halal.
historical events.
look, sit back. Let him
But
show his
again,
evidence. Let him present.
you brought in Al-Waqidi. I did not mention Al-Waqidi because Al-Waqidi is not inside those chains. He's not mentioned at all. Where is then his name?
Al-Waqidi is the
Show
one
me his
that is
name.
providing the story. He's the one that
Show
provides
me,
the story.
prove to me that this chain is in the book of Al-Waqidi. This chain that you see here.
He's who copied from Al-Waqidi? Who copied from
Prove
Al-Waqidi?
you.
Who copied from him?
Back up what you say, brother. Show it on the screen.
Who copied from Al-Waqidi? Let's see how smart you are. Who copied from? Do you know anything?
Back up. Show me from the book of Al-Waqidi this very hadith, this that you see on the screen. Show it.
We don't have anything extant from his works anyway. It was copied by other scholars. Who was it copied by?
Son of a jahil. Prove it. Prove everything you say will be used against you in the court of law. As long you can't prove it, you are nothing but a liar. A liar.
Who copied Al-Waqidi's
everything
work?
on the screen, you don't.
Who copied Al-Waqidi's work?
Don't answer his question. Let him show. So show us.
You tell me. You
Show
tell
us.
me. Prove it.
No. You're not going to dictate how this goes. You're not going to.
No.
You're
You
going
have
to
a
make all kind
conversation
of
how I feel
claims.
to
You
have this
can. You're
conversation.
going to make
I'm not
all
your
kind of
slave. I
claims.
do what I want.
You are going to make all kind of claims, but you can't back it up because you are a little boy. So you can sit down. Adam Seeker.
Calm down. Don't try to be like
Remove this
Muhammad
kid.
please.
Remove it. A waste of
So
time.
Rob,
We
just
had
let
fun
this
with
guy
him.
show his
Remove
evidence.
him.
Let's wait. Tell you what, let him present. We've
Waste
given
of time.
plenty, and he's just denied everything. Let him present now. Let us just wait. Let's not do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you
Man, I
present.
don't have
Mace,
anything to
knock yourself
present
out.
like you, man.
So you have
You got a
nothing.
YouTube channel with a
You
million
have
followers, man.
Okay,
nothing.
guys,
I'm here just to
You
may I
have
expose
have
your rubbish,
may I
nothing.
have
man.
a
I'm
Go
minute
here to
ahead.
now?
expose you,
Guys,
bro.
Excuses.
I'm a
that's
layman. I'm a layman. I
guys, that's
expose
my
you, bro.
guys. Hold on,
Layman.
You
everyone,
didn't expose
A
anything
layman
because you have
exposed a
nothing.
guy
You
with a
didn't show
million
anything.
followers on YouTube.
everyone,
You
exposed
didn't have
nothing.
anything. You didn't show
everyone,
anything.
hold on, please. Thank you for the love of God. Hold on. Means
Oh
you
man.
have been given plenty of evidences. Number one. Number two, you have not provided a single evidence. How about it's time for you? It is time for you, instead of laughing, it is
Yeah.
time for you to provide an evidence on screen. How about
So
that?
do it.
And Adam, let us be fair.
I'm on a
We're going
phone,
to
so
give
it's
you
very
10
difficult for me to
minutes.
do that.
Listen,
No.
listen.
Okay.
Let
You
us.
have
We are
made
going
that
to be very
excuse
fair. We're
with
going
me
to give you 10
Guys,
before.
minutes
okay,
to
hold on,
refute
hold
us.
on. My friends and everyone, please give me 1 minute with this guy, please. 60 seconds. Thank you. Means you are on phone, I understand that.
Thank you.
How about you go back, collect the evidences, and tell me when you can come back on the same very topic.
Yep.
Well, I don't.
Okay, I don't know who's talking
Maybe
with you on the back.
maybe his friend can help him. Maybe his
Yeah.
friend can help him.
So
You have a computer in front of you. Look, I can
I
see it
don't
on
I don't I don't
on
bloody
Dom's
care
face.
who your friend
On
is
Dom's
behind
face,
you.
I
I
can see his
listen.
screen.
Listen,
It's there on his face. Million subscribers, bro.
means get your girlfriend over here, or or if you cannot speak, let your girlfriend come over here and let her speak rather than you, because seems like you are getting the instruction from your girlfriend. Number one.
It's
Number two,
Jibril, Adam. That's Jibril in the background.
yeah, but whoever it is, I don't care. Means you cannot instruct me because you are a Muhammadan. So now let's come back to the same point. Yeah, Islam is a stupid, demonic, idiotic, stupid thing. Now, can you
Yeah.
please
One second.
stop talking when I'm talking? Because there is a way people talk and you don't know. You are barking like a dog when somebody else is talking. It is not reasonable. So let me state my comment first. Okay. If you do not have the evidences that you can show right now, I am willing to give you time so that you can come some other day and you can tell me, hey Adam, let's go live next Thursday, next Friday, and you will have the evidences. How about that? Is like I'm
So
all up to giving you the time to get the evidences and come back in.
oh boy, he's giving me Al Sayuti. Sure, Al Sayuti.
Al Sayuti, say that Al Sayuti is a liar and a deceiver. Just say it.
He's incorrect in this. And this is not. It's
Say
not
that
Sahih.
he's a liar and a deceiver, just like
I
Allah.
don't.
He is
You're
the market. He is
conflating
the
two things.
Khairul
Because
Makarin.
someone makes mistake doesn't necessarily
Say
mean they're a liar.
As-Sayuti is the Khairul Makarin. Say it.
He's the what? Sorry, he's the what?
He
What
is
did
the
you say?
Khairul Makarin. He is the best of all deceivers. Say it.
Makarin means planners.
Planners, in your own deceptive book it says planner. I
No,
don't care.
no,
I know what
I'm an
makar
Arabic
is.
speaker.
I know
Yeah.
what makar is. I am not an American, not a British, not a Brazilian, not a Canadian.
Brother
So
Adam
it
Sikh,
doesn't
let me spank
matter.
him on this point.
Yeah, it
Chapter
doesn't.
3, chapter 3 of the Quran, Surah Ali Imran, ayah 54. It says, وَمَكَرُوا وَمَكَرَ اللَّهُ وَاللَّهُ خَيْرُ الْمَاكِرِينَ. It does not mean planners because the word for planning is تخطيط. مخططين. مخططين is planning.
Bro, if you go to Lisan al-Arab, it'll tell you. Makr can also mean to plan.
Means I
It
don't
can.
bloody care. Means okay, hold on, Rob.
No,
Go
no.
to the Arabic
Rob,
Qamus.
hold
Go
on.
to the Qamus. You don't know
Mukhatatin is
nothing.
planning.
Bro. I'm
Guys,
Christian, bro. You don't know
hold
nothing.
on.
Makr is nothing but a negative, a deceitful, it's scheming, it's conniving, it's deceiving. Stop lying. I'm an Arabic speaker. You can't use those taqiyya games with me. I am a native Arabic speaker. and I'm
Makr means
spanking
plan,
you.
bro.
Okay, what does تخطيط mean? مخططين. What does that mean?
خطة, like يعني, if
What
I'm
is
gonna
خطة?
سوي
Okay,
خطة,
okay. What
يعني,
is
it can
خطة?
also mean I can
Okay, what is
make a
خطة?
plan.
What is خطة?
It can mean plan.
Ah, it's a plan. Thank you. No, no,
But we have
it does not
there
mean
are
it
words
can
with the
mean
same
plan. No,
meanings
it does
in
not
Arabic,
mean
like
it
in
can
English
mean
as well.
plan. It is plan. So خطة مخططين تخطيط is planning. Planning. I am to plan. He is planning. It's a plan. خطة. So what is makr? Makr is deception. There you go. Busted again. How many times do I need to bust you, man?
No, it doesn't. Listen. You
No,
go
no,
to
look,
the
tell
Arabic
him,
dictionary.
guys, look, we're
You go
wasting
to
time
Lisan
with this
al-Arab.
guy.
It will
Look,
tell
Adam,
you
we're
that this
wasting
can
time with
also
him.
mean to plan.
Let him come
It
back
can mean
next
to
week.
plan.
Let him bring
And
his
it does
evidence.
mean to plan the situation.
Oh
Okay,
boy. Oh boy.
hold
Oh
on,
boy.
Rob.
Or
Just
to
give me
plot.
1 minute.
Even to plot. It can also mean to plot.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, Mr. Plotter.
Hello.
So you are a plotter like Muhammad and his Allah. I don't care right now. I know in my language, makar, and anyone that I say that you are a makar, he will be offended. He knows makar is not a planner. If I say that you are a makar, which comes from makar, he will going to be very, very offended. I know what makar means, where I come from. Makar is makar, and I know what it is. So
Yeah,
you do
but
not
where
have
you
to
come
deceive me.
from, they don't speak
Shut
Arabic,
up,
Adam.
please. Yeah, come on. I don't know why you, when I say something, you have to just come in like a dog and bark. I hate that. I hate that. When I give you all the time when you are speaking and I don't interrupt in between you, why do you interrupt when I'm speaking? In our country, when somebody is driving a car or a motorbike, the street dogs actually starts barking. I don't like that. I
Look,
have to remove you
yeah, Adam
because
Siki, look, it's on the screen, brother. Look, they plan. Okay, the word planning.
exactly. No, seriously
إنهم
speaking.
يخططون إنهم يخططون. Listen, you hear it?
No, we do not hear it, brother.
You don't hear?
But it
Okay.
doesn't matter. I
Let's
can
just,
read it.
yeah,
I can
yeah.
read it, brother. I can
Read it.
literally read it.
Confirm, please.
Yeah. Yes, you are absolutely right. But like seriously speaking, I don't care. You know what I don't care? Because I know what makar is and what makar is.
Yeah, and
It's
here's
my
the
language.
transliteration, by the way, if you even don't know Arabic. إنهم يخططون. خطة, plan. A plan is
Exactly.
خطة. Right
So
here,
by the way,
plan.
this has nothing to do with our conversation. So
خطة.
he is in the backstage. I removed him intentionally so that I could finish my sentence. I gave him a chance to go back and come back with the evidences of what he's claiming. I showed him Bukhari. It does not say Gharanik, I know that, but he refers to it. And I have multiple other references and sources, just like you do, which will connect to the Bukhari and the hadith that I showed in the Bukhari. I know what I'm speaking. So when is he willing to come back? That's my question. I'm going to add him in. Now, when are you willing
Yeah,
to come back? With your references, and if you can bring your girlfriend with you, the mimi hijab or whatever you have as your girlfriend, you can bring him with you.
yeah, you see, I also provided the translation. This guy is a joke, bro. You are way too patient with this guy. Yes, I am not going to tell you what you're going to do, brother, on your live show, but you are way too patient.
I am way too patient. And see, he's talking with another guy. I don't know whether this is the same guy who bangs him at the night or not, but
I think
seems
it's
like,
Farida. It's Farida response in the background.
yeah, this is mimi hijab. I know his voice is all mimi hijab voice, and the other guy is Frida. This is mimi hijab who comes with a little bit of a voice change.
Mm.
So
I know
look, just
that.
invite him on. He's wasted enough time. He's wasted enough of time. He's just going to deny everything.
Yeah,
So
I
give
know
him a
because
date.
I
Have
know,
him come on.
John, you're getting a bit scared, a bit upset. You're worried because I might be putting your 1 million
hey brother,
subscribers
hey silly,
into disrepute.
hey silly,
okay.
where's your reference?
Huh?
Where's your reference?
Where's your evidence?
My evidence for what? You've changed the topic about 5
Everything that
times.
you
So I
said, where
need
is
to
your
pin you down.
reference?
Huh?
Everything that you said today, where is your reference? And your Farida girlfriend, why don't you bring her in?
Can you refute it though?
He can't refute it.
Can you refute it though? Because that's the key element here. That's what all your viewers want to hear.
Hey, you key evidence, can you please bring
We
the
provided the
evidence
evidence.
on
We
the
we
screen,
provided.
you're
You didn't
telling.
show us
Go
a
off
thing.
motion, my brother.
Yeah, we provided the scholars, man. We provided the scholars.
Where?
Where?
You just spoke.
Even Rob Christian agreed with me.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
I didn't agree with
Yeah,
anything.
now I'm kicking him off.
It's
I gave him
recorded.
all the chance. So guys, in the
Yeah.
live chat who are watching, I told him at least 10 times. If you do not have the references right now, if you are on phone right now, tell me which day you would like to come back in and provide the reference, and I will speak with you on that day.
Mm.
But he is repeating like a broken record that I have provided you reference, which he
Yeah,
has not. You guys have
yeah,
all seen.
yeah, and brother Adam Seeker and brother Leloid, what you are witnessing, he is forcing words in our mouths. He said Rob Christian agreed with me. Why did I agree with you, you idiot? That's what you want to hear. That's what you want to hear. It's in your brains. It's recorded. I didn't agree with anything with you. I was challenging you. Provide evidence that all these chains that I showed you, I showed him not one, not two, but three different hadiths that are highly authentic. Show me one scholar who is mentioning at least one of these hadiths and saying they are fabricated. Show me specifically the ones that we showed. And this is one of them here. This is my own personal translation, guys. Adur al-Manthur, as you see for pages 525, 526, Sahih al-Isnad. And the people are in the chain here, Sahih.
Yeah,
And you
that's
see
what I'm saying, brother.
Muhammad.
Brother, I
Yeah.
am so very generous when it comes to these kind of people. I give them time to come back. They can take the homework and come back after a certain time. He's not even willing to come back to provide the evidence, and he is repeating his broken record, which I don't appreciate. Because if I say something, I provide the evidence. When they say something, they have to do the same. They have to provide evidence. By the way, please continue. Is a old watcher of my channel and a dear brother. He said, "Wow, 3 loin in one stream. Stay blessed."
Lions.
Lion, yeah.
That's too
So
much, man.
in Jesus' name, please continue, sir. Sir, so
We're
he's
only here to serve, guys, nothing more. In the end, we are all sinners. We all have our shortcomings. But what we and you people in the chat, people in the live chat, you are our witnesses. Today, what you have witnessed is that we are actually providing a reference after reference, evidence after evidence on the screen from their most authentic sources. We also showed him that Muhammad used to keep idols, tamathil, idols in front of his house and inside his house, right? Images inside his house and in front of his door. Now, why would Jibril get scared? Because Jibril does not want to enter a house that has an idol in it or a dog. So, what does Jibril say? So, order the head of the image, which is inside the house, to be cut off. So, Jibril, if he wants to enter the house of Muhammad, Muhammad first needs to cut off the head of the idol because it's an idol. Cut off the head, then Jibril will come and visit you and give you supposed divine revelation.
divine.
So everything, everything,
Yeah.
it's on the screen, it's in front of you, and still the guy
This
didn't he say,
guy
"Show
has
me
come
from the
on.
Kitab al-Sitta"? Didn't he say, "Show me from Kitab al-Sitta"? It's recorded, and we showed him. This is why. This is why I basically jumped in, right, guys?
Now,
Look,
Rob,
this guy has
after you
come on before on my streams. He's come on a couple of times before. I've met him before. And he always claims he's on a cell phone. He always says that. That's his common excuse.
Now,
So
brother Leloy, didn't he say, "Show us from the 6 books"? Well, isn't Sunan Abi Dawud from 6 books? Of course. Yes.
correct? Correct? Look, he accepted nothing. He accepted nothing. No matter what you show him, every scholar is wrong.
Yeah.
yes, guys, 1 second. Brother Reason Answer Apologetics. If you are in a place where you can come live, please click the link and come live. By the way, brother Reason Answer Apologetics videos has his own YouTube channel. I will soon go live with him as well. By the way, he said with a $5 super chat, best live stream ever. I'm serious. Total decimating of Islamic deception tactics. Beautiful. Praise the living Lord Jesus. Thank you. Reason Answer Apologetics. Please come live if you can, brother, and then we will end the stream. But yes, my brother Rob and Lloyd, the problem is I am very, very lenient to the Muslimin. And I am, quite frankly, because I know that I have the truth, and I give them time, even so and so that I give them a homework. I say, okay, you are on a phone, doesn't matter. Go back, search the evidences, and come back with the links and provide us. But if you keep on repeating the same thing in a pretzel way, I don't appreciate that. I don't care what you say, because I can say so many things. I can say Muhammad was a dog. Will you believe me? No. I can say
Bro,
Jibrail was a monkey. Will you believe me? No.
uh,
So
He probably was.
yeah.
whatever.
And,
But like
Flying monkey.
I can only say what is written in your scriptures, right?
yeah, yeah.
So why don't you do the same for me? By the way, our brother Thaddeus is here. Brother Thaddeus, welcome. He is another apologist. Brother, welcome. How are you doing today? We can't hear you, brother. You are either on mute or something like that. This is our brother Reason Apologetics, but apparently his microphone is not working.
You forgot to
And
say inshallah, brother.
okay, he did not say inshallah probably.
Yeah.
No, you are we cannot hear you. Man, you make videos. You have so many subscribers. Why can't we hear your voice, man?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, finally.
No.
Yes, brother.
It defaulted to a non-existent microphone, which happens sometimes. I didn't, I wasn't set up to do a video today. So, I mean, I don't have my lights on. I wasn't prepared with the correct microphone, but so you're just going to get the microphone from the camera rather than the fancy microphone. But this was awesome. This is like the best dismantling of fairly sophisticated Muslim liar that I've seen. You guys were just relentless. You kept showing him stuff. He'd say one thing, then 2 minutes later, he'd say the exact opposite. He was everything out of his mouth was a lie. He's like, "Oh, I'm a layman. I don't know anything." Then you get to the fairly obscure text, and he's like, "That doesn't. They didn't mean that. They meant this based on this word." Yeah, you're a layman. Sure. You don't know anything, but to dispute this random word. And I only accept the 6 books. Okay, get the 6 books. Oh, I don't accept that. That's not true. Then you say something else. And he's like, well, this guy says, is that part of the 6 books? No, it's not. But I accept that. Yeah, it was just insane.
Yeah.
Very well explained the whole situation.
I mean, yeah, this is just everyone watching. They should rewind to when he starts. They should play this 3 or 4 times through to see how to dismantle these techniques, because this is the Muslims are playing from the same script. They're not all on the level of this guy. They're not all as sophisticated as him, but they're all playing from the same script. It's all about lying, deceiving, changing the subject, anything to avoid admitting what's right in front of their face, because they cannot admit it. They just can't.
Well, he wouldn't read the Bukhari, and he wouldn't provide a single citation on screen. Think about it. No evidence, and he changes the topic and moves on.
And I also wanted to say that he gave us by his logic, all we have to do to disprove Islam, we just create a fabricated hadith that contains the 5 pillars of Islam. Because it's in a fabricated hadith, and his opinion, that any other hadith that says the same thing is invalid, because that's what he did. He said that you can't accept the satanic verses hadiths because some other hadith that says the same thing has an unauthentic chain. So because one hadith has a bad narrator in it, then any other hadith says the same thing is not true. So by his logic, all we have to do is go create a fake hadith that has the 5 pillars of Islam. Then that can't be authentic anymore, according to him.
MashaAllah. By the way, we have our brother who said, God bless you all. Let's see the miracle of interpretation of the defects. Dead brains use the devil. Brother Reason, thank you so very much, Persecuted City. Brother Reason, while you are here, can you please provide your link to your channel over here for everyone?
You'll have to make me a moderator.
Yeah,
Or I
please
can't
show it on
push
the
the
screen
link.
as well, and I will do that as well in
Yeah,
the
and
meantime.
Adam Seeker, if we can do that in the background, right? Because I really have to go soon. If I can share
Yes,
my
please.
screen one more time,
There you go.
because I have a couple things to say, because I want to end it with a huge bang, right?
Yes, sir. It's
Before
on
I
screen,
go,
brother.
you know me, right, guys? All
Yes,
right.
sir.
Now, guys, first let me show what Ibn Taymiyyah believed about the satanic verses. I already put it on the screen before. It says Ibn Taymiyyah against the majoritarian opinion. So against the majority of scholars. Scholars say no, the satanic verses are fabrication, but the Shaykh al-Islam, Ibn Taymiyyah, was against them. He said that he accepted the historicity of the satanic verses. So Ibn Taymiyyah believed that Muhammad committed shirk. He bowed down to the three idols of Mecca and he did sujood. So Ibn Taymiyyah believed in it. And people like Ibn Fibn, people like Farida Leaks, people like Mimi Hijab, Ali Dawa, they all call him Shaykh al-Islam. So Shaykh al-Islam believed in it. And we showed that even Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani believed in it. These are two giant scholars. So you have a group of scholars say it's a fabrication, but you have giants among giants, like Ibn Taymiyyah, who actually did believe in the satanic verses. Now, if this is not enough, here is more. And guys, here's the reference in green, okay? If you want to take a screenshot. Here is more. Now, guys, who made the claim famous? Who made the claim famous regarding the satanic verses that it's a fabrication? Who? The modern claim, it's nobody else than the Sheikh al-Albani, right? Sheikh
Yeah, that's
al-Albani.
20th century.
Yes, he died recently. Guys, I want everybody
Yeah.
to take notes and stay focused with me, please. What I'm about to show you is very, very important, and I'm going to expose Sheikh al-Albani because the story goes like
No,
this. Sheikh
he had
al-Albani,
no permission to change the hadith because all of the muhaddithun, or I think they're called, any modern scholar has no right at all to alter any of these hadith
yeah,
because it's not
yeah.
allowed.
Exactly, Lloyd. And what I want to say about Sheikh Albani, guys, is going to be really damaging for the Muslim world, and here is why. Sheikh Albani, one couple of people from, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I believe some people from Pakistan, a group of Muslims, they went to Sheikh Albani and they said to him, listen, Sheikh Albani, we have many enemies of Islam, even Christians, who always talk about the satanic verses. For the love of Allah and the shin of Allah, please write a book, do something about it, and prove to everybody that the satanic verses are a fabrication. So what did Sheikh Albani do? Who died recently? He's a modern scholar, right? This guy that you see here on the screen. He wrote a book called Nasb al-Majaniq li Nasf Qissat al-Gharaniq. So meaning basically the catapults, the raised up catapults to destroy Qissat al-Gharaniq, the story of the Gharaniq, right? To destroy the claim about Muhammad committing shirk and bowing down to the three idols of Mecca. So he wrote this book that you see here in yellow, نسب المجانيق لقصة الغرانيق, لنسب قصة الغرانيق. And he said, you know, in my book, I just proved that it's a lie. But wait, guys. Here is his book, right? This is his direct book, physical book that you see here, and this is page 17. What is happening, this deceiver, and you will see why I'm calling him a deceiver, he lied left and right. Why? Here is why. And I'm going to provide also the translation, guys. On page 17, this liar, this deceiver, Sheikh Albani says that there is a guy called Al-Atshi. Here is my translation on the left. There is a guy called Al-Atshi, and he is one of the main problems regarding the satanic verses inside the chain. Al-Atshi is a John Doe. We don't know who he is. We don't know if he's trustworthy. We don't know if he is highly trustworthy. We don't know who he is. That's what he's claiming about Al-Atshi. It's one of the isnad. So, علة هذا الإسناد, meaning the problem of the isnad about the satanic verses, is Al-Atshi. And he's also saying that he's mentioning the writer Al-Khatib, who wrote Tarikh Baghdad, basically the story of the city Baghdad, highly famous historian called Al-Khatib. He's even forcing words in his mouth. That in his book, he's calling Al-Atshi a nobody, an unknown guy. But wait, if we go to the book of, uh, let's see if I go back, we go to the book of Tarikh Baghdad by Al-Khatib al-Baghdadi. Al-Khatib, look, Tarikh Baghdad, this is the cover. Al-Khatib al-Baghdadi, volume 1. And we open the page 396. Look, guys, page 396. I put here for everybody. And we see many scholars. Guys, and this is the science of hadith, science of al-rijal, the science of the men that they so always brag about. Here you see a lot of people who are mentioned and they talk about al-Atshi. And the full name is Muhammad bin Ahmad bin Yahya bin Abdullah bin Ismail Abu Ali al-Bazzaz al-Atshi. Short al-Atshi. Try to say that 10 times, guys. So one of these people, one of these people who are talking about al-Atshi is who? Bin Jarir al-Tabari. Right? Jarir al-Tabari, who is basically the earliest scholar regarding tafsir for the Quran. That's al-Tabari. He is one of them, and you have many other people like Sajistani, many very, very famous scholars who are talking about al-Atshi. Here is al-Atshi, guys, and look what it says here. Al-Atshi is thiqat. He is trustworthy. What did this liar and deceiver Sheikh Al-Albani said? He is a John Doe. He is unknown. But wait, it says here that he is highly known. So do you see, guys, how Sheikh Al-Albani turns out to be a liar and a deceiver? I just basically ended the career of this dead guy, because Muslims, when they talk about the satanic verses, they always go to his book, to the book of who? Sheikh Al-Albani. And not only that, he even lied about the year of his death, basically, because Sheikh Albani claims that this guy, let's see if I can put it on the screen, guys, just a second. He even lies about the year, the death that he died in. Look, Al-Atshi, and this is my translation, guys. Al-Atshi died in the year 300. That's what Sheikh Al-Albani is claiming. Al-Albani's book is saying that Al-Khatib al-Baghdadi, as we showed you, mentioned or talked about Al-Atshi. Al-Atshi died in the year 300. And he says the problem in the chain of this hadith is Muhammad bin Ahmad bin Yahya al-Atshi. That was claim number 2. Al-Albani claims that this guy is a John Doe. Nobody knows him. We don't know who he is. He's an unknown guy. But we
Just like Muhammad's father, right?
Yeah. So he lied about the poor guy. He throws him under the bus. Yet we know that this guy is highly famous. Look, guys, here is more proof regarding science of al-rijal, of the men, right? The men that you can find in the chains. Look, ma'lumat an al-rawi, meaning information about the narrator, in this case al-Atshi. And his full name, al-Atshi, Muhammad bin Ahmad al-Atshi, al-Kunya Abu Ali, and he's from a city called Baghdad, nowadays Iraq. And look, al-Ridba, so his rank, thiqat ma'mun, highly trustworthy guy. So do you see how Sheikh Al-Albani just lied about Al-Atshi? Do you see, guys, how easy it is to expose even the heroes of Islam, who they claim he is Sheikh Al-Albani, guys? This guy, he turns out to be a liar.
MashaAllah. MashaAllah.
Guys, I did my homework, and I have done many live shows about this. I did a live show with brother from Sirat International. I did with Sam Shamoun a live show about this very topic, and we destroyed Sheikh Al-Albani.
And that's why I have seen a couple of your live streams after your live streams, because when you do live stream, I'm not available. Apparently, you always do live stream when I'm busy at my work. But I have seen them afterwards. You have like literally 8 videos on Muhammad bowing down to pagan gods. And 8 that I can count so far. Maybe there are more. Even today, I think if you are doing it earlier, I was busy. I saw your live stream link, but I couldn't see it, so I watched it later. But brother, you have extensively explained this topic from the start till the end from so many references. It is just simply unbelievable. I think if you could make one single video which could provide all these references in one video, I think just without any debate or without it being live, it will going to take you at least an hour to show all these references, let alone having a debate or being live.
Yeah.
But I would love that one day you would combine all your 8 live streams in one single video, not a live, a video where you just throw them one after another,
Yeah.
a machine gun kind of a way.
Yeah.
That will be awesome as well if it suits you. Otherwise, I have seen like 8 of your live streams already.
Yeah, and like I said, guys, I showed you that Sheikh Al-Albani. Thank you, brother, for these awesome words. I will do it again. Why not? Sheikh Al-Albani even lied about the poor guy Al-Atshi, and he lied about the year that he died in. He said that he died in the year 300, right, guys? But it turns out again, he is lying about the poor guy's death year. He died in the year 374. So he's mistaken 74 years. He doesn't even know when the guy died. You see it, guys. He died in the year 374, but Mr. Sheikh Al-Albani said, no, he died in the year 300. So he called the guy a John Doe, and he even lied about his year of death. So, I mean, guys, isn't this enough of destruction of Al-Albani? I mean, I hope you enjoyed that.
Mashallah, mashallah, subhanallah. Great. By the way, brother, uh, brother Thaddeus would like to ask you to come to his channel as well. If with your permission, I will share your Skype with brother Thaddeus. Brother Thaddeus, if you do not know him, he has a channel. He is working pretty decent in his channel as well. I like a couple of his videos long time ago when I was in the middle part, neither a Muslim nor a Christian, and I used to watch his videos. His videos are very informative, not a debating manner, but an informative manner.
Mm,
So if you would like to go to his channel, he is requesting you to do that. So if you have time whenever, please
sure.
spend some time with him. At the same time, I would tell all my viewers that next week, maybe on Wednesday, I will schedule it. I will come live once more. And brother Rob Christian, if you are available, please join me in. I'll going to show everyone that Muhammad was a person who did not know his father. And anybody who did not know his father is called a bastard.
Yes.
So with that
A
being said,
bastard. Just say it, bro. He's a bastard.
brother, that's a bad word. I did not want you to say that. But anyhow, you said it.
What do you
It's
call a man who doesn't know who his father is? So I mean, come on.
it's like a bad word. I did not want you to say it, but now that you say it, that's so be it. Is there a nice word to say in English?
Yeah, a John Doe.
Good one.
His father is a John Doe. But turns out that the poor guys, you see, guys, they always throw the people who destroy Muhammad and expose him always under the bus.
But like,
Always throwing the people under the bus.
is there
That's what
like
they
so?
do.
I have like 150 people watching. Is there a nicer word in English to say bastard? Illegitimate boy. Okay. Somebody
Yeah,
St. Louis said
illegitimate. That'll work.
Yeah,
illegitimate boy. Okay. That's good.
guys, I should be
So
out of here. It's
oh, brother Lloyd,
3:30
thank you
a.m.
so very much. I know it's very late for you over there, brother. Thank you so very much for being here. And wow, this stream is very, very, very long today. Brother, thank you. God bless you. And
You
thanks for
guys
being here. Let's see you next Friday
next week.
on
So
part
those guys, I hope it was interesting, and please subscribe to the channel, and I will see you guys next time. Take care.
Amen. Everyone, Brother Lloyd's channel, you just click the link and you will be there. And Rob Christian, you don't even need to click the link. You can just search Rob Christian and you will be there. That's
Take
how
care, guys.
easy. Thank you, Brother Lloyd. God bless you. And Theodus, I don't know why some people create a name which is different than their channel name. So, Brother Theodus has a channel called Reason Answered, and he shared it before. I forgot where it is. Brother, can you please share it one more time?
Yep.
Okay, I found it. No, that's the Patreon link. I don't care about the Patreon link. Let me find where is your channel link. Okay, where's your channel link? I forgot. I can't see it. Brother, can you please share it one more time?
Yeah, I just put it in.
Guys, I really have to go.
Hey,
Thank you
brother,
for
you can't go.
having
Rob
me.
Christian, you can't go there. Okay, this is brother TDS channel reasoned answer, and
Yeah,
this is
you
your
could also
reasoned
just
answer.
search for reasoned answers. It works.
Yeah, brother Rob, long time no see, man. You gotta come live with me one more time. It's
Bro,
just so
I'm a
long.
busy guy, man.
I know.
Today I just did the live show a couple hours ago with Brother Sierra International.
No
I'm
kidding. I
actually
missed it.
yeah, you should watch it, bro. We did a lot of damage today. You should watch it. If
Hey,
people
man.
didn't see it, go to Sierra International, and I will
Mhm.
download it too. Maybe I will premiere it also maybe tomorrow or so. I'll see what I'm going to do.
Awesome. So let me
So
tell you what happened in
yeah,
Pakistan. So you
yeah.
know I have an Urdu channel now. I'm spending a lot of time in Urdu channel because in English you are there, Sira International is there, Sam Shimon is there, CP is there for speaking in English. So I'm spending most of my time in my Urdu channel, which is directly for Pakistan and India. Let me tell you, 21 of my videos are blocked in Pakistan by the government of Pakistan. Can you imagine that? From my Urdu channel.
Guys, have a nice day. I really have to go. Bye bye. See you.
All
Thank you for
right, brother. Take care.
having bye bye. Bye bye. God bless.
Take care, man. All right, our brother had to go. Seriously, I did not want him to go so fast, but
Just us now.
yeah, just you and me. But yeah, seriously, for all my viewers, look, these are the videos that they blocked. 21 of my videos are being blocked in Pakistan by Pakistani government, by the government of Pakistan. Imagine that. Why would they do that? Don't they have answers? Whereas the Mufti, 95% Pakistani, 95% Muslims in Pakistan, apparently 97% FYI. So, what about all the Muslims? Why can't they answer? Right? They cannot answer. Why? It's that silly it is. So, they cannot answer, hence, they block my videos. So, the Muslims supposedly try to give me a challenge. I answer them. When I answer them, the Pakistani government block my video. That's how silly it is. So Mufti says, Adam, you cannot answer till the day of judgment. I reply in my video. When I reply in my video, these Muftis say to the government of Pakistan, look, Adam is exposing Islam, block him. And they block my video in 3 to 4 days.
Well, you know, Adam, they're blocking you under the blasphemy law. But
like,
how is criticizing Muhammad blasphemy unless he's a god?
I'm not even criticizing Muhammad. I'm showing what's written in the scripture. That Muhammad is a BSTARD.
Well, you know, the Islamic texts are anti-Islam. That's why they have to deny them every time we show them to them, because those aren't actually Islam. Those are anti-Islamic texts.
Yeah, dude, that's the problem. So they asked me, hey Adam, you cannot answer this. Prove the answer of this. Prove us wrong. The muftis. I'm not talking about normal people, not you people, not me people, not any XYZ in the YouTube, right? I'm talking about the muftis who has to do a PhD, okay, before they could claim the title mufti. Just like a doctor title, you cannot just get a doctor title. You have to study, and you have to do a doctorate study, 3 years, 4 years, and then you have to 2 years of a house job or something like that before you could be called a doctor, right?
Yep.
Same is the case. The mufti cannot be proclaimed as a mufti unless he does a specific 4 year study in Islamic studies, and then he is under a mufti for certain amount of years, then he can claim the title of a mufti, not before. So muftis are making videos calling me in saying, Adam, till the day of judgment you will not be able to answer. And I reply to them in 3 to 4 days in my live stream, because I do live stream only on Saturdays. And on a Saturday live stream, I give them the answer And I said, there you go, your day of judgment is already here. And when I do my live stream on Saturday, by Wednesday, apparently my live stream is blocked in Pakistan. So their video of the challenge is there in Pakistan. But my video in which I have replied is not there in Pakistan because YouTube has apparently blocked my video because they have told the YouTube, hey, he provided the answers. This video needs to block.
That reminds me of Muhammad. He says no one can create a verse like mine, and then poets go around saying, "What are you talking about? We can create verses even better." And then he has them executed and says, "See, no one could create a verse like mine."
Yeah, and even Surah Jinn, 28 verses were proclaimed by the jinns because Quran says neither men nor jinn can create a surah or the verse like this. And then jinns said 28 verses in Quran. So our brother Father Zechariah Butros said, he said the writer of the Quran, the Katibul Quran, Masturan Sakaran, was a what do you call it? Mastur is drunk, is alcoholic drunk, but Mastur is a, I forgot the English word for that, is somebody who doesn't even have a brain. I don't know the word. So he's a Mastur Sakran. He was a drunk and guy without the brain. So like this is how silly it is, man. So but anyhow, that's what it is. I went to another channel today in India and I told them, hey, put this video up on every of your channel because they have already blocked it. I just put it once more. So you put it in all of these channels, 5 6 ex-Muslim channels that I know, so that the Mufti Fadl should have the answer. And these Muftis actually said, we don't want to debate Adam, we just want to slice his neck.
Of course.
Yeah,
I mean,
they
they're
don't
following
want to debate me.
Muhammad's example. If you can't answer, then you answer with the sword.
Yeah, Truth Defender said disoriented. Thank you so very much. I was not able to find the English word. Disoriented drunk. Yeah. Masturan Sakran. Disoriented drunk. Thank you, Truth Defender. God bless you for that. Thanks for the English word. Yeah, that's how easy. Like, this is silly, man. This is, by the way, reason of answer apologetic. It's almost 4.5 hour long live stream today. But you and I need to do a live stream very soon. We will
Yes.
going to do that. I yet have to find a time for that, but thank you for joining in today. People already know you now, so they'll be
They'll be
willing
ready.
to listen to you very soon. And I know my voice overshadow a lot of voices, so I'm sorry to everyone. But that's what I am. I'm a Pakistani. I'm a Pakistani. Comes from Pakistan, where Muslims are at the topmost. We don't care about anybody else. Brother, any
Excellent.
last words?
Like I said, great stream today. Definitely want to pull that section out and make a separate video of it. I'll probably make a video of it too, with my own commentary. But it's just everyone should study that. I mean, it's one thing to laugh at the mace guy, but it really was a beautiful illustration of how to dismantle these people's arguments and expose them and show that they just will say anything at all. He contradicted himself at least 10 times. He said something and then 2 minutes later said the exact opposite because he has no truth. Islam has no truth. So all it can do is lie and deceive.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, to all my mods, especially who were there moderating the chat and all. Love you all. Thank you so very much. You are doing it for the Lord without any payment from me. Brother Reason Answered channel is in the live stream link. Here it is. So please subscribe to our brother as well. Rob Christian, most of you already know. If you do not know, just search Rob Christian and you will go to his channel without any doubt. Um, With that being said, Lloyd's channel is already in the title. You click on Lloyd's link, the name of the Lloyd Dijon, and you will go to his channel, subscribe to his channel. It
If,
was a
if
long live stream. Yes,
can
brother.
I just have 30 seconds?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so Villainous asked me if David Wood has responded to my video. I put out a video tongue-in-cheek challenging David Wood to a
How
debate.
can you challenge David Wood? That's just silly.
1 second. First, let me answer the question. So I jumped on David's most recent live stream. He acknowledged that he had seen it. He said he hadn't watched the video yet, but that he planned to. And he said, I think that this guy has something sneaky up his sleeves because he's a Christian. So he's obviously not really going to defend Muhammad. And David's correct. So the gist of the challenge is that I will take the Muslim side and defend the idea that Muhammad is a prophet, but I'm going to do it by showing that Muhammad was the most incompetent, disgraceful person imaginable. So the only way he could succeed is if he was having some sort of help. So I think that by the end of it, the Muslims are going to prefer that David win the debate if it happens.
Dude, how silly are you?
I know I'm silly.
Yeah, you challenging David Wood?
It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun.
Okay. So if you challenge David Wood, let me know. I'll join in as well. I'll be on the side of David Wood. So you will be 2 against 1, FYI. So let me tell you that. But if you challenge David Wood, okay, so be it. I need to challenge him as well because David Wood is pretty silly at certain times. I can do much better damage, but he has much more subscribers. So that's the difference. But anyhow, Lord bless you all. Have a blessed day, evening, or night, wherever you are. Yeshua Akbarul Azim.